Do you know which way he's headed, Ann?
No,
Ultimately,
we just briefly spoke about it. So,
okay.
If you could, when you get to that point in the work session, if you could actually bring it up and table it, that would really help our record keeping.
Okay.
we will absolutely do that. Thanks. Okay, it looks like we are live streaming right now. And so good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. We have a couple of work sessions on bills this morning. We're going to take up 861. And then the next bill that we have, 1728, we are not going to take up today at the request of the bill sponsor. We'll table that. And then we'll conclude with 1310. That will be our morning's work. And then we'll return at 1 o'clock for our afternoon work sessions. As always, before we get started, we'll do a round of committee introductions. I'll call on committee members as I see you on my screen. And Representative Evangelos, could you please begin the introductions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I reside in Friendship. And Madam Chair, I just wanted to take note that Margaret Reich has been sending emails at 5 in the morning and at 9 at night. I wanted it duly noted for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Babbage?
Yes. My name is Christopher Babbage. Good morning, everyone. I represent House District 8, and that is most of the town of Kennebunk. And during my 3 terms on this prestigious committee, I have very much valued our analyst.
Steve?
Yes, hello all. Look. Hi, I'm Steve Moriarty. Good morning, everyone. I represent my hometown of Cumberland and part of the town of Gray in House District 45.
Representative Sheehan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent Biddeford's House District 12.
Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103 in the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in Penobscot County. And I would like to duly note that I received both the 9 o'clock and the 5 o'clock email promptly this morning at 6.
Representative Libby?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laurel Libby, and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot.
Representative Reckitt?
Good morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Senator Kime?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Kime, and I represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County in 2 communities in Androscoggin. And since it's give accolades to Peggy Day, I will just join in to say that she's absolutely amazing. And I've worked with her for years. And without her, our work would not be nearly the quality that it is. And she's selfless in the amount of giving that she just gives of herself to us, so to make our work good. So thank you, Peggy.
Thanks, Senator Kime. Co-Chair Harnett?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to those in the attendee room and members of the public. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside. And I will briefly add my thanks not only to Peggy, who does send out an enormous amount of emails at all hours of the day, but also to our committee clerk, Susan Panett, who works so diligently and so hard. As I've said many times, they're the folks that make this committee work, along with Janet Stucco, our other analysts. So thank you all for your efforts, and good morning.
And I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough. And I just join everything that has been said about our wonderful analyst Peggy Reinsch and analyst Janet Stocco, and also our clerk Susan Panett. You all make it possible for us to do the high quality work we strive to do every day. And committee members will now begin actually I should do introductions for Peggy and Supi, who are with us today. We are joined this morning by our much appreciated analyst Peggy Reinsch and committee clerk Susan Panett. And now, thank you both. We'll begin our work with opening up the work session on LD 861. This is a bill that we've had a work session on previously. We have reviewed the Peggy's analysis previously. We've talked quite a bit about the considerations that underlie 861, and the parties have been hard at work to bring us an amendment that addresses the underlying concerns and creates a path moving forward. And Peggy, could you please screen share the amendment, and then we'll bring some stakeholders onto the panel to give us a little bit more information.
I will be happy to do that. So I had sent out an email last night that had a little bit earlier version of LD 861, and Commissioner Soschuk was able to make some changes, and I tried to send that out. You don't realize how much of my email is coming from my phone when I'm home, but thank you. And I didn't realize that once I opened it, if I printed that amendment, because I had sent out the amendment as a PDF, his changes didn't show up. So here's the Word document that includes Commissioner Soschuk's changes. And the only 3 people I've been dealing with on this amendment, I didn't put this together originally. I didn't do any of the research or any of the negotiating. I just dropped it onto the paper, as I told Jeff Austin last night. So Jeff Austin, Commissioner Soschuk, Dr. Evans, who's the sponsor of the original bill, and I know Katie Fulham Harris were involved in this. I don't know who else has been involved, but this amendment would replace the bill, which is, I'm sorry, it's not a bill, it's a resolve. So anything going forward has to be a resolve. So it changes the title to concerning training and assessments related to protection from substantial threats. I'm using substantial protection from substantial threats as the title, because that's the title of the section in the statute where the yellow flag, what we call the yellow flag process, is located. You'll see that the amendment refers to temporary weapons removal assessments, and that's how it's referred to in this. And so it focuses on training. It focuses on mostly training, but then also reporting, collecting information about all the training that's happened, but also how much of the telehealth assessments have been happening. So the person who's being assessed is not in a hospital, but in a different location, which is what the hospitals were really hoping would happen early on. And also how many temporary weapons removal assessments actually recommended removal, how many did not, and I think this was struck out. C is struck out by Commissioner Soschuk, and then trying to get an idea of what's this population and what are the threats that are being assessed. I don't really know all the ins and outs and how they arrived at these different who should be part of training, what should be tracked so they can report to you. The original draft I sent out said, make sure this training happens for 5 years and the reporting covers 5 years. And Commissioner Soschuk recommends changing that to 3 years. So hopefully you can have a nice discussion about all this. So I'm going to go back up to the top and start with the training. I kind of shared everything I know about this, but if you have any questions, you might want to bring in some other folks. And let me know if you're done with me sharing.
Before we go any further, I did want to bring on the bill sponsor, Representative and Dr. Richard Evans. And then I see that Senator Keim has a question for you, Peggy, but Senator Keim, if you can just wait till Dr. Evans joins us, I'd appreciate it.
I'm going to stop sharing and then I can bring it right back up whenever you need it.
Oops. And we've just been joined by a couple of additional committee members. Representative Poirier, could you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is Olive, Skowhegan, and part of Madison. I will apologize in advance too. I'm being pulled in many different directions today, so I'll be in and out a little bit.
And Senator Sanborn?
Good morning. I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And I too will mostly not be here today, but wanted to join for the few minutes that I had before my next meeting.
And thank you both. And welcome, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank also Representative Harnett and as well as the members of the Judiciary Committee. I know that this bill LD 861 has been a long process in the making. I also understand the concerns that were raised by other stakeholders. The intent of this bill initially was to reduce harm to the emergency room or hospital staff. That trek has been somewhat slow but steady. I do believe at this point, I received the amendment submitted by the commissioner last night, and I went through that. And I've also spoken with Jeff Austin, as well as Maine Health. So there have been several people, stakeholders involved in the process. And I feel that everybody is trying to work towards the same goal. So with that in mind, I will yield back to the chair because I think more detailed information may be presented better by Mr. Austin and Maine Health and the commissioner. If there are any questions for me, I'd be happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Evans. And I know Senator Keim has her hand up, and I believe it's a question for Peggy. And we will be bringing the others on in a moment. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. Peggy, I just wanted to be reminded again of something really basic. When something is a resolve rather than a bill, it has somehow less ability to legally make things happen. So can you just remind me again of what that is and the difference there?
So a resolve, once it's finally passed, signed by the governor, or becomes law without the governor's signature, it's still law. It has the effect of every other, type of law. it's really the use that we make of resolves. We usually use them for a more short-term thing rather than, going on in perpetuity. You use it when you're directing somebody to do something rather than putting it in statute. So that's really the difference. Is a resolve can't amend the main revised statutes. You can amend a resolve that's already on the books. It kind of makes sense to do this way because you're talking about a short term, a 3 to 5 year thing that you don't actually have to put in the statutes. You would definitely want to resolve if you're doing some kind of a report back to the committee, which this includes. And then the real stumbling block is because the original legislative document was a resolve, we can't change that into a bill. We can change bills into resolves, but we can't go the other direction. So with these recommendations, you don't really need to amend the main revised statutes, but it definitely has the force of law once it's finally passed.
And so this isn't changing the main revised statutes?
Not at all.
Okay, just referencing them. Okay,
Correct.
Thanks. Okay, thank you so much. That's helpful. I have other comments on the bill, Madam Chair, but I can wait for another time if that's better.
Yeah, I think let's, thank you for offering. Let's get some other questions about the language and then we'll move on to discussion. I do want us to get the background as well from the commissioner and others. Representative Harnett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Dr. Evans. I hope that you're well.
Thank you.
My question is, and I know we're going to hear from Mr. From other stakeholders and Commissioner Salchuk about the amendment, but basically as the bill sponsor, are you satisfied with where things look to have ended up in the amendment being presented today?
Thank you for that question. I think that's a good question. My goal was to get things moving. We had stalled out since the initial, I want to say resolve, was implemented 2 years ago. And a lot of incidents have taken place in hospitals and emergency rooms since that point. We got bogged down initially, but I think with the working subgroups, I think we have made considerable progress. It's not an end all for everything that needs to be considered, but I am pleased to see that the ability to re-look at this at an appropriate time, and I think the commissioner changed it to 3 years. I think it gives us the opportunity to go forward with the original implementation of the RFPs and to set standards for training as well as project time for reporting back with experiences over the next couple of years.
So thank you very much for that response. So basically a very good and important and necessary first step. Yeah. And then we'll learn more from the process and tinker with it as necessary. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any additional hands up, so I'm going to bring, I think, bring over everyone who participated in the process and brought this language forward, because it'll be a more efficient way to address these issues. So we'll hear from Commissioner Salchuk. We'll also hear from Jeff Austin, Katie Fulham Harris, and let's start there. You've all joined us. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. And Senator Keim, did you Could you just let me know, do you have a question for one of these individuals, or just wondering why your hand is up? She may have connectivity problems. Commissioner Sawschuk, could you please start by just introducing us to this proposal?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator Carney. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me, Representative Harnett, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I know you're flying towards the end of session, and I appreciate all your patience with us as we kind of work through this process. I've had a number of conversations with Senator Carney as she's continued to track this towards today's work session, and I really do appreciate your guidance there, Senator. So to kind of how we got here, let me just start by saying, 861, as it was originally titled, did talk about a resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to contract for assessments for involuntary hospitalizations. So let me just say that has occurred, right? So the Office of Behavioral Health does have a contract with Spurwink, who is running a crisis center in the Bayside neighborhood of Portland. So they put that out to RFP. One RFP had dropped out, and then Spurwink had ultimately ended up filling that role. And even though they're currently working a 9-to-5 schedule, we're hearing great things about the overall program, and we're really excited about that aspect of our continuum of care. I mention that because that's great, right? The state did that piece of it, but there's a whole operational world beyond that we've really been working hard on with Katie from Maine Health and Jeff from the Maine Hospital Association, and a lot of other independent hospitals, as well as Lisa Harvey McPherson from Northern Light was involved early on as well. And so that operational piece is the one that really draws us back to this latest language around that resolve. Because I think what we are absolutely 100% committed to is to really run a pilot between the Department of Public Safety and my access to the law enforcement officers around the state and Katie's team with Maine Health to really operationalize this thing, right? So you show up at 2 a.m., 1, 2, 3, 4, what does this actually look like? And how does this flow through a system that we visualized, but we want to get up and running? So that's the strong partnerships that I think we've developed, because Representative Evans was absolutely correct. That this entire process had really just stalled out. And then there's dueling op-eds and there's all this stuff that's flying around. It's not helping anybody. It's not making our community safer. It's not making systems more effective. It's not implementing the laws as the legislature had originally intended. So really working with the partners that I've already mentioned, we were able to have a bunch of conversations. And for me, it's been a good learning experience, do some road trips to go to Maine Med, go to Acadia Health. Jeff was kind enough to set up a conversation with his executive board and really kind of flesh out this whole overall story. Where are we trying to get and how are we going to get there? And I think we've done that. So while the weapons restriction process has been successfully utilized 22 times that I'm aware of since this was implemented back in June of 2020, we do think there are other opportunities here, and we know that we have the right players at the table to continue the conversation and put the work together. Now, if I came to you as a committee and just said that, you would say, there's no guarantees in there, Mike. I mean, what are you doing? You're just there's a bunch of words here. How do we know that, in fact, this work is going to continue? How do we know that this isn't going to stall again? So that's a good conversation I had with Senator Carney. And the thought was, well, what if we just tweak this resolve to mandate a report out, right? We're going to come back to you and say, this is what's happened since that was passed. This is the process that's in place. This is how many times we've utilized this. This is how it's worked. And then you'll have an opportunity to hear from the Maine Hospital Association, Maine Health, myself, about all aspects of this system. And the reason that I had tweaked it to 3 instead of 5 is because I think for us, I think what we're trying to accomplish here is we're looking for patterns and trends, right? If you want to take some kind of legislative action to make changes and make tweaks to this statute, I don't think it's going to take you 5 years to find a pattern and trend. We're going to be cataloging these assessments as they go. With the relationship that I have with Katie, I expect I'll get a call in the morning. And it seemed, Mike, we had this one last night. It didn't work out that well. Can you talk to the law enforcement officer? I may be doing the same with her. And so we're going to be trying to fix this thing as we go. But from a legislative standpoint, we're going to come back with a full report that says, this is what's happened in the last year. What do you think about that? And is there official legislative action that you want to take to better this or change it or do whatever you think is appropriate? And we're going to have more data to actually help you with that evaluation. Because we can talk anecdotally, I can talk to you about these 22 cases that have occurred since June of 20, right? Which is a considerable amount of time. But if we come back with you with some formal analysis in this next report out timeframe, I just think that'll be beneficial for you as decision makers, and it certainly will be beneficial for me and the other practitioners that are on the call. Day in and day out, how can we better this system? And then the training component, I think, just makes perfect sense. We've been talking about that since day one. We want to make sure that we're training our law enforcement officers. We also want to make sure that we're training our hospital staff, our docs, our DAs that are heavily involved in this. The court systems can be involved. So we listed out, who our target audience would be for those trainings. And we're committed to work with the hospitals. And again, I can't thank Maine Health and Katie anymore to say that they're willing to step forward and be a really strong partner in this pilot. So we'll be working with them. We'll be working with Jeff's team to look at this training and see what's appropriate for all of those different constituencies to really try to move this thing forward and really try to meet the spirit of the law, if you will. And I think we also would even make an additional tweak, I think, to that section 1, number 1, about the training timeframes. And I will say up front, Peggy sent a few emails about this. Any errors there are mine. I need a remedial class on track changes and documents, because I know I was screwing that up all the way around. So she's been very accommodating to try to get this information to you in a timely fashion. So there's a lot there. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. And I think what we'll do is, I see several hands up, and I would really like for us to hear from Katie Fulham-Harris and Jeff Austin, and then we'll take some questions. I think that'll be a more efficient way to use our time this morning. And Katie Fulham-Harris, welcome. And would you like to comment on this proposal?
Thanks so much, Senator. And I want to thank the committee very much for your patience. I know this has been a very long couple of sessions related to this legislation. And I think it's important to note that we feel very strongly that there is a group of individuals who potentially are dangerous and should not have access to guns. Some of them represent danger to themselves. Some of them represent danger to others. And so our physicians and particularly our emergency departments have really struggled with this over the last couple of years. And I think we have come to a place that thanks to the commissioner, that is, we're willing to step forward and try to pilot this. I would note they're even agreeing to do this at a time when violence in our emergency departments has skyrocketed. So they feel pretty strongly about it. And I do want to note that the commissioner has been absolutely outstanding to work with. Really sets a standard in terms of collaborative effort and working with the stakeholders to get to yes. So we're very fortunate to have his leadership in Maine, and this is a really good example of that. So really appreciate his leadership here. Maine Health has agreed with a few criteria to pilot this opportunity for individuals who are in our emergency departments for blue paper assessment. So it really is a limited group of people who are under protective custody brought into our emergency departments for blue paper assessment. And we've agreed that law enforcement, while during that process, because it can be a fairly lengthy process waiting for a blue paper assessment, that law enforcement can connect that individual to the remote site that the commissioner just mentioned, that will be run by Spurwink and have the yellow paper assessment done concurrently or before at the same time that the blue paper assessment's being done at the same visit to the ED. The criteria that we have outlined, and I did send them to Supi and to Peggy, so they can be distributed to all of you. But we do have some criteria. The training that is resolved before you is actually one of the criteria. We feel very strongly that law enforcement and hospitals and the DAs, et cetera, need to be trained to understand who it is we're talking about, who is appropriate for these types of assessments and what that process will look like. Some of the other key components, I think, related to our needs here are that we do have the right to discharge a patient without the yellow paper assessment if there's any concern on the part of the ED that it will create a more unsafe workplace for our care team members or for our other patients, and that the law enforcement will stay with the individual and be the ones really responsible for all aspects of the yellow flag assessment. So it's not just not going to be the burden of the hospital staff, which right now they really don't have the capability to do one more thing. So there may be instances where we'll work collaboratively, where local law enforcement will work collaboratively with the hospital to work out some other process that works better for everyone. But in the meantime, we're sort of setting some parameters related to this. And the commissioner has seen those parameters and has helped to shape them in some respects. So I think we're all in agreement that we can try this, see how it goes, and report back to you next session. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And finally, we'll hear comments from Jeff Austin.
Good morning, Senator Carney, members of the committee. Jeff Austin here on behalf of the Hospital Association. Let me too, before I start, also note my thanks to Peggy. Some of the reasons you don't get emails from her until 9:30 is some of us don't get our homework done until 8:30. So it is with my apologies that you don't often get this information in a more timely fashion. Some of us just can't seem to get our homework done on time. So thank you to Peggy and to all the committee for accepting this content late. Thank you also to Dr. Evans for sticking with us through this. This is a tough process. It's a tough issue. I think we largely agree with what Commissioner Sostruck has laid out. The guts of the original bill sought to have a network of telehealth assessments set up. That work is being done, and we are confident it will be completed, and we appreciate that. What the original bill didn't do, and what the amendment doesn't do, is regulate in detail how the real world is going to work. And so we're all just going to have to see how this rolls out over time. And I don't want people to get the impression that because there is a articulable pilot at Maine Health, that there is not other work at other hospitals on this. I think you'll see variations of what you heard from Katie across the state. I don't know that there will be a single formula for how this will roll out, because different hospitals are different and different law enforcement agencies are different, and how each of us intend to hammer out the details of how this work might vary. There's a downside to variation, but an upside over the next few years is we may get to learn, what things work, what things don't. This is high stakes stuff. And so we all want it to work as well as possible. And so we appreciate the framework for the amendment, which allows us to both shape to a certain extent how it will work through training, and then measure how it's working through data collection and reporting back to you. So we support the amendment, and we look forward to working with the administration on the training and reporting back to you on how it's going. And I think we all pray that it works well.
Thank you, Jeff Austin. And I see that there are a number of committee members with hands up, and I'll open up the floor to questions. Committee members, if you would like to see the criteria that Katie Fulham Harris just referred to, we can also ask. Peggy has offered to screen share that with us. So Representative Reckitt, you can begin with your question?
Somebody needs to get me a t-shirt that says unmute and it reads upside down so I see it when I look down. Anyway, I have one comment and one question. My question is, I'm a little, God, I can't even think of the word this morning, but I'm not confident that in the time from when this will be enacted, should it be enacted, or these changes done by the legislature and go into effect, that 3 trainings are possible in the balance of this year. So my question is there anything to prevent those trainings from being planned and scheduled and all that kind of stuff, whether or not these amendments go through? So that's a question to the commissioner, really, as to whether or not it's possible to do that. And I'll throw out my comment and then you won't have to listen to me again, and it'll give the commissioner a moment or two to figure out his answer to my previous question. Basically, I want to say that I was very pleased to say that the plan, to hear that the plan involves the law enforcement officer staying with the person in the ER or wherever that is that the person is. I spent a lot of time designing a program in part with Commissioner Sawchuk in his previous life that involved sending advocates with police officers to dangerous situations. And we were not willing to send the advocates until we were going to go with the police officer. So I think that's a really critical piece of this planning, is the responsibility of police to stay with the problem until it's safe for everybody. And I hope that will help with the emergency room panic over this situation. But I'm really interested in how, if it's possible to pull that many trainings off in the maybe 6 months or that you have.
Thank you very much, Representative Reckitt. I do appreciate that. And that continues to be a very powerful DV program, as you mentioned. So it's really, really good stuff all the way around. So the existing law, as it was originally drafted, does require law enforcement to stay with the client throughout the yellow paper assessment or weapons restriction process. So that's absolutely going to happen. And as Katie had mentioned, sequence-wise, operationally wise, that's another reason why it makes sense to do the yellow flag in kind of that time frame between the client reaching a facility and ultimately a blue paper evaluation, if that's appropriate. And it would be under our agreement with Maine Health. So the officer will definitely stay with them. And then, as I mentioned right out of the box, that there were some additional tweaks to that section 1, number 1, which does speak to training. And there was just a little bit of miscommunication or confusion on my part, really, it's my fault. That initially this says 3 regional trainings, which, thanks to our friend Zoom, we could probably accomplish in a year. But the reality here is that we probably want 1 mandatory training for all law enforcement. And you know that system very well from your time on the Board of Trustees. We can mandate this as a topic for every law enforcement officer across the state, full-time, part-time, doesn't matter, local, county, state, doesn't matter. So we could do that one time, and then we'll have a couple of voluntary trainings, if you will, 1 per year after that. So the first year in 2022 would be mandatory, 2023 would be a voluntary training, 2024 would be a voluntary training that we would all work together to formulate as far as a curriculum goes. I would also say that the Maine Criminal Justice Academy is already teaching this topic. They started teaching this as soon as it became law. Every session, as soon as we get the new laws that come through, there's a block of mandatory training. Again, as you know, that has all the latest laws for law enforcement officers to see, sign off on, receive instruction in the whole 9 yards. So that will continue. And I could see us tweaking that further as we get our training in mind for the mandated topics. And the AG's office actually teaches all of those new law updates at the academy. So we'll work with them on that particular curriculum. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk and others for the information you provided. And my question, and I'll start with the Commissioner since he seemed to have the biggest hand in the amendment. The training will focus on Title 34B, Section 3862A, and you said that training is ongoing. What I'm curious about is the report that you will prepare. If the training and the experience and the operational programs that you set out identify perhaps problems with the underlying statute, would those be included? Would that be the subject of the report as well? You know, if the law is working the way we want it to, or perhaps there are things we missed.
Yes, sir. I would envision that. I mean, and let me just start by saying that Jeff Austin actually drafted that first draft of this latest resolve, and I believe he also drafted 861. So there's a lot of respect for Jeff throwing that together yesterday amidst an in-person session. But for us, yes, I would envision that. For any report out that I've ever been involved with, we're providing those numbers, we're providing the data behind the scenes. But I would also look at that again as an opportunity for you to ask the Commissioner of Public Safety, in this case me, Katie, Jeff from Maine Hospital Association, you know, invite who you think is the most appropriate to answer, and you know, how are these things going? I think that that is exactly the right time to do that. And if we need to formalize that in writing, I'm sure we could work that into the report out as well. But these kind of conversations where it's an even flow of information, I think is incredibly powerful, and it's an important piece of the process.
Thank you very much for that response. That's important to me. I appreciate your thoughtful answer. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes primarily to Commissioner Sawchuk. As you know, Commissioner, we received one draft last night and a slightly revised version about an hour and a half ago. One difference pertains to the law enforcement community. In the draft last night, it made reference to state law enforcement and local law enforcement. In this morning's draft, they have been blended together, and the term used is simply law enforcement. I saw some utility in specifying or distinguishing local from state enforcement. I don't want one type of enforcement or agency, if you will, to be outnumbered or favored. What's the rationale for combining the two?
Yeah, it's a great question, sir. I think, you know, because quite frankly, we could put local law enforcement, we could put county law enforcement, we could still put state law enforcement, and in some respects, put federal law enforcement if we like. But if we just say law enforcement, it is going to cover everybody. So when I looked at that, that was just an attempt to try to tighten things up a little bit rather than add county, because we don't want to leave anybody out, right? Mm-hmm. So the broadest definition, the broadest coverage here, I think would just be law enforcement.
Okay, and you're satisfied it'll be balanced among the various departments and types of law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I'm in contact with all law enforcement types, if you will, around the state on a regular basis. Because of my position, I serve on the board, the executive board for Maine Chiefs. Maine Sheriffs are kind enough to have me at their monthly meetings. The Maine State Police fall under the umbrella of DPS. I have contact with all of the other state agencies, whether it be wardens or Marine Patrol or Forest Rangers who are now certified as law enforcement. So yes, I'm very confident that I'll have the proper players at the table, not only to help develop the training, but also to attend the trainings as well.
Sure. Okay, good. Thank you.
Senator Keim?
Thank Thank you. I wanted to make a motion to pass as amended, and I appreciate this. I think it's a really good draft. I do think the 3 years rather than the 5 makes sense, and we can always extend it later if we thought we needed to. But then in making that motion, I also question what Representative Reckitt brought up, which was whether or not they could actually complete the 3 trainings. So that maybe needs to be adjusted in the first year. And I didn't hear the answer from Commissioner Sostek on that. And then I had one further question as well about the scheduling, and I guess also to Commissioner Sostek. Just that right now you mentioned Spurlink's only doing 9 to 5 assessments, which obviously there's probably need in, nighttime hours as well. So what is the plan going forward for that?
I appreciate that, Senator, and I'm just typing in my suggestion for that section 1, number 1, which I had put together here just in the leeway. But I do appreciate the question because that's an excellent point. But Spurwink fully intends to staff up to 24/7, but they're not currently there. What's going to happen is they'll subcontract for this specific piece of their work. So there will be 24/7 coverage for these kind of assessments, if that's helpful. And I do appreciate you reaching out a couple of times for background and for updates on this process as well, and appreciate your patience. So I just pushed send on some language reference to that section 1, number 1 around training, based on a conversation I had with Katie and Katie had with Jeff before we kicked off.
Can you, Commissioner, could you please just verbally tell us what that is, because it allows those who are watching on YouTube and listening to understand your suggestion. I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I screwed up the track share because that did not, the track sharing that I had in my document did not copy over into that chat. So let me read that for you. I appreciate that. So section 1, number 1, in 2022, the Department of Public Safety shall conduct 1 mandated training program on temporary weapons removal assessments. In 2023 and 2024, the Department of Public Safety shall conduct at least 1 training program per year. So again, the mandated piece of that is that every law enforcement officer across the state would be required to receive that training and sign off on that training. If they don't, that's actually a decertifiable occurrence through the Board of Trustees. So there's one mandated version, which all 3,300-ish law enforcement officers would receive, and then a voluntary training once per year in the next 2 years, for a total of 3, right, overall.
Commissioner, I just wanted to thank you for reviewing that with us. And maybe I'm looking at the wrong version of the proposed amendment, but it's my understanding that the training program is broader than simply law enforcement. Is that, maybe I'm missing something, but can you address that, please?
Yeah,
Or
sure, that's
correct me if I'm
absolutely
wrong.
correct. I know for us, the request from our partners is that law enforcement officers be mandated to attend that, which I don't have a problem with at all. I didn't, however, request the same in turn from hospital staff or anybody else. I don't know enough about their world to understand what the mandated annual trainings would be or opportunities would be. I can't speak on behalf of public safety folks. The Maine Criminal Justice Academy also falls under the DPS umbrella, and they would be responsible for selecting mandated topics. So I can speak to that and say that I'm comfortable with that. I just don't know enough, and I didn't push with our partners to mandate anything on that. And I fully expect we'll have the right people in the room receiving that.
Thank you. Katie Fulham-Harris, did you wish to weigh in on this matter?
Thank you so much, Senator. I just wanted to sort of emphasize the importance to us that law enforcement receive the mandated training. That was something, this is an example actually of Commissioner Sostek working right up till the 10th hour with us to make sure that that the resolve really meets our needs. We want to have that threshold training available, or not just available, but taken by all law enforcement from deputy sheriffs all the way through, the Portland PD, so that there is a common understanding of what the process is, who the individuals are who will be brought in for assessments, and where the assessments will take place, all of those kinds of operational issues. I think we will certainly encourage our staff, our EDs, to engage in training, and we will provide them with training. But the mandated component seems most important for law enforcement, since they're the ones who will be connecting and responsible for doing the assessments with Spurwink.
And are you satisfied with the suggestion that it be one mandated training that is, I think the commissioner said, grounds for decertification if you don't participate in 2022? Okay.
Thank you. Yes, we are satisfied that one mandatory training in 2022 with sort of refresher trainings in 23 and 24 are appropriate. And it's my understanding that all new law enforcement officers will receive appropriate training through the Criminal Justice Academy. So that seems to meet all of those thresholds.
Thank you both very much. And Senator Keim, I just wanted to return to you with the question. I'm not sure all of your questions were answered.
I think that they are. I just, I will make a motion not to pass as amended, but I still probably think the amended version is not quite concrete enough for us to understand. So maybe we'll have to wait and have Peggy go through that with us.
Okay, did you wish to make the motion now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go
yes,
ahead.
I'll make the motion ought to pass as amended. I just think that it's going to take Peggy to kind of describe the amendment so that we actually know what that looks like.
Okay, we can have her review the amendment before we vote, but after we do the questions. Committee members, would anyone like to second the motion?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Does the motion refer to the amendment sent to us at 8:16 this morning?
Yes. Go ahead, Senator Keim.
Yes, it does. Yeah, that's the most recent one that I'm looking at, where they put it to the shift from 5 to 3 years, and had changed the law enforcement piece as well. Yeah.
Yep, that's good. I thought so, but we have two amended versions, so I just wanted to make sure we're talking about the right one.
Right, and then we also have to change the language around training.
Correct. But is that embraced in your motion?
It is. That's why I suggested that maybe Peggy review what that language would look like, so we know exactly what we're voting on.
Okay, so we have a motion. Thank you very much, Senator Keim. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Moriarty. And let's continue with the hands that are up for questions, and then we'll have Peggy review the document. Representative Reckitt?
Yeah, first I want to assure people that, in fact, if mandatory trainings are not done, people do get decertified. I've been involved with that process. It's painful for the officers, but they have to do it. So I don't think this is not a, here's the training you might want to take this year. It's absolutely you have to take this year. So I just wanted to assure people that that was in fact true. But the other piece is, my question was about the section that talks about invite at least the following to participate in the training. When I read that first, it said to me that these people who are these, in addition to law enforcement, the other groups that are mentioned, it was unclear to me whether they were takers of the training or presenters at the training. And it may be that some of them are both, in the sense that it seems to me that at some point, the behavioral health agencies or local hospitals might be useful as trainers in this overall training. So I just wanted to be assured that those those folks might go one way or the other. And it would be up to their employer, of course, to decide what they were going to be, who was going to be trained. But I also want to make sure that some of those people are involved as trainers as well, when that's appropriate. So if that's true, then I'm fine.
Okay, let's let Commissioner Sawchuk and Katie Fulham-Harris both weigh in on that. Thank you.
I appreciate the question, Representative Reckitt. Thank you, Senator. I would envision, I think the trainings that we've seen to this point, as an example, would involve Dr. Bader from the Office of Behavioral Health on the state side and a law enforcement officer or the Attorney General's office. So I think the best trainings, I don't care what the topic is, would be a co-instructor style model, because what I want to hear from the hospitals, we're walking into their facility. However, we're telepsyching out of their facility. So it may even be Spurwink as an example, as a provider, law enforcement officer. We're open to exactly what the best format is. We want to get it right. And again, I think we've got the right partners at the table to assure that. So hopefully that's helpful. So the answer would be yes, Lois, in the sense that I think they'll be attending, and in some cases they'll also be co-instructing in many ways.
Thank you.
Katie Fulham-Harris.
I have nothing to add. I fully agree with that.
Thank you both. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe my question would be for Commissioner Sawchuk. Again, I know it's a long ways away from the final product, but I'm trying to, in my mind, run the whole scenario through of how this would work, from the assessment to, okay, you haven't committed a crime, but we're gonna go get your weapons now. And, we're gonna make sure that you are honest with us, and that's not going to be an impediment on you surrendering your weapons, any and all. And I view this as kind of a lesser of two evils, if you will, having conflict inside, because I am a pro Second Amendment type person. But at the same time, I want to make sure that the safety of everybody is included. So I didn't know if you have a better picture of what the training and the assessment would look like. Obviously, it's not a pass or fail. It would be we're going to come and talk to your law enforcement, or your law enforcement is going to come and listen to us, and then we're just going to sign off saying you listen to our words. Obviously, there's no proficiency assessment made, just basic training. I don't know what that training would look like. Is it a 2-hour course, a 6-hour course, a 2-day course? So I guess that are my questions around that, and I don't know if you could answer that more specifically.
Yes, sir. I will give it a shot. I will say that, as you mentioned, that the firearms world is very dynamic and very emotional. So I think as it came through the legislature, I was very impressed in the first version of this, the strong support across the board, just the mindset around, we're just trying to keep people safe. This is a very small group, really, that ultimately kind of fall into these categories, these special set of circumstances where this would apply. And I think in this instance, if I could just kind of run through it. So an officer responds to a call. They believe they have probable cause to take somebody into protective custody because they're essentially a threat to themselves or others, or they're unable to take care of themselves. And there was a recent change in protective custody standards. But for the yellow paper side, a substantial risk in the foreseeable future. And the protective custody standard went from imminent and substantial, which was that way my entire career, to a likelihood standard. And that conversation was passed in the last session and really led by parents that were saying, boy, I get it. We can't get to imminent, right? What's imminent mean in that scope of time? Let's go with likelihood. That lowers the bar a little bit because I want to get my loved ones the help that they need. So those changes were made. So an officer takes somebody into protective custody. What we've seen by the data, the 22 cases that have actually worked their way through, that we believe that those are also blue paper style scenarios. So you're going to go to traditionally an ER, an emergency room setting. I'll work with Katie's team about the nuts and bolts, and we've already talked about a working group of exactly what that means when you enter the facility rather. But I envision an officer bringing that individual who they have in protective custody inside the facility, and then facilitating a telepsych appointment back to Spurwink. So Spurwink is an off-site location that would have a subcontractor to do these style assessments. There's that weapons restriction process. When that weapons restriction process is completed, we turn the client over officially to, in this instance, Maine Health personnel to continue on with their work, which would be that blue paper process. And then the officer would continue with the court process, right? So now they've got a doctor that signs off that says, yes, they meet that criteria for foreseeable harm. And now that officer would work into the courts, get a final approval on that court order that says that they're allowed to take those firearms, and then continue on from there. So then we have all these other reporting mechanisms and all these other things that would occur, a year out from that. Hopefully that's helpful. I mean, there's a lot going on there, and happy to dig in a little bit more if you like, but that's what I got so far.
And Madam Chair, if I may ask a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Sawchuk, I'm appreciative of your attempt, and I know this is all hypothetical, but are there key phrases or words that they're looking for, or is it, I will, or I'm gonna, or I'd like to, and the determination that what if they, and I'm running hypotheticals, and I don't want to take up the committee's time running hypotheticals, but if I think I'm being assessed for that, and I say, I don't have any weapons, I got nothing at home, and I don't know how that's going to play out. Is it going to be a sweep or, just obviously somebody in that state of mind, if they're assessed to be of harm to themselves or others, may not be truthful as to their status of weapons at their home. So just
that's a
curious,
great question.
I'll leave that.
Yep, it's a great question. I will say that with the 19 cases that I actually have a little snippet of the narrative, 19 out of 22, and I should have all 22, but I do not. I will tell you that of these 19, 5 of them involve somebody that actually fired their firearm, right? They shot a gun at somebody else or at themselves. All of them were weapons related. 6 of them were actually armed and threatening with a firearm, right? So when an officer does this initial assessment, all the cases that we've seen have been very, very dynamic. This isn't specific to firearms. This is dangerous weapons in general. But in the cases that I have in front of me, you have everything from a third party witness that sees somebody put the firearm in their mouth, to somebody on the roof of their house shooting at terrorists in the tree line. I mean, these are those extreme cases that would really fall under this. So I think the officers do these protective custody assessments in their mind all the time, right? There are thousands of these that occur on a yearly basis. And I've been involved in many, many, many evaluations where you're sitting in somebody's living room under that old imminent and substantial standard, listening to them, listening to third parties, putting all that case together in your mind and saying, do I have enough to take Mike into protective custody to get him further help? And the officers are going to do exactly that here. It's just the protective custody standard for firearms is foreseeable future rather than likelihood of harm. So it's a little bit different. I would say that it's too simplistic to say, you know it when you see it, right? But if they're firing guns and their loved one comes to them and say he was in his car threatening to kill himself and he had a gun to his head, I mean, those are the kind of scenarios where I think an officer would take that extra step to follow through with a weapons restriction process.
And I don't want to have anybody ever assaulted at a hospital or healthcare provider, but I'm just running the hypotheticals through my mind and saying somebody assaults somebody at the hospital, becomes aggressive or physical, and then they're, automatically fast-tracked over in this direction to, to see if they need to be yellow papered or blue papered or whatever they needed, because they were in a state of mind at the emergency room and happened to assault somebody that was unwarranted and uncalled for and unjust, but yet at the same time, would that trigger this process? So.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and I don't see this process being used in that way, sir. We haven't seen it that way for the 22 cases that we have so far. And I'll also just say out loud, which you already know and everybody knows, but I think it's important to say, the vast majority of people that have some kind of a mental health diagnosis are not violent, they're not problematic, they're not really causing anybody any problems day in and day out. Which is why, again, this 22 instances is a very small microcosm, tiny microcosm of that overall issue. Your traditional protective custody scenario, somebody's having a tough time. They're in the middle of a crisis situation. They do need to be assessed, but they're not to this extreme by any stretch of the imagination. And I don't envision a simple assault is what we would call it under the law, sir, with the category that you gave. Somebody got pushed in the ER or something happened there. That would not, in my mind, well, a judge is simply not going to sign off on that. I'm just going to say it out loud. There's no shot that's actually going to work its way through the system and have a judge sign off that that's a weapons restriction order assessment, if you will. I can't envision that in any scenario that you've mentioned so far.
Thank you. I'm just weary of the camel's nose under the tent.
Fair enough. Absolutely. I got you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I see that development of the curriculum of the training program is a joint responsibility. And just as an aside, I think should the bill be passed and the governor sign it, I think that work and preparation of the curriculum could begin before the bill actually takes effect. And my question, though, is for the current year, you have spoken about one mandated training program. Given the size of the state and the distribution of hospitals and so forth, is it likely that one program will actually be given in different locations?
Yeah, so that I could answer that a couple different ways. As an example, the last training that we did on protective custody matters with the change in the last session, right? I mentioned that earlier. Protective custody had tweaked, it had changed. So there was I want to say 2-hour session. I could be wrong. Maybe it was, no, it was a 2-hour session. So that was Dr. Bader. That was the AG's office in a joint co-instructor model. That was taped, right? So officers saw that. And then we put that out statewide through a Dropbox style model so that people could see it after the fact. And then it was covered under new law updates as a mandated portion of that overall instruction. So it was covered across the board there. Again, I can speak to the officers being mandated to see that. And I'll also say I'm going to get myself in trouble because I think we've already got mandated topics for 2022. I'll have to go back and carry the one and move some pieces around and see if we can get that thing done. But I think if you have that on tape, if you have that, stored someplace, you can use it as many times as you like. As you know, Katie could use it in one of her residency meetings, or we could do it in roll calls. There's a bunch of different options there.
Well, obviously, I was thinking back in the era of personal attendance, and you brought me up to the current state of affairs. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if my question is for Senator Kime or Peggy or whatever, but just in the wording of the bill that I would like clarified, we understand the intent here is for training of law enforcement, but part one says the Department of Public Safety will conduct and mandated it doesn't say mandated for just law enforcement. I'm trying to, section 2 says invite, and it's participate. It doesn't specify whether it has trainees or trainers, but includes law enforcement under number 2 and the rest of those categories. And so I'm wondering if wording should not clarify not only who conducts the training, but who are recipients of the training and who's mandated and who is not.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. And maybe this is a good time to transition to Senator Keim's suggestion that we actually look at the language again. And Peggy, I know that you wanted to respond. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen. Come on. And I think this is what Commissioner Sawchuk is saying, is I changed his language a little bit. In 2022, the Department of Public Safety shall conduct one mandatory training program for all law enforcement officers on temporary weapon removal assessments. In 2023 and 2024, the Department of Public Safety shall conduct at least one voluntary training program per year. And then with regard to subsection 2, which Representative Babbage was just talking to, I guess I need some clarification how you want to go with this. The Department of Public Safety, do you really mean to say shall offer the training to, you already have law enforcement up in one, so local hospitals, local behavioral health, ACT teams, all these folks. I'm not sure if I'm overstepping what Commissioner Sawchuk was intending, or if this was really kind of what he was focusing on. If the Department of Public Safety is putting on training, they can pull anybody in they think is appropriate to teach, I think. But if they're also going to offer as kind of students to the training, it makes it clear that they can offer it to all these folks. And there's kind of an encouragement by listing them in this resolve to actually attend that training. So is that, that's how I'm interpreting the discussion so far.
So your interpretation is the offer rather than invite, Peggy?
Yes, and to make sure that this is mandatory training for all law enforcement officers in that first year.
Okay, let's let both Commissioner Sawchuk and Katie Fulham Harris briefly weigh in on the invite versus offer word choice.
And I think Peggy, you got it. The paragraph 1. I think that's exactly as I intended it. So I greatly appreciate it on that, and certainly open to the conversation around invite, offer. I think the rest of these categories again are not mandated. So however you think as a committee that flows better, then we'll be there either way. Thank you.
And Katie Fulham Harris.
Thank you. This looks like language that meets exactly what we were intending. So I appreciate that, Peggy, for your great work.
Thank you both, and Peggy, thank you. Committee members, are there, I guess, Peggy, could you take us through the rest of the amendment? I know I'm making you jump back and forth between screens.
You know, it's clicking a mouse. It's not that bad. Right. So I guess section 1 was okay. At the beginning of that. And so one mandatory training program for all law enforcement officers. After that, for the next 2 years, at least one voluntary training program per year. And then however you want to go forward with this. I mean, it sounded like you wanted to make sure that all of these other folks had an opportunity to be students in the training. You can tell me that when we're done with this. Development of the materials and still doing a 3-year report. The report is to you folks in starting in March of 2023, and it would go over everything: what's being taught, who's doing it, what are their credentials, and then kind of the facts how is this being used? How many assessments are being conducted? Where? Who's doing them? Are they being done in person, or is it the telepsych, as Commissioner Sawchuk said? We're taking out C, I believe. And then I'm not sure, I know this was kind of ideal. Let's try to figure out who this population is. I don't know if there's any kind of pushback from the people who are actually doing this. And I'm not sure if it's the assessors who would be making this determination, or if it's the law enforcement officer who's going forward with the paperwork to the court to actually have that yellow flag order issued. And then I think paragraph F is the number of requested assessments that were refused. And I think the refusal is that there isn't somebody to do the assessment at the request of the law enforcement officer who has this person in protective custody, as opposed to the person who's in protective custody just totally refusing to participate. And I see Commissioner Sawchuk nodding his head, so he probably needs to clarify that for me, if not for anybody else.
Yeah. Commissioner, could you please clarify paragraphs D and F for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for D, when we had that conversation with Director Pollard of OBH and Dr. Bader, who really would have a more intimate knowledge of the subcontracting provider from Spurwink, they thought D was absolutely doable. They thought that was information that they could gather during that process. So I would also, I think informally, wouldn't have to be in this resolve. As we're having the conversation with law enforcement, I would ask them to send their reports to an entity, whether it's somebody, so that they have all those, and I'll get a chance to read all those as we go along. And then F, I do think, as we mentioned earlier, this is a pilot program through Maine Health. We're going to have other independent hospitals and other entities that will conduct these. I have no doubt about that. That's already occurred. But we may have entities that still don't want to take part for safety reasons. And so we just want to make sure that we're tracking those as well, just because we want to give you as complete a picture as possible. That would be a little bit more informal in the sense that I would be asking law enforcement agencies again to contact that one entity within DPS and say that we tried to get a yellow paper assessment in such and such a facility last night, and we weren't effective, and this is why. I have a few of those reports now that gives me the background. It's just that piece of this is a little bit more informal, right? Based on the data, I expect that individual is probably still going to be left there for a blue paper assessment, but for whatever reason, they couldn't complete the yellow paper. If that's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're good with D and F.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, are we okay to end screen sharing? Not seeing any hands up. Jeff Austin, did you also wish to weigh in on this? I'm sorry I didn't include you in the earlier round of questions.
Thank you. I just have one last second request, if we could accommodate it. In section 1 of the bill, or of the amendment, in number 3, the collaborative development of the training materials, I would greatly appreciate it if the hospital association were specifically mentioned in that list. I think you use something a little gaumier, like the Association of Statewide Association of Hospitals. But if we can be included, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, and we will, committee members, we're gonna we'll have to incorporate some of these other changes into the motion, ought to pass as amended, but we'll take care of that in a moment. Anybody have concerns about that suggestion by Jeff Austin? Not seeing any concerns. Thank you. Representative Moriarty, you have a concern about that? We're not able to hear you. I'm sorry.
All right, my fault. I'm just asking why the term hospitals isn't sufficient. And that appears in that paragraph.
Yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning, the sort of the protocols are going to vary potentially from region to region and hospital to hospital. And I want to make sure that that gets covered as we develop the training. I don't want a particular protocol to be outlined as the protocol and the only one available in the state.
And that language would bring a statewide perspective. Thank you. Representative Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would totally agree with what Mr. Austin just mentioned. It gives a much more statewide perspective because it depends on the size, location of the hospital, and you're not, one size doesn't necessarily fit all. So that's why if you include the hospital association, you're including all of the hospitals, and they're all receiving the same information at the same time.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for that contribution as well. Okay, committee members, I have a sense that we are ready to incorporate into the motion the last few language changes and then move on to a vote. Representative Babbage, did you have a question or concern?
I wanted to point out that the evolution that we've gone through is to have a 2022 training, a 2023 training, and 5 years thereafter for a 7-year program, to 222, 223, and 3 years thereafter for a 5-year program. And now we're at a place where we're doing one this year and then 23 and 24 for a 3-year program. That is by design, and I just wanted to have us be conscious of that and have a reason for doing so.
Thank you. Senator Keim, I think that you probably heard the addition of the Maine Hospital Association. Is that acceptable modification to your amendment?
Yes, it is.
And how about the changes in section 1 that Peggy reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And
But we didn't, did we decide whether it was offer?
I believe that offer. Well, you made the motion. Could you let us know what you would like to include in the motion?
I think offer is good. That makes sense to me, but I mean, if the committee had strong feelings about a different word, I'd be fine with that too, but offer makes sense.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Moriarty, are those changes acceptable to you as the seconder of the motion?
Yes, they are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And committee members, are we ready to vote? Thank you. And then before we vote, let's thank everyone who spoke to us regarding this measure, and we'll send you back to the attendee space before we move on to our vote. Okay, let's see. Thank you everyone for that discussion. And I think, okay, I think we're just committee members on the panel now, and our analyst and our committee clerk. And the committee is ready for the vote. Thank you, Supi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And Representative Thorne, could you tell us what your report out is?
Ought not to pass.
Many thanks. And so committee members, the ought to pass as amended motion prevails 8-1 with 3 absences. Thank you for all your hard work, and Representative Evans, thanks once again for bringing this matter forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank the committee for giving us the time. I know this is a difficult subject, a difficult issue, but I think that the committee did its job in making sure that no stone was unturned. So I appreciate the people who spent the time working to get us to this point. It was, you know, just from the beginning, it was almost like we would never get to this point. But through persistence and the patience of the committee, I want you to know I really appreciate that. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Peggy, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I had the vote as 10 voting in favor.
Oh,
Is that right?
You're right. I miscounted.
Okay, just in case somebody's listening but wasn't otherwise paying attention. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. All right, and with that, we will close the work session on LD 861, and we will move on to our second work session of the day. And this is LD 1728, and we've been requested by Senator Timberlake to table this and bring it back at another time. And so with that, I would recognize Senator Keim.
I make a motion to table.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. And committee members, let's do this by a show of actual physical hands. And if we need to do a roll call, we will. So if you're in favor of the motion to table, please raise your hand. And Representative Poirier, are you able to weigh in on this? Seems that she is not, but she's not in attendance. That would be a unanimous vote.
I have 10 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. And so 1728 is tabled, and we'll move on to our last work session on this morning's schedule, and that's LD 1310. And I will bring over the bill sponsor and would turn the virtual floor over to you, Peggy, for the bill analysis on the amended version, I guess.
Right. So the amended version came to you yesterday evening also. Everybody's burning the midnight oil these days. And Representative Talbot Ross has been working with advocates and also with the governor's office to find something that everybody could agree on. And so the draft it's a little bit rough, but was prepared by Tim Feely, the deputy counsel in the governor's office. And I'm looking for my draft right here. Here it is. And so just to let you know, it's based on the amendment that Representative Talbot Ross provided at the public hearing on February 9th. And then Mr. Feely went through and made some changes. And I think the gist of those changes are it's limiting. So it goes back to the sealing process that used to be in place, pretty close to what used to be in place from 2015 to 2019. But this limits it to just Class E crimes. And would it be helpful? I'll just do an overview and then we can look at details. It limits it to people who committed the crime if they were at least 18 years old, but under 28 years old. So it's basically a 10-year time span where their crime was committed, the age of them when they were committed. And then there are exceptions as to how once this is basically sealed, or there's a special restriction on dissemination of the conviction information, there are more people who would continue to have access to that information, different licensing and occupational boards, financial institutions in certain situations. Let me see. And it can also be used for fingerprinting. Representative Talbot Ross's amendment included access to victims. And I think I'm pretty much covering everything kind of generally, but you're going to want to look at specifics. I think I hit the high points, Representative Talbot Ross. If there's something else I'm missing, I'm sorry.
No. You've got the changes well. Just wanted to remind the committee about what the bill does. So this is a petition process. This is not an automatic sealing. You have to wait 4 years before you've satisfied all of the requirements of the court. You can have no pending charges, no new crime. It is an automatic loss if any of that does occur. The difference with this amendment, a key difference, there's three key differences that Peggy mentioned. One is this amendment limits the age range to 18 to 28. The amendment at the public hearing was any age. This amendment limits the classification to just Class E crimes. The amendment at the public hearing had all Ds and Es with some exceptions. This new amendment also expands who can see these records by quite a bit. It's enumerated in the new amendment dated March 9th, which is today. But we are respecting all federal and state laws around those entities that require fingerprinting. We've added financial services, regulatory agencies. We've added financial institutions. This covers childcare, teachers. It is a pretty good list of those who will still have access to these records, including what was always true, the Secretary of State's office, criminal justice agencies, court orders, the victims themselves, and then the person convicted of the crime. All of that is enumerated in this new amendment. The other piece to remember is that there is no appeal. There's no right of appeal by the person if the courts decide that the record cannot be sealed. The only right is to the state. I think that is it. Again, you have to fully satisfy all of the conditions. It is a petition process that goes to the courts. This is not an automatic. And again, it limits the age range. So we feel very good about this bill. We've been able to vet it with the main coalition to end domestic violence, the main coalition against sexual assault. All of Title 17A sexual assault statutes are in this bill with respect to that exemption. And I think that is it. I just want to thank the Deputy Legal Counsel for in the Office of the Governor, Tim Feely, for his yeoman's work in getting the bill into this final form for your consideration. And of course, the incredible Peggy Wright, who made sure that you all had a copy of it. I will say that as this session is rapid, I mean, it is a 24/7 session. We worked on it, got to this place, and you had it last night. So thank you, Peggy, for all your work. And I want to thank Tim Feely once again.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. And I just have a quick clarifying question for you. When you said that all of the Title 17A sexual assault crimes are included, does that mean that they would be crimes that are or are not eligible for the sealing request?
They are not eligible.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some substantive questions to ask. I'm going to delay on those and just make a couple of quick points to Representative Talbot Ross. Actually, the age at the time of commission is 18 to 27 and not 28. For what it's worth, I just think we ought to all be on the same page as far as that's concerned. Secondly, on the appeal provision, it says that the convicted person may not appeal as a matter of right. In my judgment, that doesn't mean they can't appeal at all. They can appeal, and it's within the discretion of the court whether or not to accept the appeal. And I would ask for perhaps Peggy's feedback on that point. By contrast, the state—
Representative, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we had planned, once Representative Talbot Ross spoke to us, to actually have Peggy screen share the proposed amendment, and your questions maybe would be helpful to ask them as we go through that screen sharing process. Would that be acceptable to you?
Sure, whatever works.
Okay, I think that'll help us all kind of follow the flow of the amendment. Thank you.
Are you ready for me to share now, or are there other questions? Okay.
Yeah, I think we can ask them during the screen sharing process. Thanks so much, Peggy.
Oh, you're welcome. And Mr. Feely and I talked yesterday about it would be nice to have this in really beautiful form for you. There are going to be some inconsistencies that we'll have to iron out, but as long as you tell me where you want to go, we'll be able to fix that, and it won't look quite like this, but we'll make it fit. So it starts with the amendment that Representative Talbot Ross presented for the public hearing back in February, but it's dated yesterday because this is when we got this. So you'll see that the eligible conviction, the changes are in red. So eligible conviction used to be Class D or Class E crime, except a whole list of things. And instead, it's just an eligible crime is a Class E crime, except a conviction for a current or former crime under Title 17A, Chapter 11. I think this is a typo that should be struck out as well. So not all of Title 17A. It's just 17A Chapter 11, which is the sexual assaults. The only Class E crimes in Chapter 11 there's a version of unlawful sexual touching, there's a version of unlawful sexual contact, and there's a version of sexual abuse of minors when the victim is either 16 or 17 years of age and is a student in a private or public school, and the actor is at least 21 years of age. So it's a very minor Class E, minor category of Class E crime under sexual abuse of minors. Sexual abuse of minors is usually either a D or a C crime. So there's just this one little narrow area. The rest, so all I'm saying is none of these are eligible The question that was raised to me outside this meeting was, well, how many Class E crimes are there in Title 17A, Chapter 11? There are 3. But so rather than saying all of any crime except these 3 and list them, we'll just say except the Class E crimes in Title 17A. So those aren't covered. Okay, that took way too much time. So everything else that had been proposed in the bill, including a couple that had an additional 20-year waiting period, those are no longer part of the contemplation because a lot of those were Class D crimes. So the only ones that are not acceptable, that are not eligible, are those sexual assault crimes. And so this subsection 6 will look very different. It will just say except for those crimes. We don't have to list all those paragraphs anymore. The way the amendment was structured was to call this a sealed record once the court agreed that the person met all the eligibility criteria. And then we used that and put it into the Criminal History Record Information Act to say a sealed record is confidential criminal history. And we're not, I don't think we're going down that road with this amendment because of the changes that the governor's office has made. So, and this is the other criterion is that the person had in fact attained 18 years of age, but not 28 years of age. And actually Representative Talbot Ross went through all this. It's an eligible criminal conviction. We looked at that definition. Every bit of the sentence that has been imposed has been satisfied. So whether it's restitution, community service, probation, it's completely satisfied, and at least 4 years have passed since that completion. There are no other state conviction, no other out-of-state convictions. And nothing, and no other criminal convictions from another jurisdiction since the time in those last 4 years. And there's no presently pending criminal charges in this state or another jurisdiction. So if the person meets all this criteria and the crime was committed between the ages of 18, they were at least 18, and they haven't turned 28 yet, then they can apply. So here's the process. They file a motion in the underlying criminal proceeding asking the court to determine that they meet all those criteria. And the motion is filed. The clerk sets a motion for a hearing. It is actually a hearing before the judge. And this is subsection 2 is an issue that Judy Meyer had mentioned, is that yes, they have a right to counsel, but they don't have the right to assign counsel that the state pays for. The prosecutorial office that prosecuted the underlying crime is given notice and can be there and can participate in the hearing. The main rules of evidence do not apply. So they can use any other information and other reliable hearsay that the court permits. This is actually the same process that was in effect from 2015 to 2019. And then the court, if the court finds the person eligible to have all that done, then the court shall issue a written order certifying this determination and sealing the record. If the court determines that the person has not established one or more of the statutory prerequisites, then the court shall deny the motion. The order must contain written findings of fact, and the copy of the order must be provided to the person and the prosecutorial office. So we've got a written order. At the same time that the court issues the order, the court electronically transmits notice of the court's order to the Department of Public Safety, Bureau of State Police, State Bureau of Identification. They do not need a paper copy. The old law said you have to give them a paper copy. They actually prefer to get the electronic transmission from the court. And so that's updated from the law that was repealed in 2019. And then the SBI, this is the key part, because they're the ones that folks are getting criminal records from, right? They have to amend its records to say this information is subject to special restrictions on dissemination. We cannot give this out to the public. It's not part of a public criminal history record that would go out to just anybody. If there's a subsequent new criminal conviction, there's a whole process for the person can go to court and admit it and have it unsealed, the prior one unsealed. Or if the court becomes aware of it, the court can pull them into court and go over it. And if the court agrees that there is a new conviction, then same thing, sends a notice, issues an order that says no longer sealed, sends that information to the SBI. And that's what subsection 8 is. So this is where it differs from what Representative Talbot Ross had presented. It goes back to the language about special restrictions on dissemination. So a criminal justice agency may not share the record that has been sealed with anybody else except for the following listed here. The person always has access to their record. Another criminal justice agency has access to that record for the purposes of the administration of criminal justice and criminal justice agency employment. You're applying to be a police officer, the criminal justice agency has access to that sealed record. And there's a definition here of what that means. So it can also be used as part of a prosecution of the person for a new crime, which means it becomes public information. So if it's given to the prosecutor can include that in a charging instrument. The charging instrument is a public record. Anything that goes on in the trial or before the court, that's a public record. So even though it's been sealed, because we're calling this part of the administration of criminal justice, it's no longer confidential information. Even if that subsequent prosecution doesn't result in a conviction, that information is out there during the prosecution and the trial. If there's not a conviction, then it's still sealed and cannot be released by a criminal justice agency for any other purpose, except as here. But it's not a public record for the criminal justice agency to share with anybody, if that makes sense. We can talk about that. It can be given to the Secretary of State to ensure compliance with federal motor vehicle law. It's available to the victim. And if the victim's a minor, to the parents or guardian. If the victim cannot act on the victim's own behalf, then the victim's agent. Financial services regulatory agencies. So this is kind of a broad brush, but it's trying to identify, especially where there are federal requirements for a criminal records check. And so it's the Bureau of Insurance, Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection, Bureau of Financial Institutions, and the Office of Securities to ensure compliance with these titles that they oversee, as applicable in any state or federal requirement to perform criminal background checks. So it's those agencies having access, and they get that access by contacting the SBI, and the SBI says, okay, we know who is asking for this and why. We actually can share this otherwise sealed record. It's also available to professional licensing boards. And I need to pull up this cross-reference, section 5303, subsection 2. I know that's kind of a general review process. And actually, I'm hoping that if Mr. Feely is available, he can kind of talk about that, because believe it or not, I'm having computer problems and I cannot access anything online other than what I've already saved. So maybe he can address that a little bit. But also the State Board of Veterinary Medicine, And this was in a bill we had discussed a couple of years ago to financial institutions. When the financial institution is required to conduct a criminal history record check for the position for which the prospective employee or prospective board member is applying. And this is new to any entity that is required by state or federal law to conduct a fingerprint-based criminal background check. And so that does include teachers. It includes main revenue services, because the federal law requires them to have their employees go through federal fingerprint-based background checks if they're handling certain confidential tax information. And there are several other agencies. And if you have a memory of all the freedom of access reviews with proposed public records exceptions for fingerprint-based background checks, knowing that the federal law does not allow the agency that gets that information back from the FBI to share that. Every single one of those has gone through the Judiciary Committee for review. So you'll know that there are actually quite a few. There are childcare licenses that have to go through that process. So those are the significant changes. And I'm thinking that's it. This is actually where we need to figure out if there's a conflict, because the way Representative Talbot Ross's amendment was drafted, the record is sealed and then we call it confidential criminal history record information. This is the definition of confidential criminal history record information. We added paragraph M in that amendment. So that's not current law, but that is how we were trying to kind of have one system of confidential records that the SBI would have to comply with. And we can make this fit that way by writing in those exceptions that we just talked about in red somehow into this. And I would actually really like a little bit of time to work with like Director Matt Ruel and folks from the AG's office and figure out how to make that work if this is something that you want to go forward with. So this is kind of a hybrid amendment. And once we know what your intent is, we can put it in language, I think. Are there any questions? I know I went fast.
Thank you, Peggy. And I just want to, so what I'm envisioning is if what you're suggesting is that that the committee would vote today so that you understand the policies that we wish to include in the report out, that you would then work a little bit more on the language and bring it back to us for language review?
Yes, please.
Okay. And then also I wanted to let committee members know that, if we do vote on this and then it comes back to us for language review, if people are concerned about the language, we can always reconsider at that point. But I think it is helpful to have a clear viewpoint of what the policies are prior to the language review.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Peggy. And Representative Harnett, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have one question for Peggy and a question for the bill sponsor, if I might.
Go ahead.
Peggy, and I realize this is a work in progress and we're going to see it on language review, but I have a question about section 2262 on page 2 of the bill, specifically subsection 2. I assume the second sentence of section 2 would come out since we're no longer covering D&E crimes. Do you see what I'm referring to? Yes.
Yes.
So that would come out, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe that's correct. You're talking about
The 20-year sentence.
Right. That should definitely come out. Right.
Okay. Thank you. And the second is a question for the bill sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross. First of all, thank you for bringing us this amendment. And just so I'm clear in my mind, am I right that this is essentially the law that sunsetted that had been in effect for a limited period of time in terms of dealing with criminal records of people at a certain age, with the most significant difference being that it is now available to more parties than it had been under the pre-existing law. Am I right on that?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Harnett. You are right. This is exactly that law that had been in effect for 3 years with no issues at all, no issues at all. But what we've done is expanded the age range from 18 to, thank you, Representative Moriarty, to the end of your 27th year in this world. And we have added to the list of those who have access to the records. So it takes it one step further by adding to that list from that previous bill that was in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. And Madam Chair, if appropriate, I'm ready to make a motion to frame the discussion, but I leave it up to you if you want to have other questions come first.
Why don't you go ahead with your motion, Representative?
Thank you. I move ought to pass as amended, realizing that we'll come back with language review.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Committee members, is there a second? I see that Representative Babbage has seconded. Okay, and again, that frames the discussion, but we have a motion and a second, and we're going to move on to take additional committee member questions. Are you all done with your questions, Representative Harnett?
I am. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, Representative Thorne, go ahead with your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think Peggy can answer this. And I remember way back when mentioning this from a Air Force recruiting perspective, that there were sealed records that, we were able to obtain of law violations, regardless of whether or not they were sealed or otherwise, or conducted as a minor, just for national security purposes. And I didn't know if there was a line in here that would satisfy that. I know there was a fingerprint by federal agencies mentioned. And I just want to be sure that that's encompassing what I am referencing.
I am not exactly sure. What I would like to do is look at the existing criminal history record information. I don't think that's mentioned in the language in this amendment, but what I would like to do is look at the language in the existing Criminal History Record Information Act about what can be shared. And as I mentioned, my computer is not letting me look at that. So
and that may be something that the sponsor may be able to answer if possible.
She might be able to.
If that rings a bell for you, Representative Talbot Ross.
Representative Thorne, thank you. Can you repeat the question, please?
My concern was to see where it may reference that any criminal activity as a minor or that was sealed was available for military recruiting purposes.
Could I just jump in real quick? Is that this bill does not apply to juvenile records whatsoever. So if you're looking for juvenile records, adjudications for juvenile crimes, that's not covered by this. That's actually covered by the Juvenile Code and Title 15.
Okay. And that the premise for that question, Peggy, was based on section 2265 sealed records, item 2, subsection A. If the victim is a minor and the parents or parental guidance and so forth. So I'm just trying to see, I know that applies to victim, but just wanted to make sure that if the the convicted was a minor, and it doesn't apply, is what you're saying. I heard the reference.
Right, there's another way that those records are dealt with. They're not dealt with here, and they're not dealt with by the Criminal History Record Information Act.
All right, so I would just frame my question from the perspective that the bill is written 18 and older, that
Right.
there is a provision in there for military access if the individual is applying for the military, that would be accessible for the purpose of background check.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Thorne, for raising that issue. And I just want, before we vote on the motion, perhaps we can just clarify that we would incorporate, if that is not already the case, that information is available for purposes of service in the armed forces, that we would include that in the motion. Thank you for raising the issue.
Thank you, Madam.
Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peggy, I have several terminology questions and then one more substantive thing to raise. It seems to me that there are multiple phrases used to describe the record we're intending, the type of material we're intending to protect. In section 2263, which is the section that says this is by motion only, it refers specifically to a criminal conviction or records relating to a criminal conviction. On the next page in subparagraph 5, if the person is successful in persuading a judge that all of the criteria have been satisfied, it says that the court shall seal the record. And then we get in ultimately to the term confidential criminal history record information. And that has multiple subparts, but I don't see that any one of the subparts refers to a conviction. So I think there ought to be uniformity in the use of terminology throughout, because I'm seeing sort of the target described in different terms, which is confusing to me.
Okay, so let me just step back again for the Criminal History Record Information Act. Defines all criminal history record information, anything that somebody has where they're identified in part of the criminal justice system, arrests, any kind of prosecution, charging instruments. What our law says is, it used to be called confidential. It used to be called non-conviction data was confidential. And we've instead, several years ago, amended the law to say, here's what public criminal history record information is. And that consists mainly of conviction information. Convictions are always public, except I think after there's been a full and free pardon, in which case those would no longer be public. Most of the other information about somebody's history with the criminal justice system is not a public record. So their arrest, if nothing's happened with that arrest after a year, although it's public for those first 365 days, if there's been no prosecution going forward, that arrest record is no longer available from the SBI. So really, the crux of the very focus of the information that is available from SBI is convictions. And the SBI doesn't even have the conviction information for certain inland fisheries and wildlife convictions, marine resources convictions, some of the convictions that the Secretary of State oversees. But we're talking about what the State Bureau of Identification has and can share with the public. So talking about a conviction, normally convictions are not confidential criminal history record information. And as I said, the way we tried to construct this amendment originally was to say we're turning this record of a conviction into confidential criminal history record information. So it's not available to the public. It's only available to these certain people in certain situations. The SBI administers that now, and they know how to do that.
I'm even more confused then.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
So
Section 2263 says that we're sealing information relating to a specific criminal conviction.
Right.
So it doesn't refer to the broader term of confidential criminal history record information. So is that being sealed, or is it just the conviction that's being sealed?
So confidential criminal history record information is confidential. So it cannot be shared with the public.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about sharing. I'm talking about what are we sealing?
You are sealing the conviction. Information about the conviction, which without this bill is public information.
But again, the definition of record information doesn't even refer to a conviction. You got 13 subparagraphs there, and conviction isn't listed.
Right, because the Criminal History Record Information Act does not treat convictions as confidential. All convictions, without this bill, all convictions are public information. They are public Criminal History Record Information Act, public Criminal History Record Information. So if you, in the amendment, it doesn't really show up because we lost the underlining. But if you go that paragraph M just before the summary, that was added in Representative Talbot Ross's amendment to say, this is the definition of what criminal history record information is, that's confidential. We added paragraph M, information that is part of a sealed record pursuant to this new process. So that would make it confidential. And those sealed records are convictions for those eligible crimes. They go through the process, they meet all the statutory prerequisites, they go through the process, the court seals their record, and now we're going to say, okay, that conviction, that sealed record is now considered confidential.
Okay, I'm going to hold on my substantive question to give others a chance, but where a person is successful on motion in establishing that he or she has met the criteria, the statute as phrased says that the court shall seal the record. What does that mean? What is the record?
So, I mean, maybe that needs a little more description to say seal the record of the conviction. That's what that is supposed to mean, is sealing all the information about the conviction. That's what the record means in that section.
Okay, I think that probably should be clarified, but that's my personal opinion. Yes. My personal opinion only. That's all. Okay, Madam Chair, I'll stop at that point.
Thank you. Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's just a quick question for Peggy, but I would like to thank the sponsor for putting significant time and effort into bringing us a really thoughtful amendment. Peggy, my clarification is I've read through the Class E list of offenses, and I'm just trying to, I heard your explanation of what is included under Title 17A, Chapter 11, but would it be possible to screen share that so I can make sure I'm understanding what that includes completely?
I don't think I can screen share it because I have for some reason lost my good internet.
Would it be possible to just send out a link to it then that I could?
Absolutely, I will do that.
Email? Okay,
yeah,
that would be fine. Thank you. That's all.
I can endeavor to screen share it as well if needed.
Thank you. Not sure I can actually get to links.
Peggy, I'll put it in the chat. Everybody just give me one moment.
So the three sections I'm talking about are in Title 17A, Section 254. I can put this in the chat as well.
17A. Okay, so 254.
254.
And I apologize, due to my technical difficulties, would you mind, Madam Chair, sending it to me in email format? I can't pick up anything out of the chat because it's on a separate device.
Okay. So
thank you so much.
I can do that. I can send an email. What I can't do is link to statutes online right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and Peggy, if you can just recite for us, because recite for us the specific sections that would be impacted.
Yes. So Title 17A, Section 254, subsection 1, paragraph C. I think that's the only. Section 255A, this is unlawful sexual contact. It's subsection 1, paragraph S. That's it.
Okay.
And then LD 260, unlawful sexual touching, subsection 1, paragraph J, and that's it.
Okay. Thank you. And we do just, okay, great. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you. I'm sorry for my technical problems.
That's no, I think you've given us all the information that we need to check it out.
Okay, great.
Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Representative Talbot Ross. I just wanted the committee to think about something, and also the sponsor. I don't know how we could address it without possibly creating a fiscal note, but on page 3, the legal counsel, I am concerned. We've been working on a lot of access to justice issues to level the playing fields as much as we can, and someone who is indigent and used indigent legal defense perhaps 5 or 6 years ago, and now is going to go through this petition or appeal process to qualify for this program. What if they can't afford the legal help that people that can afford it? So I'm going to vote for the bill regardless, but it's a worry I have. I didn't know if anybody wanted to weigh in on that.
Thank you for raising that concern, Representative Evangelos.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I thank you for raising it as well, Representative Evangelos, and all of those who have raised it before you. This committee knows better than any about the limitations of access to justice. You've been debating it for a year and a half. Before that, when I served as a member of this committee, we debated it when, back then. I mean, this is an issue in the state of Maine. Can I fix everything in this one bill? I'm sorry that I can't, but this is an issue that is prevalent in the state of Maine. The Sixth Amendment report details it better than I could. So we've got our work cut out for us. It bothers me, but gonna try to do whatever we can. And I really want to emphasize that this bill worked for 3 years. For 3 solid years, this bill worked. And we've taken a very large bill, and we've really worked hard with the governor's office to bring you a bill that is sound, and it is actually much more limited in scope, but we do expand the areas in which needed to be expanded, which is the access to information is uninterrupted for a number of entities that we've already talked about. But I really just hope that you hear that this worked for 3 years, and Representative Evangelos, that's something that I will continue to work on.
Oh, no doubt about it. I just didn't know, obviously there's fiscal implications to that as well, and then you don't get anything. So, I hear you. Thank you.
Representative Evangelos, I'd also just like to follow up on this concern, because what we've seen in the civil legal services arena is that organizations have made self-help materials that are actually quite thorough and helpful available to meet the needs of those for whom there's not adequate financial resource to retain counsel in civil legal matters. And I could see different organizations developing those same self-help materials, which, are not as good as having, a live attorney to consult with, but they do help meet an unmet need. And again, as you indicated, avoid the fiscal note that could be a real challenge to any legislation.
Okay,
That's my hope.
Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Senator Khan?
Thank you. My questions are for Peggy. I have 2. Well, I think the first one is for you anyway. Just wanted to understand the process in the most basic sense. If someone were to request the records of a certain person for background purposes, say it's a financial institution, how is that decision, like, how does it automatically happen that someone says, oh, it's a financial institution asking for this information, and therefore here's these unsealed records, as opposed to, I just kind of wanted to understand, because if a financial institution doesn't know to say, please send me their sealed records, right, then how does it happen automatically?
That's a great question, and I'm not really sure how to make that happen. And those weren't existing in the law when it was in effect from 2015 to 2019. I think that would be worthwhile having a conversation with how the SBI does share records and how they would. I guess if the financial institution didn't know that they needed to say that, then they're probably not going to get them. But if they did know, then there would be a way to provide that information. But I would like to talk to Director Ruel about how SBI sorts out who gets the information and who doesn't. It's also a restriction on any criminal justice agency. So this would say you can't go to the police department, and the police department can't hand over these records. You can. I think it's the courts in some aspects are considered criminal justice agencies. I'll have to go back and check that. You wouldn't be able to get this information from the courts either.
So that's something that you can get further information on and bring to us, is to make sure that there's some sort of process set up in the background that helps it happen automatically.
Yeah, I'm not sure if automatic works, but there might be, some additional information that somebody would have to provide in order to show that they have the authority to access those records. But it might be when they make the request, they have to check that off and somehow authenticate that they meet that criteria.
Okay. And then I wanted to go over the part where we're talking about unsealing a record if the person had a new criminal conviction. So there seems to be a pretty clear direction to the person to file with the courts and say, hey, I have a new conviction. And so therefore I can't have my record sealed anymore, which in general, I mean, that's an extra step for someone when life isn't happening. So even if they meant to comply, very easy not to, comply. But then if they don't, what concerns me is that it doesn't seem there's an actual process for unsealing the record. So it kind of says if the court finds out, right, if they just happen to find out, which maybe them happening to find out is more automatic than it seems to be as it's written. But it seems like then the court reaches out to the person, offers them a hearing. And that's really the only step the court can take, because then it doesn't say anything else after that, except that then it's a whole process if a person requests a hearing. But if the court reaches out and the person doesn't request a hearing, it seems like the process gets dropped. It doesn't say, well, the court can then decide to unseal it. It just drops it. So what if the court reaches out, the person doesn't respond? What then happens?
You're right. I think that's a really good question because it doesn't look like it addresses that. I mean, I would think the default position is if the person has notice and they don't request a hearing, but they've had an opportunity for a hearing, then the court can go ahead. If it has information to show that because the person has to rebut it by clear and convincing evidence. So if the court has the information of a conviction, the court should be able to unseal the record or, remove that special restriction.
Right. And I think there should be some process that, if the person doesn't respond in 30 days, it's unsealed or something like that. But right now, as I read it, it doesn't give the court authority to do anything other than reach out to the person and say, hey, we've heard you have a criminal conviction. So I don't know who best to, I don't know if it's the court. We would ask the court to make a suggestion on process there, but I would like to hear further on process for that.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
And my understanding is this never happened during the 4 years or 3-4 years it was in effect.
Oh yeah, and that reminded me of the other question I didn't know if you could share with us. I think we chatted about it earlier from the Criminal Records Review Committee. So when this law was in effect, how many convictions were sealed? And then you're saying that not one time in with all those sealing did they actually commit a new crime and then have to have it unsealed? Like that process never had to happen?
The judicial branch didn't report any of those. So I don't know if that's true. And remember that these were people whose convictions were between the ages of 18 and I want to say 25. Maybe it was 21. I better go back and look. But so this is the information that the judicial branch gave the Criminal Records Review Committee. How many were filed by judicial region, how many were granted, how many denied, how many withdrawn, and how many were still pending at the end of that year. And so you can see that there weren't a whole lot. And I don't know if that's because people didn't know about it or people didn't feel they were eligible or it wasn't worth following up on. There was no filing fee. It was a form to fill out that the judicial branch provided. And my understanding is they would do the same going forward if this went back into law.
Okay. And is it possible to find out if any of them were unsealed? Is that something that they would know and be able to share with us?
I would think so, because it would be a process under that statute that is no longer in existence, but it would be, I will ask.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful. And then I guess maybe asking the courts as well about the process.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
And Peggy, could I add, could you please ask the SBI, because I think that they're actually the hub of this information more so than the court system. Thank you.
Right. They all have to work together to make it effective. Okay.
All right, thank you. And so, thank you for those questions, Senator Keim. Representative Babbage?
Oh, yes, I appreciated Representative Evangelos addressing the council issue. At that time, I wanted to say that I had entertained the idea of omitting, and being silent regarding council at state expense, but I think even that has fiscal implications, and I respect the sponsors' work to continue what we have had, and all of our work to expand it to where we are. So I very much appreciate the work that's been done to get us to this place. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes to the sponsor and then may be passed along. I don't understand why there is a distinction in appellate rights as between the state and the petitioner.
Representative Talbot Ross?
Thank you for the question. We literally copied the law that was in place. So if you want to find that out, you have to go a little bit further back than I am. I'm just pulling this over for what worked. There's not been an issue that we know of. If you'd like to change that, you're more than willing to do so. I'm just trying to continue what worked in the past and move it forward. So I don't have an answer for you.
I wonder if we know if there were any appeals. I don't know if that's on your data sheet, Peggy.
I can ask. I will ask. And the only thing I can say about that kind of imbalance is that it appears that way in all the statutes. It's the old law that was repealed. I'm just looking at my bill analysis because I know I talked about this. But there were, that's true in anywhere for extradition, for post-conviction review, where it is criminal extradition, prohibiting possession of a firearm, post-conviction review, post-judgment motion when person's identity has been stolen, and review of revocation of probation. That anytime the defendant, the individuals, is not happy with the decision, they do not have an appeal as of right, although the state does. So it's consistent. I don't know where it comes from. And I know a foolish consistency is a hobgoblin of small minds.
I've heard that. Yeah. Do you feel that as written, a unsuccessful petitioner may appeal on a discretionary basis?
Yes, absolutely. That's a discretionary appeal to the law court. The difference there is if say the record is sealed and the state says, no, we think this is a really inappropriate place, this person's not eligible or whatever, the state has a right to appeal to the law court and the law court has to take that appeal. If it's the petitioner whose record did not get sealed, wants to appeal, that's discretionary for the law court. That's what the discretionary and as of right is whether or not you actually get it in front. The law court will listen to you. The state, they have to listen to the state. They don't have to listen to the individual.
Just one final follow-up then, Peggy. As I read this, both parties appeal pursuant to rules adopted by the law court, is it possible the appeal goes to Superior Court first, or?
Very few appeals go from I mean, this could be coming from a Superior Court decision
Actually, it could,
anyway.
yeah.
But with the unified criminal docket, it's really not supposed to be a difference whether it's the district court or the Superior Court, and very few appeals go to the Superior Court now. It's no longer really considered an appellate court. You've been practicing a long time, so you remember when there were a lot of appeals that would go to the Superior Court.
True.
Very few do now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Peggy, I was wondering if I could ask you a question because I appreciate the kind of process concerns that Senator Keim has raised. And I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for us to include in the amendment that we're looking at authority for the SBI to engage in routine technical rulemaking to establish the processes for, to ensure that entities that do have the right to access this information are able to access it efficiently. And then also similarly to create routine technical rules, to engage in routine technical rulemaking, to create rules that would give a little more procedural outline to how the process for unsealing a subsequent conviction would work.
I'm happy to do that. I'm just wondering if the unsealing part, I mean, the court process, the court piece of it is probably more within the jurisdiction of the court as opposed to SBI. What happens once the court rules on that, of course, would be how SBI would want to treat that or how they work that into their system. So maybe that's a question that I talked to both Ann Jordan and Matt Ruel about.
Okay. And then, okay, thank you. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to address the question about financial institutions that was raised by Senator Keim. How would they know? The language of the amendment states to a financial institution, if the financial institution is required by federal or state law, regulation, or rule to conduct a criminal history record check for the purposes of hiring. I would assume a financial institution would know if that is what they have to do and would, as a matter of course, include that in any communication seeking a criminal history. I think there is quite a bit of detail in that section, and that's subsection 7 of 2265. I just put that out there.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Keim?
I read that differently, Representative Harnett. I read that more not them, like as it's a description of which financial institutions could have access, but not necessarily. I just don't know that they would know. Not every state maybe seals records. So what I was trying to understand is that, I mean, to me, that's limiting which financial institutions have access legally, but not that they would necessarily know that there's something further to request. That's my concern. And I just read that a little bit differently than what you do.
Fair enough.
But I don't know that I'm right.
Committee members, any additional questions for Peggy or for the bill sponsor? Is there any committee discussion on the pending ought to pass as amended vote? Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make it clear that I am comfortable amending that motion to address the concern raised by Representative Thorne regarding military recruitment.
Thank you.
However that needs to occur.
Can I just clarify? So that would be one more area where they would have access? Is that what you're saying? They would be able to access what's a sealed record?
If that is what they're required to do under federal law, yes.
Okay.
And Representative Babbage as the seconder of that motion, that's fine with you. And Senator Keim, go ahead.
I think I had one more question for Peggy. And that is generally, whenever we talk about sealing records or whatnot, we hear from, people who are concerned with freedom of access. Do you know if and I'm sorry, I didn't look because this is sort of late filed anyway. Did we hear from anyone on that? Is anyone express concerns?
So I know that Judy Meyer is away this week, and she let me know that she's still interested in these bills. So right now, I believe this is relying on the Criminal History Record Information Act with regard to sharing information inappropriately, which I don't think the Maine Press Association or the Maine Freedom of Information Coalition has a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the original legislation made it a crime for anybody who had the information to share it. What's in the Criminal History Record Information Act is it applies to criminal justice agencies. So it's a crime for somebody in a criminal justice agency to knowingly share this information when they are not authorized to do so. So it takes out, the public, certainly takes out the press, the paper, the media, if they have information. There's also US Supreme Court decisions about the press not being restricted to something that's newsworthy and accurate and was legally obtained. So if they have information about a conviction 20 years ago that was legally obtained and they think it's newsworthy and it's accurate, no matter what our statute says, I believe a court would hold that they have the ability to publish that without any kind of penalty or punishment. Was that too much?
No, that was helpful. Absolutely. And it did kind of bring up one of the other questions I had. It's just that, this process is, it definitely has merit, but there's also that, that question always in my mind of, are we just giving people permission to lie? And there's not, once something's public and then we tell them it's sealed, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's forever sealed, right? I mean, if the information was out there once, we all know most information still remains out there. So it does put people in kind of a bind. But yeah, so what you're saying is Judy Meyer is not aware then of this new, so we haven't heard from her at all. Okay. That's helpful. Yeah, I mean, for just offering perspectives and conversation on the bill, I mean, I'm definitely inclined to vote for this bill. I think, it's an important measure for us to be considering, this type of thing and, a fresh start for people. I wouldn't be okay with routine rulemaking when it comes to automatic unsealing, because routine technical means some other non-elected body makes up, I think, too important of a consideration for what unsealing would be. However, I do think that SBI could very easily come up with some sort of process in the background to make sure that the request for information flows easily. I just would want to hear from them that they recognize that need and that it's being addressed. And I would just want to know that information. I think that's important to know. And so I guess I feel a little bit uncomfortable that we haven't heard from other people about freedom of access questions, in case there's something here I'm missing. because again, it's a late, we're getting this late and then expecting people to kind of catch up on that. So that would, I think, just remain my concern if we were to vote on it today, that there's a few things hanging out there that seem still important to me.
I understand.
Committee members, any additional discussion of the legislation? Peggy?
So now that I'm thinking about the military recruiter information, what usually happens is they ask the person. So if you're talking about a recruiter, they ask them to sign a waiver that allows them access to their criminal record and their whatever's there, and their record is available. It's kind of like any other employer. Okay, so never mind. I take it back, because any other employer can ask for a criminal record, but this wouldn't be included. So never mind, forget it. I'll back up.
Thank you. Any other discussion, committee members? I am up. Representative Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am planning to support the bill in committee today, but I am interested in the answer to the question that Representative Thorne asked regarding the military recruitment.
Thank you. Senator Kime?
Before we vote, I would just like a brief corner caucus.
Okay, that's fine. It is, and I'm not seeing any hands up. And so it's 11:45 now. How much time would you like, Senator Kime?
5 minutes.
Okay, so we'll return at, let's say, a couple minutes after 11. So let's say 11:52. And Dems, we will also caucus.
Steve, you're hot.
Okay. Sorry, Jim, I'm looking for the caucus link.
Representative Harnett. I need to step away from my desk for just a moment. I handing the gavel over to you until I'm back. I'll just be a couple minutes.
Okay,
Thanks.
no problem. You want us to wait for you to vote, though, I would imagine?
Yes, please.
Yes. Welcome back, committee members. Senator Carney needed to step away for a few moments, but we will hold the vote until she returns. But as committee members return, if they could please activate their video so I know that you are back and available. Thank you, Senator Keim. Representative Reckett. And our Senate Chair has returned. Senator Carney.
Thank you. Did I miss anything?
You just missed me asking people to activate their video, and they dutifully did so.
Okay, thank you. Representative Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry for beating the same topic here again, but Peggy, I got the email from you, and I'm just comparing the list of Class E crimes in the resources to what you have listed here, and I see 254 sexual abuse of a minor, and then what is 255? I see 254, and then 260 is the unlawful touching. 261 is prohibited contact with a person under 14 years of age. But I'm not sure what 255A is that you sent.
255A is unlawful sexual contact.
Okay. So is 261 included contact with a person under 14 years of age?
And you're saying on that list, it says it's a Class E crime?
Yes, it's on the 40-page list. It's under 17A.
I would assume that is correct. Yes, no, you're right. I see that. It's prohibited contact with a minor in a sex offender restricted zone. And actually you looked at this in another bill. It is a Class E crime if the person is basically on the sex offender registry, and they intentionally or knowingly initiate direct or indirect contact with another person who has not in fact attained the age of 14 years of age. That's the Class E crime in that section.
Okay, so that would not be sealable, is that correct?
That would not be sealable, correct?
Okay, I just want to verify that was included in the unsealable crimes. Thank you.
Right, anything that's in chapter 11. So anything from 251 through 261 are not sealable crimes.
251 through 261. Okay, thank you very much.
And I apologize that I missed that one.
Thank you for the question, Representative Libby, and for the answer, Peggy. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before we proceed to a vote, if it is okay with the chair, I'd just like to explain my reasons for the vote I'm going to cast.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. I will enthusiastically be voting yes on this ought to pass as amended motion. And I just wanted to make a few comments as to why and to remind my colleagues where we are and how we got here. The bill we're voting on, the amendment we're voting on, is a drastically pared down version of the bill that we discussed earlier this year and last year for that matter. We are not plowing new ground here. What we are doing is putting back into law a law that was on the books in the state of Maine for 3 years that allowed people to seal records of crimes that they committed in their youth, certain very limited crimes. That bill, the original bill as proposed, was strongly opposed by the chief executive, and I applaud the bill sponsor for working with the chief executive's office to try to reach language that was acceptable to those who had so strongly opposed the original bill. Again, as I said, we are not plowing new ground here. We are putting back into law a program that worked, that helped people seal records, that helped people get on with their lives, that helped people go on to get an education, to get jobs, to get housing that they might otherwise be denied. And the only changes to the bill is it's more narrow now. It does expand the age. It limits it to Class E crimes. It exempts from sealing any crimes of a sexual nature that are Class E crimes. And it increases the groups of people that have access to this information. And it does so in a very expansive way, as was laid out by our analyst, Peggy Reinsch. For the 3 years that this bill was in effect, a couple of dozen people's lives were greatly improved by it. There was no indication that the media was upset by this bill. There was no indication that there were freedom of access issues. All of the access issues that were raised by the media were to portions of the bill that are no longer in front of us. So I would just ask my colleagues to keep that in mind. What we are doing here is not something new other than expanding the age, and it is more protective of the rights of financial institutions and other entities who need this information to get it. So that is why I will be voting ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Committee members, is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are, and our committee clerk, Susan Panett, has appeared on the screen. So the motion pending is an ought to pass as amended by Representative Harnett, seconded by Representative Babbage, and the amendment includes the document that Peggy presented to us today with the addition of ensuring that access to information for purposes of service in the armed forces is also encompassed within the access to these sealed records. And so with that, we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 9 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. For those who voted against the motion, could you please let us know what your report is?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you both. And so with that, the motion prevails 9-2 with 3 absences. And at this point, we will, and just as a reminder, LD 1310 will come back to the committee for a language review. We want to thank the bill sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, for bringing this matter forward.
Madam Chair, if I could, I just want to thank the committee for such a thorough deliberation and careful consideration of this bill and this material. And again, thanks to Tim Feely, who did quite a bit of work, and also Michael Cabene, Andrea Mancuso, and Elizabeth Ward Saxel. Just thanks to all of the members of the Criminal Records Review Committee for their hard work. I truly appreciate everything that you've done today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And with that, we'll close the work session on LD 1310. And Peggy, did you need anything from us before we recess for lunch?
I just want to remind you that we're doing a brand new thing for you at 1 o'clock, which is a review under Joint Rule 318 about the priority of judicial proceedings. You'll have someone from the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. You have that packet, which had the nice teal paper on it. Hopefully you got that yesterday when you were in session, and we'll walk through that. It's not a difficult process, but it's an important process for courts.
Thank you. All right.
And Soupy has something.
Yeah, I think it's probably more appropriate to do it right now at this break before at the end of this afternoon session. I did confirmation folders for you, and not all of you picked them up. So if you're in Augusta anytime, if you want to stop by and pick them up, they will be here. So you don't have to print any of the confirmation materials that you got. And also thank you very much for all your patience yesterday with me going around and getting signatures and votes. So thanks for that.
Yeah, well, thanks back to you on behalf of all of us, especially the printed versions of the nomination documents. All right, everybody, we'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Okay.
Good afternoon, committee members. I apologize for being a few minutes late to our afternoon 1 o'clock session, but it looks like I am not alone in being late. I would ask committee members as soon as they are able to please activate their video so I know that they are here and that we have a quorum and that we can begin our afternoon's work. I'm going to wait for one more member. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, committee members, as soon as possible, if you could turn on your video so I know that you are with us. Thank you, Senator Carney. That brings us to number 7. And again, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee for March 10th, 2022. This afternoon, we have 4 work sessions and also a joint Rule 318 review of judicial proceedings priorities. I wanted to give everybody an outline of how we're going to proceed this afternoon. We will begin with the aforementioned joint Rule 318 review of LD 1830. We will then open a work session on LD 1907, a bill by Representative Collins. After that, we will take up LD 1218, a bill by Representative Rena Newell regarding Savannah's Act. Then turn to LD 1665, a bill introduced by Representative Babich. And we have moved to the back of the list, LD 906, also presented by Representative Newell. However, she is tied up with some family obligations, so we moved that back to the end of the day. And before we begin, I have to answer something in the chat, so just give me 1 minute. Thank you. And again, the first item on the agenda is a review of judicial proceeding priorities under Joint Rule 318. And I will turn to our analyst, Peggy Reinsch, to explain what it is we are charged with to do during that review. Thank you, Peggy.
Thank you. We usually have about 1 or 2 of these every legislature, so it's kind of a new learning process every time. So Joint Rule 318 requires the Judiciary Committee to do a review of proposed changes in any kind of action that's going before the court with regard to how the court is supposed to assign priority to it. This comes from a study that was done in 2011. Where the judicial branch pointed out there were over 110 different provisions in the statute saying, you know, take me first, look at me first. And so there was a study, sat down, went through all of them, and they decided to identify criteria. So I can share my screen, but I'm looking at the packet that I gave you yesterday, and that paper is called Teal, or at least it was. And I'm just going to talk real quickly about the process. The idea is to make the best use of judicial time and to use the legislature as a policymaker to determine what is the best use of that time. And so the considerations that the study group looked at, and then in the past the Judiciary Committee has adopted, is looking at what's the source of this? Why does somebody think it needs to be advanced on the docket or heard sooner than other things? So is there a constitutional or federal priority? Is it a situation where there's already been a hearing provided? So maybe it's not quite such an emergency to get something resolved. And then does the proposed statute affect any of the following? And there's a whole list of things that the study commission, which was made up of practitioners, judges, and legislators. Does it affect mental health laws affecting personal liberty and medical emergencies? Are there public health emergencies? What about elections? Because those have deadlines, you need to move things along. Is it an interstate or uniform law that needs compliance from state to state? Is it about domestic violence? Is it about personal safety, medical necessity? Are you talking about the welfare of a child? Is it child custody or child protection? Is it an eviction in a situation where you really need to address somebody's needs right away? Is it government functioning and enforcement of statutes? Is it an action that's taken on an ex parte basis? The statute usually provides for an ex parte basis if it's an emergency and somebody needs to get relief immediately, and then you have a later hearing, a full hearing on the matter. So what you have before you is from the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, a bill about the timeliness of things related to elections. And since you have deadlines for when elections have to be held, sometimes the court is asked to make decisions on appeals that they can't just fit into their regular course, that you need to expedite them. And the standard language that this commission came up with has been incorporated into the amendment that the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee is going to present to you. So if you want more background, I'm happy to talk about it, but maybe you just want to jump in. And I think Janet and Senator Hickman are going to be able to walk you through that bill, but also there are other people that are important to this discussion. And one is Julie Flynn, the Deputy Secretary of State, because we are talking about elections and the Secretary of State's decisions, and also Julie Flynn. So we have Julie Finn and Julie Flynn today from the judicial branch, because this is affecting the judicial branch as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. Janet is the one with all the knowledge in her head about this bill, though, as is Julie Flynn.
Thank you very
Julie
much,
Finn.
Peggy. Thank you very much, Peggy. And I was going to point out, I think it is terribly unfair to have a Julie Finn and a Julie Flynn in the same hearing. So if I get the wrong one, even though it's a 50-50 chance, I apologize in advance. One process question, and I don't know if it's for you, Peggy, or for Janet. After we receive the report from the Committee of Jurisdiction from Senator Hickman, what is the process for the committee moving forward, or should I pose that question after that presentation?
Well, I think it's the same as what you do with the freedom of access reviews. The committee makes a recommendation. The Judiciary Committee makes a recommendation to the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee about whether they think it's appropriate within all the considerations that you have in front of you. Is the language, is the expediting or the priority of the judicial proceeding appropriate given the whole scheme of things? That's kind of why you have this review, is you can take a broader view of what's important to the state and the state courts, as opposed to somebody who's promoting a single bill with a single action that they of course want to be heard by the courts.
Thank you. And,
yeah.
And then do we vote as a committee?
Yes.
And will you be able to propose is there a particular motion that?
Right, I will, I'll send a motion about approving. It'll be very similar to the right to know, the public records exception motion.
Thank you. So Janet, is there anything that you need to add before we call over Senator Hickman?
I'm only going to add that I am here as the BLA analyst at the moment. I will transform magically to the Judiciary Committee analyst later. And when you bring over Senator Hickman, if he wants me to go through it, I'm fine, or he can go through it, whatever makes him happy.
Thank you. Then with that, if I could have the committee clerk, Soupy, if you could please bring over Senator Hickman from the attendee room. I don't see him in the panelist list unless I am missing him. And we will wait for him to travel through cyberspace.
I have arrived, Mr. Chair.
And that was magical, Senator Hickman. Very nice to see you in front of the Judiciary Committee again this afternoon. Welcome. However you want to handle this between you and your analyst, we are ready to hear the presentation regarding our review of LD 1830 and Act to amend the election laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Craig Hickman. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Committee on Judiciary. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. We are trying to pass a law that will allow our elections division to do the work they need to do, especially when it comes to ballot questions. And so if the leave of the chair, Mr. Chair, I would request that we invite in Julie Flynn and Julie Finn, and then I will ask Janet to present the analysis of the amendment and turn it over to Julie Flynn to explain why this is needed, and then have Julie Finn let us know if this works for the courts. How's that sound?
Well, since their names flow off your tongue so easily, I'm going to continue to rely on you in that regard. And I will ask Soupy, if you could please move over Julie Flynn and Julie Finn. And as soon as they arrive, Senator Hickman, I will then turn to your analyst to have her present your review of the LD. And then we can put it for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Representative Moriarty, I see you have a hand up.
Quick question, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering where this bill stands before VLA at this time. In other words, has there been a public hearing? Has there been a work session? Is this the last shoe to drop? I'm just not sure.
I would imagine that it's come out of VLA, which is why it is in front of us, but I'll turn to Janet for that response.
Certainly, there was public hearing and work sessions, and the committee, a majority of the committee voted in favor of this report. And then I was, as I'll explain a little bit in the presentation, there was a little bit of struggle of exactly how to word this provision. So I worked directly with Deputy Secretary of State Flynn and the AAG for the Secretary of State's office to work on the language. And it was sent over to Julie Finn to examine as well. And then we drafted up the memo to you folks after I brought the language back to the Veterans Legal Affairs Committee. So they are now awaiting input from you to see if more tweaks need to be made or what they should do before they report out their amendment.
Thank you. Does that provide you the information you need, Representative?
Sure does. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Janet, please begin your analysis.
Certainly. I think that the memo that maybe I wrote, but was not signed by me, is a little bit confusing. So I'm going to try and explain it a little bit differently. If that fails utterly, I'll go back to the memo. But
thank you. Whatever you're comfortable and think is most effective.
So this is page 9 of the materials that Peggy sent to you. She put a little page number on the bottom. And this is the current law. So right now, when someone, and I'm going to talk about a people's veto petition because this is where the timing issue really will come up. So if someone decides that they want to have a people's veto on a law that the legislature enacts, then they have to collect their signatures and turn them in to the Secretary of State's office within 90 days of the adjournment of the legislative session. Otherwise, that law will take effect because it's not emergency legislation. And if they do file that petition with all of the signatures they collected with the Secretary of State's office, that suspends the operation of the law pending the outcome of the determination of is the petition valid, or if it goes to a vote, what do the voters say? So for that process, when the people bring the signatures to the Secretary of State's office, the Secretary of State is directed by statute. This is Title 21A, the election laws, Section 905. The Secretary of State has 30 days to decide if the petition is valid. So check all the signatures, make sure they meet all the constitutional requirements, that there are sufficient number of signatures under the constitutional requirements. And then someone who is disappointed with the outcome, so if the person really supports the people's veto and the Secretary of State decided there weren't sufficient valid signatures, or vice versa, someone who's really opposed to the people's veto and the Secretary of State decides it's valid and may move forward, those folks have 10 days to decide that they want to appeal the Secretary of State's final decision to the Superior Court. The Superior Court has to issue its decision on whether it agrees or disagrees with the Secretary of State within 40 days of the Secretary of State's decision. This is current law. And then there's a possibility of a subsequent appeal to the law court, the Supreme Judicial Court. So you have 3 days to make that appeal, and then the Supreme Judicial Court issues its decision within 30 days of the date of the Superior Court's decision. So this is the way the law is written, but wrinkles can arise. So a people's veto petition can be filed. So let's think it's statutory adjournment for the second regular sessions in April. There's 90 days. If you do all the calculations, which the AG's office did, the people file their signatures in July, then the Secretary of State might decide in August on the validity of those signatures, and then you can file your appeal to the Superior Court later in August. And if you calculate all of that out, there could be times when there isn't really a lot of time to prepare the ballots because you need to know whether to put that question on the ballot or not. So this is the dilemma that arose. So what the Secretary of State's office proposed in its agency bill was to amend the law to say that the decision should either be issued in the Superior Court, either 40 days, within 40 days of the Secretary of State's decision, which is current law, or at least 90 days before the election, so that if there isn't a later appeal to the law court, all of that can be resolved in time for the ballots to be printed. And the biggest issue, I'm sorry, I'm going to scroll up to the very beginning of the memo. The biggest issue is that the ballots have to be printed to comply with a federal law called the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act. Under that law, the Secretary of State's office have to have ballots available to be shipped to those voters. They're called UOCAVA voters, if you just take the first letter of each word of that title, at least 45 days before the election, to give those folks who are overseas or perhaps serving in the armed forces time to cast their absentee ballots. So it's not as if you can wait until 2 days before the election to decide if the people's veto is going to appear on the ballot or not. The Secretary of State's office really needs these decisions to happen earlier. So when the committee considered all of this, a problem arose because the proposal was, well, the decision should at least be 90 days before the election. And if you do all the calculations, which I tried to calculate out, and then thankfully the AG's office calculated again because I don't live in this world and they really understand it. It is in fact possible that the appeal is not going to be filed with the Superior Court 90 days before the election. So the amendment, the bill that was before the VLA committee would have required the Superior Court to issue a decision maybe before it even got the case. So that was a problem. And if you want to check whether all those timelines work, there is a scenario here that shows you what all the dates would be so you can figure out, gosh, the Superior Court isn't going to have enough time to issue its decision. But this was important to the committee that this be worked out, or to a majority of the committee. And so after consultation with the Secretary of State's office, and as I said, their AG, this new provision was written, and this is what the majority of the committee would like you to review today. So again, we're looking at current law, and a Secretary of State's decision on whether the petition is valid can be appealed to the Superior Court. The magic language that Peggy was talking about, that is supposed to be included when you want something to be reviewed quickly in court is that you advance the action on the docket and give it priority over other cases where the court determines the interests of justice so require. So we plug that in here. If you don't like where it is or the wording doesn't work out, I can work with Peggy on making sure that magic language is in there.
Where are you, Janet, in the document that you gave us? I'm sorry.
I am now on page 3.
Page 3, thank you.
So this is showing you what the committee is actually proposing to include in its amendment after working through all of these timelines and all of the problems and trying to figure out what the solution could best be. And so as a general rule, just like under current law, if a superior court is given the opportunity to assess whether it agrees or disagrees with the Secretary of State's decision on a petition validity, it's generally supposed to issue that decision at least within 40 days of the decision of the Secretary of State. That's current law, and that will stay the default possibility. But under a new section, or excuse me, new subsection that would be added by this committee amendment, there would be an expedited process that would happen if the Secretary of State's written decision is issued within 120 days of the election at which that question might appear on the ballot. So generally, you're going to follow current law, but in this one special circumstance where the Secretary of State's decision is within 120 days of the election, this expedited process will apply. And under that process, instead of giving the people who disagree with the Secretary of State's decision 10 days to appeal, they would be given 5 days to appeal. But there's language in here saying that they have to actually know that they only have 5 days, or else you wouldn't hold it against them that they didn't file it quickly enough. In addition, the Superior Court would be directed to issue its decision no later than 60 days before the election. But in doing so, if you read through all the detailed language, the Superior Court is supposed to consider the fact that it's possible a subsequent appeal would be filed with the law court. And there's not going to be a lot of time for the law court's decision. So if it can go even faster than 60 days before the election, hopefully it will. But it's just sort of a consideration. And then in the end, if there's an appeal filed with the law court, it has to issue its decision no later than 50 days before the election. And if that happens, then 45 days before the election, if the Secretary of State's office works really fast to get all those ballots printed, it can send out the overseas and uniformed voters absentee ballots 45 days before the election as required by federal law. So that's the proposal before you. And Julie Flynn can explain how it actually works in real life. I can just tell you what statutory language says.
Thank you. May I ask, and most of my questions are going to come from ignorance, is the bottom line that the final decision by the law court in this scenario has to be at least 50 days prior to the general election so they can get the ballots out?
Absolutely.
5-day deadline?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for that analysis. And if you could stop sharing your screen so I can see folks, I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Janet. Are there questions from committee members for the VLA analyst, who's really our analyst, and Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to cut to the chase here. I wonder if, Janet, if you can tell us, is the Secretary of State's office and the Judicial Department, are they on board with this proposed new statute?
Well, it's the Secretary of State's request. So I absolutely think they're on board with it. And Julie Fenn has emailed me, and I don't know if I should speak for her, but she did say that the JB was on board with it, but you should probably ask them directly.
Representative Moriarty, why don't, since we have representatives of the Secretary of State and the Judicial Department, would you mind posing those questions to them, or do you have additional technical questions to the analyst?
No, it was a time-saving maneuver. That was
okay. All. Okay. Well, not our strength in committee on occasion. That whole time-saving thing. Thank you very much, Janet. I think I understand, but I think we would be better served or best served by first hearing from Flynn about the process, why it's needed, and then Julie Finn about the impact on the courts. So Julie Flynn, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. It's very nice to see you here today. You can begin with if you have a statement that you wanted to make, or you could go right into the question posed by Representative Moriarty. That's your choice.
Well, I can sort of answer the question, I guess, in a statement, but the original proposal was part of our agency elections bill that we generally have each session to make necessary technical changes to the laws. And we were very fortunate in with the CMP, one of the CMP questions, that the court was able to get a decision in an expedited time frame that did not impact us getting ballots ready in the last election. But we do see there are circumstances where it could be even later. And that 45-day deadline to have military and overseas ballots ready is an immutable deadline. So we do have a process for, we have a separate vendor for those ballots. They're set up identical to ballots that are used by civilian voters on election day or voting by absentee within the United States. The layout is fairly similar, but we have an expedited process for creating and proofreading those ballots because we have to be able to issue them electronically, a blank ballot if that is their desire. So the 5-day turnaround is tight, but it is doable within our current process. And we think this is the worst case scenario, but worst case scenarios have been known to happen. So we're in favor of this version.
Thank you very much, Julie Flynn. Has this ever happened?
I'm not, I can't say never. I can speak for the last 27 years. It hasn't happened, but it's been a near thing. In a couple of elections, we were sweating out whether the decision would be made in time for us to be able to get the ballots ready. And the penalty, if we don't have ballots issued 45 days before, is that the Department of Justice would require us to hold our election open after Election Day for the period of time that we were late in delivering these UOCAVA ballots to the voters, so that those voters would have the same 45-day period to return ballots to be counted. So, I mean, that's a pretty significant, downside if that were to happen, because normally we only count ballots that are received by 8 p.m. on Election Day.
Okay, so thank you. So it's more than a theoretical possibility, and it's one with real consequence. Yes. in the event we were not able to satisfy that requirement. Thank you. Are there questions for Julie Flynn from committee members? I am not seeing any. I'm going to keep you as a panelist in case some questions arise after we hear from Julie Finn. Julie Finn, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Nice to see you again. Can you share your thoughts with the committee on the proposal being forwarded by the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee?
Yes, thank you. And hello to everyone in the Judiciary Committee and the VLA Committee. And thank you to Peggy for the interesting history of Joint Rule 318, which I did not know about. I definitely knew about the rule, but I didn't know how it came to be. And so we are much appreciative of that rule and feel that it makes a lot of sense for all pieces of legislation that contain the expediting of court procedures to be viewed in one place, and that place being the Judiciary Committee. So we really do appreciate the use of the rule and its implementation in this case. So I have reviewed the rule with the chiefs and the Superior Court Chief Justice, and we are fine with the new draft for a couple of reasons. One, I mean, there already is an expedited procedure in statute, and that's the 40 days. So speeding it up to comply with federal law and with the printing and distribution of ballots certainly makes a lot of sense and is important public policy to pursue. So we are, and that balanced with the fact that I don't think from the discussion I've heard from all of you and from my twin, Julie Flynn, in the Secretary of State's office, that there will be precious few of these, I think. I mean, in my memory, you know, there's in the last 10 years, maybe there've been 2 or 3. I'm not sure about that, but there aren't many. So this isn't going to clog up the Superior Court or the law court's docket. So that is totally acceptable as drafted to the judicial branch. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you very much, Julie Finn. Are there questions from committee members for Julie Finn? And I am not up. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Finn. I just wanted to clarify what I heard you say is that this is an update basically of a timing that the courts are already given for so it just changes the timing that they're already kind of working with.
There's already a 40-day requirement in the statute from before, which remains in the statute. So this is 50 days before the election. So you don't even know exactly when that would be, but it could be within the 40 days. But the court would be able to meet that deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Are there additional questions from committee members for either of the Julies, Julie Finn or Julie Flynn? And I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much for your time today to discuss this with us. And I would ask that you'll be moved back into attendee world from panelist world, but we thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
And Senator Hickman, while we have you, is there anything else you would like to add as chair of the VLA?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank both Flynn and Finn for being here today to explain all of this. And I too would like to thank Peggy Reich for the history of this. I didn't know that either. And I am certainly a fan of history, so thank you. Other than that, we appreciate your review and we look forward to your response.
Thank you very much, Senator. It's good to see you. And you're welcome to stay if you want, even through the vote. That's up to you.
Thank you.
Representative Evangelos, I see you have a hand up.
Yes, Chair Harnett, I'm very satisfied with the presentation of the experts and Senator Hickman's recommendation. I'll move we adopt the joint rule 318, and if Peggy has language for an appropriate citation, we can apply that.
Thank you. I actually have that language in front of me, and just to frame, I assume you'll be interested in making the motion. I will read it. And if it's acceptable to you, if you could make that motion, then I would ask for a second so we could frame the discussion and then open it up to discussion for committee members. And the motion would read, I move that the Judiciary Committee find that the proposed judicial proceedings priority provision meets the Joint Rule 318 criteria, and that the Judiciary Committee approve the proposed language without change. Is that your motion, Representative Evangelos?
Yes, Chair Harnett, word for word, exactly. That's my motion.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Moriarty. Is there any discussion amongst committee members regarding the motion made by Representative Evangelos, seconded by Representative Moriarty? And I am not seeing any, so I would ask the committee clerk, Supi Panet, to please call the roll.
I will be happy to, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney. Senator, my apologies.
Yes.
Senator Carney, yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim, yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett, yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage, yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty, yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan, yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier, yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby, yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne, yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos, yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Committee Clerk Panett. Thank you, Senator Hickman, for bringing this to our attention. Peggy, thank you for walking us through it. And Janet, thank you for your bill analysis. And I also thank Julie Finn and Julie Flynn. And with that, I will close the committee's joint Rule 318 review of LD 1830. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could boot me out in case I click the link on later, I won't arrive back in your panel.
Okay, I rely on our committee clerk to do that, but she will make you disappear in metaphorically. Thank you. The next matter that we will address is we will open a work session on LD 1907, an act to review state lands and waterways that have sacred, traditional, or other significance to the Wabanaki tribes. This is an emergency piece of legislation presented by Representative Collins. I would ask the committee clerk to please move over the bill's sponsor to panelist status. And I will wait till he arrives. Representative Collins, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. It's good to see you again. Hope you are doing well.
Good afternoon.
And Peggy, I will turn to you. If you could just refresh our recollection as to where we are and some work that you have done about possible options in addressing this piece of legislation.
Thank you. I'd be happy to. LD 1907 is an emergency bill. It creates the Commission to Review State-Owned Lands and Waterways in the Bureau of Parks and Lands, and it has several members, some representing the Wabanaki tribes, some representing the departments in the state that oversee state lands. The purpose is to identify what state lands have sacred or traditional or other significance to the Wabanaki tribes, the lands and waterways, and to examine processes to transfer those lands and waterways to the tribes or enhance their use by the tribes, and recommendations for any kind of transfer of the ownership of the land would have to go through the legislature. This is an advisory group. They wouldn't be able to make those things happen on their own. It would can hold meetings, public hearings, and it would report every November to the legislature with any kind of recommendations. This is your second work session on it. We've actually talked about some of the issues involved in it. That one of the concerns raised was sometimes sacred lands. The discussion about what is sacred is good to be kept confidential because there are folks who in other places have identified what those places are and then have gone and desecrated them or destroyed them. And so there was an idea that it might be a good idea to at least until it's resolved in any kind of state ownership or different use is settled, that it would be, they might be confidential, which would require an amendment to the Freedom of Access Act for this in order to provide for that exception, because otherwise this entity would be subject to the Freedom of Access Act and all their meetings and all their records would be open to the public. So some other issues were if it's within the Bureau of Parks and Lands, who provides the staffing? Are there costs involved to that? Is this actually an activity that the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission can get involved in or could actually take over? And the current law, the Maine Implementing Act, requires review by MITSIC before any lands are added to the Passamaquoddy Indian Territory or the Penobscot Indian Territory. And I just want to mention that the governor's office thought there was an existing process. I mean, what's happening now, which is kind of an ad hoc basis, but there have been at least, there's one parcel that's already been transferred from the state to the Passamaquoddy tribe, and another piece has been identified. That's through resolves, I think, of the state that the legislature has to pass and the governor has to sign. So there is a process to actually transfer the ownership. There's not an official process right now to go through and identify what these parcels are that at least that I know of. Kind of had I was asked to put together some different ideas about how to make this happen. If you think this is a good process, how else can this happen? Where else can it be housed? So if you go forward with this as is, some of the things you'll have to think about are the public records exceptions and the funding and the staffing. And I know that Representative Moriarty had some concerns about the membership as well as the process. Was it skipping a piece, a step there where does it make sense to return these? Are they actually sacred, and does it make sense to return these or enhance the access by the tribes? So anyway, so that would be a permanent advisory group as established by this bill. You could amend the Maine Implementing Act and specifically direct the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission to work with the tribes and the state agencies, much like this, to go through this same process. You could write the process into the statute as this bill does. You'd still have the issues about funding, the public records exceptions, and if you're amending the Implementing Act, then the tribes who are affected need to certify that and agree to that change as well. A little less formal, you could pass a resolve that directs the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission to work with the tribes and the state agencies to do this. The resolve could establish the process, and so then they would just be following it. You still have some funding issues, and MITSIC is funded. There's some contribution by the tribes, but there's also a contribution by the state. It's an all other amount, I believe. So they can use it as they want. It wouldn't be creating a position, but you could provide enough funding to provide maybe half a position to go do this going forward if you pass that resolve. I don't think that the tribes would have to formally approve that because you're not amending the Implementing Act, but it might be, I mean, you definitely wouldn't want to go forward without the tribes approving. You could also pass a resolve that instead of establishing the process, because I know that there are some questions about, is this the right process and what should we be looking at? But you could pass a resolve that directs MCSIC to develop a process and then come back to you. And if that process needs to be enacted into statute, you could do that. Or just come back and you could approve that as a good process for MCSIC to go forward with. Or maybe they would identify somebody else who is a better entity to take on this, or a different independent entity. So if you're doing that, then MCSIC would be creating the process. You need some funding, but you wouldn't need a public records exception, because I don't think anything they would be doing would need any kind of confidentiality, because they're not pointing out specific lands that are very sensitive. I don't think you need official certification by the tribes, but of course you wouldn't want to move forward without them agreeing. And then probably the most informal way you could do it, but I don't know that it's a less effective way, is to write a letter to MCSIC and say, please develop this process. You know where we are with this. I mean, they did some testimony. You kind of use this as a model, or use other states' processes as models, and then come back with a recommendation. In all cases, if you're transferring ownership of land, that's a separate piece of legislation that the legislature would have to do. So no matter what process you use, it's going to be an advisory process. Any transfer of land would have to be a separate piece of legislation. So advisory group, lots of different ways to do it. And it depends if you feel comfortable with the process that's in the bill, or with some tweaking, then that ought to steer which way you want to go with it, I think. That was a whole lot. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Peggy. No, that was great. The last two options that you described, and I hope I got these right. One would be a resolve to direct MCSIC to develop a process, would require some funding, would not implicate the Freedom of Access Act, because it's simply about process.
Right.
And that would not require an amendment to the main implementing act?
Correct.
Correct.
You're doing a separate resolve.
Thank you. And then the one after that was something less than a resolve. It would simply be a letter to MCSIC. Please, and these are my words, and they're not as artful as yours. Please do this and come back to us with a recommendation.
Right.
And that also would not implicate the main implementing act, but might require some funding.
Right. And I'm not sure how you attach funding to a letter, but I guess you do have the budget coming up. So if you could, ask MCSIC what they think it would cost to do this. Maybe it's half a person for, 6 months.
Thank you. Committee members, before I move us along, are there any questions for our analyst about the presentation that she just gave to us? And I am not seeing any hands, so thank you. Representative Collins, wondering if you have any response or reaction to the presentation by our analyst. And secondly, if after I hear that, if you have one, if you would be comfortable, I'm going to bring Paul Tebow over from MCSIC, as that's been raised as a possible entity to work on this. So, but I'll first give you an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Representative Arnett and Senator Carney, and all the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I'll be very brief, and what I was going to ask Representative Arnett is if, after I spoke, if you would allow either now immediately to follow up on my comments, or some point soon, a representative from the tribe, I think Ambassador Dana or an attorney is available. I'm not sure. I think that one of them's on. I just want to say I have had conversations with tribal leaders, and individual tribal members and advocates have contacted me. I can't comment so much about MITSIC. They never reached out to me or had any conversations, so I don't want to speak about what their intentions are. I do think that a lot of what has been brought up in the hearing and the work session, I think to some extent, what I've heard is really kind of putting the cart before the horse, because the whole intent of this is to do a review process. And I think a lot of what's been brought up is about what might happen in a legislative process if the recommendations after the review process were put in motion. But the intent of this, in however way it's to move forward, I'm not so concerned. My goal is just to have a process that works and that's ongoing. So I don't really want to get caught up in details and put lots of restrictions or onerous languages on a committee or a process. I just wanted flexibility for the tribes in the state to talk about different pieces of land. And if anything moves forward, that would be completely up to the legislature. So the whole idea is to have a review process. And the last thing I'll say is that I did propose all of these different options. I spoke to some members of these committees that had some, I think, very good proposals for amendments on language. I brought those to the tribes. I also took some of the information that your analyst just shared. I have, over the last couple of days, shared those with the tribes. And I greatly respect this committee. I've seen you over the last weeks just put so many long hours and so many days on these tribal issues, and I'm very appreciative and respectful of that. And then on the other end, the tribes have been putting in those same hours trying to follow up on all of this in real time. And at the moment, they're reviewing the requests from the committee on different options. I have not heard back 100% on their preference if they want to drastically alter this, amend it slightly. But that's why I wanted a representative of the tribe to comment if they have any clarity on that, or if not, if the committee would so indulge me and the tribes to maybe have another day or so to get back to this committee on what they think would be the best way to get forward with the recommendation and advice of this committee, analysts, executive branch, legislative, and so on. But that's sort of what I've heard is that many people want this to continue. Exactly how the process should be or how restrictive it should be or what amendments should be proposed, I haven't heard back yet. And I wouldn't feel comfortable guessing and saying, do this, unless you hear from the tribes themselves. My personal opinion, if it was up to me, was to keep it as simple as possible and not make it too complex and drag in the implementing act and other entities. But that's my opinion, and I hope you would allow the tribes here shortly or at another time to comment on their thoughts. So thank you very much. And the last thing is MITSIC, any other groups, I'd be happy to talk to them or anyone else about participation in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Collins. And I think, speaking for myself, I think we're on the same page about trying to figure out the easiest way to facilitate the development of a process. And I recognize that the process of identification is very different than the actual transfer, which is not what we're talking about right now. It's about the identification. And Representative Thorne, I see you have a question for Representative Collins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Collins, at this point, is there any indication, a preliminary indication of the scope of how many sites that we're talking about here, you know, without holding anybody's feet to the fire on numbers at this point in 2022? Is there anyone that has any idea of the breadth of the scope of how many sites we're talking about that are state-owned land that would be under this category?
No, sir. I mean, I do know, all I can say is that, you know, back in when they did the implementing act in 1980, there was about 2/3 of the whole state that had been taken improperly. And so you're talking about a large part of the state having, you know, history with the tribes, obviously, but As far as state-owned land, I personally don't have yet. I haven't reviewed it all myself, all the state-owned lands across the state. And of that land owned by the state specifically, that we as lawmakers have jurisdiction over, what parcels of land any individual tribe out of the 5 tribal communities is really looking at. And I do want to clarify that the tribes didn't initiate this bill originally. I initiated it based on what was happening federally with the Trump administration and now with the Biden administration, and wanted some sort of parallel to that with state-owned land. But no one came to me and said, we want to go look at certain pieces of land. Once I brought up the concept, they said that in principle, they agreed to it, but would like to see the committee, work through it. And a lot of it, again, like the only thing I know about something to this regard is that Medibump's property that the governor initiated, which didn't go through MITSIC. So I'm not sure what land has to go through that process and not. I'm not an expert on that. I know that just went through us specifically, and that was based on I think a tribal member knew the history and really talked about it a lot. And it was something that the state said, we want to give this small parcel of land back. As far as larger state-owned properties like state parks and whatnot, I do know on the federal level, when the Trump administration initiated action, he didn't give full federal parks back to the tribes. What he did was he allowed them to have management in some federal parks over like the bison population. And then in some large, you're talking hundreds of thousands of acres, he gave a certain portion for their management. But so I think a lot of these talks are around more participation, more access, more of a conversation. And it's not just about, transferring a few acres like Medibumps. A lot of it is like, how can the tribes and state can collaborate on some unique properties to work together more? So I think that's kind of what my intent was. And just to clarify your question, sir, no tribe has ever come to me and said, Representative Collings, can you put in legislation about these particular pieces of land? I'm not aware of that at all. So that's all I can say at this point.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Thank you for your response, Representative Collings. At this point, I'm going to ask the committee clerk to bring over Paul Tebow from MITSIC. And after Mr. Tebow, I will bring over 2 of the tribal representatives that I know are in the attendee room to get their reactions. So Supi, if you could move over Mr. Tebow. And Representative Collings, as the bill sponsor, you're free to remain with us as a panelist. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Paul. It's nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well. Not to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot. Curious about your reaction to perhaps involving MITSIC in developing this process as outlined by our bill analysis, the bill analysis provided by Peggy Reinsch.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Harnett. I guess my first response is, we haven't had an opportunity within MITSIC to really, vet this idea, but MITSIC hasn't been approached even by our own members about being involved in this process. So I can't really speak for them. Whatever we say today, I think I would have to, reserve that we need to talk with the members, and maybe in particular with the tribal members, because typically MITSIC takes on issues that are brought, by a state member or a tribal member. They bring them into MITSIC, and that hasn't happened with this particular issue. We became aware of the bill and offered some limited testimony regarding sort of longer term implications relative to MITSIC, but that's the extent of the involvement we've had. having said that, I guess my gut reaction is this is the kind of thing that would be, logically within the purview of MITSIC. I think MITSIC would be receptive to the idea of performing this role, of whichever particular role of the various options you settled on. So I think it's safe to say we'd be open to playing a role, and of course we would have to address the staffing issue and the funding issue. But I do want to emphasize that it isn't something that has already been really discussed within MITSIC. So I have to add that qualifier, and we very definitely would want to have input from the tribes, either directly or through the tribal membership on MITSIC, for guidance on how they would want us to approach this, because it is dealing with lands of, in many cases, of sacred importance to the tribes.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that. And I would just, and I'm sure you heard Peggy, we would be contemplating some staffing, some financial assistance if this were the path that were taken by this committee, and the full legislature, if that's where it goes. But I appreciate the fact that you haven't had a chance to discuss this with the full commission. And with that, knowing the limitations, are there questions for Paul Tebow from committee members? Representative Babbage?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Tebow. Good to see you again. I just wanted to ask, whereas we're dealing with issues that affect all the four federally recognized tribes, and the Settlement Act originally was primarily Penobscot and Passamaquoddy. Is there plans to expand MITSIC to include the Micmac Nation?
Well, that's actually been proposals in the past, and legislation that would have brought the Micmacs in.
Excuse me a second, Mr. Tebow. Senator Carney?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to raise a point of order regarding germaneness, because this really, what we're focusing on now is the process to accomplish the policy outlined by the bill sponsor. With all due respect for my colleague.
Mr. Chair, the reason I asked the question was to assess whether MITSIC would be an appropriate place to put that process, or would that somehow be addressed in another way. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. And and I assume that's because the bill as proposed includes the Micmac Nation. And I hope that that's been addressed then in the response. Additional questions for Mr. Tebow? Thank you very much, Paul. It's good to see you again.
If I might, I would just add that the Aroostook Band has ex officio status. On MITSIC, has been that way for a number of years, but they do not have formal membership on it.
Thank you for that clarification. Representative Collings, if you are still with us, if you could activate your microphone. I just want to make sure. Did you, as tribal representatives, would you like me to call over Attorney Hinton and Ambassador?
I believe Ambassador Dana's on. I think Attorney Hinton's on. I'm not sure, but I think
Corey is here, or he was here. But I will ask the committee clerk to please move over Ambassador Dana as a panelist, although I am not. Yes, I do see her in the attendee room. And as soon as she is here, welcome, Senator Carney.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize to Representative Babbage. I didn't understand the connection between his question and the issue.
We got the information that was needed. So thank you, Senator Carney. And thank you, Representative Babbage. Ambassador Dana, nice to see you again. It was nice to see you outside of a box on Zoom yesterday. And the reason I've brought you over is I think, as you can tell, the committee is trying to figure out a way to make this work as seamlessly as possible, but perhaps not through the vehicle that's been presented to us. So that's why we asked for options from our analyst. And I know you may have heard about this just now. I don't know if Representative Collins had the chance to speak to you yesterday, but I am curious about your initial reactions to the possibility of accomplishing this in a manner other than the vehicle, this legislative vehicle that's before us right now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Harnett, and it's good to see you all as well. And I know I ran into some of you yesterday. So I can't provide all that much clarity, and I apologize. I have seen the options and some of the analysis, and I sent it on to all of the chiefs. And basically, I know it's been mentioned that we also have some capacity issues, and we're working through, all the legislative items before us, as well as things in our communities. So they have all the information, and I basically, outlined for them, do we see a role for MITSIC in this? And, I think a next logical step would be for us to talk to our tribal representatives that serve on MITSIC. And those are kind of my initial thoughts. I appreciate the committee looking for ways to make this work. I think that I can say with confidence that all of the tribes are very much in favor of this concept. And, we would love to see this move forward. I think that as far as amending the implementing act, we might be doing that anyway, if some of these other items pass. So I think that that's a larger conversation, and something that I think the chiefs liked about this bill was that, it was more of this idea about collaboration and moving away from some of that implementing act, complications that we're dealing with on other bills. So that's a really murky way of saying that we have all the information. We're reviewing it. I do think that the chiefs should talk to MITSIC further and Representative Collins, and then I can give you a better sense of where we're at.
Thank you very much for that frank answer. And believe me, I understand the capacity issues that all folks are dealing with. And, we have some deadlines as well coming up. So we're trying to figure out the best path forward. But I appreciate your insight. Are there questions from committee members for Ambassador Dana? And I am up, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Ambassador Dana. I asked the question at the public hearing, and I think I wasn't able to ask it to the appropriate person, so I didn't really get an answer. My question was in regards to what properties this may entail. And so I would love to know if the tribes have any kind of list or knowledge about what properties this might include.
Thank you, Representative. I think the short answer is no. We've thought about the process and we're in favor of the idea, but I don't believe the tribes have identified any specific parcels of land that we would like to see go through this process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Additional questions for Ambassador? Again, thank you very much for your time today. It's always good to see you. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
At this point, I am going to call for a corner caucus of my Democratic colleagues, hoping to resume at 12:20. We're not going to caucus for 10 hours. At 2:25. so we can have a 10-minute discussion. So I would ask my caucus members to please join our regular corner caucus site, and we will be back as close to 2:25 as possible. Thank you.
Strange.
Representative Collins, who's your companion?
Oh, that's my daughter's puppy, Cloud.
Very calm.
She's monitoring.
Thank you very much, committee members. We actually made it back by 2:25. It's 2:26 now, but I'm going to round down. If you could activate your cameras as soon as you are back. And Representative Libby, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to corner caucus. And if we are moving into the committee discussion portion of things, I had a few things to say.
Okay, I think I am going to, just to set a framework, turn to.
I have a motion as well.
Okay. You were first up with your motion, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. With all due respect to the bill sponsor, I would just note that MITSIG did not ask for this bill. The tribes did not ask for the bill and can't give clarity. There's nothing blocking MITSIG from having this conversation. They absolutely can at any time initiate such a conversation. And so in such a busy session when we are hard pressed from all sides to complete our work, why try to make a bill work that no one has asked for? So given all of that information, I would move that we ought not to pass.
Thank you, Representative Libby. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Poirier. Is there any discussion by committee members? Representative Hagan.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just got out of school, just got on, you guys were on break. I have absolutely no idea what I'm voting on.
We are voting on we're discussing LD 1907, a bill by Representative Collins, which was an act to review state lands and waterways that have sacred, traditional, or other significance to the Wabanaki tribes.
Great.
We heard some options presented by our bill by our OPLA analyst, Peggy Reinsch.
Okay.
And Representative Libby has made a motion ought not to pass on the bill, seconded by Representative Poirier. And at this point, I open it up for committee discussion.
Thank you very much.
And I would ask if there, actually, I have something to say. Thank you for the motion, Representative Libby. I understand the reasoning behind it. I want to explain that I will be voting no, because I think there is another path forward on this. But I understand your concerns, and that is the motion on the floor, but I will be voting in the negative. Representative Babbage.
Yes, I just wanted to comment as well that I actually understand the thinking that Representative Libby has shared, but we thought there might be a way of actually giving the ball to MITSIC and having them determine if they're going to recommend to us a path forward. And I don't know if Representative Moriarty.
Well, we have a motion on the floor right now. We'll let discussion to the motion that's before us.
Yes, I thought that perhaps a comment as to a better way to go would be in order by a colleague, but that's be left to.
I will call on folks as I see them. Thank you very much, Representative Babbage. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can somebody remind me of the procedural parliamentary issue? Am I allowed to make a motion to table? And does that take precedence over the current motion? I'd like to get that answered first, and then if that's the answer is yes, I'm going to make that motion to allow Representative Collins and the nations to report back into us after they and Mitzik after they've discussed this. I don't see any irreparable harm, and that was Representative Collins' suggestion. So a tabling motion would give him a little time.
I wished I were a better parliamentarian. I believe, Peggy, and you could correct me if I am wrong. I'm sorry, Senator Carney, you might be able to help me out here.
Yeah, I just wanted, Representative Evangelos, did you make a motion to table? Because I would second that.
Yeah, I am going to make the motion to table. I did want to get my question answered. I think I know the answer to it, but yes, I'll make a motion to table, but obviously we're going to have to find out now if that takes precedent over the current motion. Representative Moriarty has an answer for us.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Are you prepared to play parliamentarian?
Yes, based on my past experience as a town councilor, Representative Libby's motion is termed the main motion at this stage of the game. It has been seconded and is before the committee. A motion to table made by another member does take priority over the main motion. If it is seconded, it is not debatable. We go immediately to a vote on the motion to table. If it fails, we go back to the main motion for discussion and vote. If it passes, then the matter is tabled.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. I was familiar with the fact that the motion is not debatable, but your explanation does bring me back to my days on the Gardner City Council, and I believe is accurate. So we have a motion to table by Representative Evangelos, seconded by Senator Carney. That motion is not debatable. So I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Sorry, no.
My apologies. Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Galgay-Reckitt is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 6 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. So the motion to table fails. The motion before us is the ought not to pass motion by Representative Libby, seconded by Representative Poirier. I will continue discussion on that motion before proceeding to a vote. Representative Babbage?
Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, I'm all set. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the motion ought not to pass? Senator Keim?
Thank you. I just wanted to agree with what Representative Libby mentioned, but just that there is a process for this already, and it's possible even if the other bill passes 585, where there is an annual meeting with the governor or those types of meetings, there's nothing stopping this process from going forward and at any time someone can bring a parcel of land to the legislature and ask for it to be taken if any tribe wanted to. So there's already a way to do this, as we've seen in the past, and in fact more ways being proposed for the future. So just find that we have a path and that this one isn't necessary. So I'll be voting in favor of the pending motion.
Thank you very much, Senator Keim. Representative Babbage, is that a new hand or the?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Go ahead.
Thank you. I realize that as I believe the sponsor identified, that there is a national movement, especially in this last 10 years, perhaps it was the ambassador, that spoke of the fact that a lot of tribes are identifying land and are looking for access and perhaps transfer. I think identifying lands that are around the state that are important to the tribes may be a positive step, and transfer might be one request, but certainly access or that could be a positive process. So I would, rather than wanting to merely dismiss the idea, is to give this issue to a group such as MidSIC that would determine whether or not they would recommend a process to go forward. But I don't think that we, at this time of the session, can iron this out ourselves. But I think that some action on this would be sensitive on our part as a Judiciary Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative Babbage. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I keep hearing reference to access of land, and as far as I can recall, unless somebody can correct me, I'm not aware of any lands that the tribes have been denied access to. Am I missing something there, or is there somebody that knows the answer to that? Or is that not an appropriate question at this point?
I think at this point, the motion is the ought not to pass motion by Representative Libby. I believe that access is mentioned in the bill, as is outright transfer as well. But the motion is
a different question for a different day.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Babbage, it's hard for me to tell. We should have
I apologize for that. I think the identifying of places, if there are those, it would answer Representative Thorne's question. But I think at this point we don't know. So
thank you.
I'll leave it at that, and I will take my hand down, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to have a new rule that your hand turns to red if it is up more than 30 seconds after you have completed your question. I don't know. I can't even move people over from the attendee room, so I doubt I'll be able to accomplish that technological feat. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Supi, if you could please call the roll on the motion ought not to pass, made by Representative Libby and seconded by Representative Poirier.
I would be happy to, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
No.
Representative Evangelos votes no. Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Newell votes no. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 6 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. So the ought not to pass motion fails by those present and voting. Representative Moriarty.
Mr. Chair, quickly, could the vote be restated? My computer went blank for about 10 seconds there. What was the final tally?
Stupi, if you could repeat the vote total?
Yes, I would be happy to. 5 members voted in the affirmative, 6 members voted in the negative, and 3 members were absent. That was the vote of the committee.
Good, thanks very much.
Thank you. And Representative Moriarty, your hand is up.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that LD 1907 be amended into a resolve to instruct MITSIC to review state-owned lands and waterways which may have sacred, traditional, or significant value to the 4 recognized tribes in Maine, and to instruct MITSIC to determine whether a formalized process should be enacted regarding the possible return of such lands, and that MITSIC report back to Judiciary no later than December 1, 2022, and that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary be authorized to report out legislation in the 131st based upon the report and recommendation.
Thank you very much, Representative Moriarty. Peggy, is that motion in form for you to understand? I would ask that question regardless of who presented the motion, Representative.
Right. I think so. I was trying to write it all down. Determine whether a formalized process is necessary, appropriate.
No, I think my notes say whether a formalized process should be enacted.
Okay.
And then a report date of 12/1/22.
Okay.
With authority to report out in the first session of the next legislature.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative. And I phrased my question to our analyst poorly. I should have asked if she captured the essence of your motion.
It was a long one.
And I will now ask for a second. Representative Thorne, are you seconding?
I am not. I have a question for the chair.
Let me just get, we have a motion. I'm going to ask, is there a second for Representative Moriarty's motion? Representative Babbage, I thought I saw your hand up. Did I miss that? We can't hear you.
I will second it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so we have a motion and a second. Representative Thorne, you had a question?
Just a procedural,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, as far as how we can move forward on an additional motion without the absentee votes that could potentially change the outcome of the vote.
I understand that question, and I thought of the same thing when I saw the totals, but I believe that I have to act on the motion voted on by those present and voting. I would turn to Peggy to see if I am misreading that.
Well, not only can I not say parliamentarian correctly, but I'm not one. But that is my understanding that although those not here might change the vote, they're not here, so you can go forward with what you have.
That's my understanding based on my experience as well, though I've never served in a body where people can then cast their vote after.
Right.
So at this point, I would say we proceed. Representative Thorne, I see Representative Babbage has his hand up.
Just wanted to be on record as asking that question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A legitimate question. Representative Babbage?
Yes, and of course, when it goes to the body, we could have a different majority or an A, B, and C report or whatever, depending on the absentee ballots. My comment prior to voting is that I'm not entirely comfortable with the motion because my goal in promoting this process is identifying those areas that we could perhaps arrange better access and perhaps ownership, but I'm not advocating a transfer of land at this time. My support for this motion will be that I would like MITSIC to identify those places that are important to the tribes, and we as a legislature can determine what action to take as a result of their recommendations. But I just wanted to put that on the floor.
Thank you. But it would come back to the committee to report out any legislation.
That's correct.
So that opportunity would rest with the committee. There are additional comments, discussion, Senator Carney?
I just wanted to follow up on Representative Babbage's concern because what I heard in Representative Babbage's concern, what I heard in Representative Moriarty's motion was to ask MITSIC to review A, whether there should be a formal process, and then B, to report back to us proposed legislation on what that process should be if they think there should be a process.
And it was to identify lands as well. I thought if there was interest in identifying land, but I don't want to misstate. Actually, Peggy, could you read back the motion so it's clear?
Right. I didn't take it down word for word, but I thought it started out with an instruction to MITSIC to review state lands to see if there were lands and waterways with particular significance to the tribes, and then determine whether a formalized process should be enacted.
Okay, thank you. That's my understanding. So I hope that addresses your concern, Representative Babbage. Is there additional discussion on the motion before the committee? I am not seeing any questions, so I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Newell votes no. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Representative Libby.
I apologize. I got lost in transition. Can someone please restate the motion in a smaller bite size?
Sure, I'll try. It's Representative Moriarty's ought to pass as amended motion. Three pieces.
I'm all set then, Peggy. Thank
Okay.
you. I just want to make sure I hadn't gotten lost. No.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Representative Libby votes no. Mr. Chair, I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 6 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. So at this juncture, the motion fails. And as we know, committee members have the opportunity to vote on both motions that failed within the allotted time period.
Mr. Chair, point of order, a real quick question. Did Representative Newell vote?
Yes.
Representative Newell voted in the negative.
Okay, sorry.
I'm at a bit of a loss at the moment. Senator Carney.
You may want to ask those voting against the motion what their report is, because that may.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
More detail.
For those voting against the ought to pass as amended motion, what is your report? And I'll go through individually. Representative Thorne.
Ought not to pass.
Senator Keim.
Ought not to pass.
Representative Libby.
Ought not to pass.
Representative Hagan.
Same.
TP 1, 2, 3, 4. I know I'm missing somebody. Representative Newell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure how to respond to you. I had attempted to raise my hand prior to the vote. However, I am traveling at this time, and I can speak to the proposed amendment at this time, if I may.
Yes, you may. And I apologize if I missed your hand. I did not see I can't even see you. So I did not see an electronic or human hand go up. And I failed to get Representative Poirier. You ought not to pass as well. Representative Newell, yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just to respond to Representative Moriarty's amendment, had there not been an identification of lands prior to his motion that would include lands that have been testified to by Representative Collins as well as Ambassador Dana, then perhaps I would have considered his amendment in giving consideration to MITSIC to review this to establish to whether or not to determine to establish a process. So at this point, Mr. Chair, I'm not certain as to how to proceed.
So would your report be to ought to pass as amending the motion in the manner that you just described, amending Representative Moriarty's motion as you just described, to remove the identification of property.
Mr. Chair, what I recall there was the first motion was ought not to pass. The second attempt with the motion was ought to pass as amended. And so there has not been a motion to pass. Am I correct?
There has not been a full motion to pass. The motion that Representative Moriarty posed was to have Mitzik, I don't want to get it wrong. Peggy, if you could restate Representative Moriarty's motion, because I believe it just dealt with process, a report back to the committee, with the committee being able to report out legislation.
Well, and I hope Representative Moriarty will correct me if I've gone astray here. I thought the first piece of it was to instruct Mitzik to review the state lands that might have significance to the tribes.
Correct.
And then the second piece was to determine whether a formalized process should be enacted.
Correct.
And then the third was the report.
Correct. And authorization to report.
Right.
As the fourth. Yep.
Right.
That's correct.
Does that assist you in your motion, your report, Representative Newell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would propose at this time, please instruct me if I am incorrect, but I would like to make the motion for reconsider to pass as written, and I would speak to my motion.
I'm sorry, you would like there to be a motion to reconsider the vote on Representative Moriarty's motion?
No, sir.
No.
I understand there was a motion ought not to pass, and then a motion to pass as amended.
Yes.
I'm proposing to pass as written, and I would speak to my motion.
So, okay, so but the report you want is ought to pass.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you wish to speak to the motion to get that on the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you may proceed, but it will not be a motion that will be, as I understand it, that will be voted on by the committee. It will be your report on this bill.
Thank you. I think as indicated by Representative Collin in his introduction of this bill, he did speak with tribal leaders as he went through the process of submitting this bill. So although there wasn't a direct ask based on any particular parcel of land, he did consult with the tribes and felt to move forward with that. This bill with consideration of the tribal leaders in response to him submitting this bill. I think his request before the committee is to establish a process. So I'm feeling as though this isn't in response to any particular piece of land that has been identified. To me, this is about establishing a process to begin a dialogue or conversation should the committee feel that this should pass, so that the process is established. So then if there are any identified pieces of property, they could move forward with legislation. That is my understanding of the bill before us.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. So to be clear, your motion, your report is ought to pass.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I want to respond, may I respond to Representative Newell?
You may briefly. We do have our 3 reports, but you may.
I know. Representative Newell, I think what we heard this afternoon from Representative Collins is that the bill was not introduced at the request of a tribe, nor has he heard any feedback from a tribe on his bill. Mr. Tebow indicated that Mitzik has not taken it up,
Hi, Soupy.
and he is similarly not able to speak on behalf of a tribe. So we were in a quandary.
Yes, thank you, Representative Moriarty. It's my understanding that Representative Collins has been speaking to representatives of the tribe in regards to his bill.
Yes, but he explicitly said he hasn't heard back.
I'm thinking if Representative Collins is still in the waiting room, we may be able to get some clarification from him.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We have already had discussion of the bill and we have voted it out. And if members would like to have a conversation, I believe that's appropriate, but probably not during committee time after the vote's already been voted.
I am actually going to agree with you, Senator Keim. We have the vote. We have 3 reports out. We have members who have not yet voted. I am familiar with what Representative Collins said and may have a different recollection than others. I believe his response was to the options presented, that he had not heard back from the tribes on that. But be that as it may, I'm going to close the discussion on this. We have 3 reports on a bill. We have 5 ought to pass as amended by Representative Moriarty. There were 6 no's on that vote, but one of those reports is an ought to pass report, and we have votes outstanding. So I will close the work session. Representative Thorne, did you have your hand up for?
No, just procedural, Mr. Chair, on the outstanding votes and how it affects the first, second, or third votes that we just conducted. That's all. Thank you.
I think we had 2 votes. Oh, you mean the tabling motion? But it's the reality of not having all members in a committee meeting. That happens all the time in the legislature. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD. Representative Evangelos.
I'm sorry, but don't we actually have 5? It's 5 ought to pass, or is it 6 ought to pass? But it was 5 ought to pass as amended and 1 ought to pass straight out.
Now, there was a motion in front of the body. The motion was ought to pass as amended, as described by Representative Moriarty, turning it into a resolve. On that motion, the vote was 5 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 3 absent. When I asked for what would be the reports of those voting no, 5 of those members their report will be ought not to pass. 1 report will be ought to pass. That's how it will show, but the vote on the motion was 5 yes, 6 no, 3 absent. There will be 3 reports, and they will be, as you described, 5, 5, and 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, I will close the work session on LD 1907. Thank the committee as I struggle through
it's good.
Some odd votes, but I appreciate everyone's patience with me. We will now turn to a work session on LD 1218, a resolve by Representative Newell to require the Attorney General to provide an update on Maine's implementation of the federal law called Savannah's Act. Representative Newell, first of all, I didn't give you the opportunity to introduce yourself when you joined the committee today, and I would like to do that at this moment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Might I have possibly 5 minutes before I do an introduction?
Yes, you may, Representative Newell. During that 5 minutes, though, Representative Newell, if I may ask you a question, because this is your bill, would you like a 5-minute recess, Representative Newell?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I will, the committee will be in recess for 5 minutes. We will come back at 3:10 to resume or discuss the work session on LD 1218. I know I'm going to use this opportunity to get up and walk around a bit. I encourage others to do the same. See you in 5 minutes.
Sure, sure. Right, right. I agree.
Steve, okay. Thank you, committee members. As you return, if you could please activate your cameras so I know that we are all back, particularly the bill sponsor on our next bill on the work session, Representative Newell. I hope we gave you enough time that you needed. I'm just going to wait to make sure I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Just going to give people another minute or two before we proceed with 1218. Okay, committee members, thank you for getting back. Hope people got a chance to do something other than stare at a screen. As I stated before we took a brief recess, we had been joined by Representative Newell, which was obvious, but I did not give her the opportunity to introduce herself, welcome her back to the committee. So I'd like to take that chance right now, Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rena Newell, and I represent the Passamaquoddy tribe. And I want to thank the committee for their patience in allowing me to return to a more fitting screen, and that being my laptop screen versus a telephone screen. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're very welcome, Representative. And I will reopen the work session on LD 1218, a resolve to require the Attorney General to provide an update on Maine's implementation of the federal law called Savannah's Act. And Representative Newell, I was handed a letter earlier today from the Attorney General regarding a path forward on this. I'm assuming you've seen this letter, or am I correct there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have not. As I've indicated, I have been spending a little bit of time traveling today. However, there is an understanding between myself and the Attorney General in regards to this letter.
Okay, thank you. And this is your bill. Does that understanding lead you to have a motion on how you would like to proceed?
Yes, sir. If I may present a motion ought not to pass.
Thank you. We have a motion by the bill sponsor, Representative Newell, ought not to pass on LD 1218. Do I have a second? Seconded by Senator Carney. Is there any discussion? And I am not seeing any. Committee Clerk, Suki Panet, could you please call the roll?
I would be happy to, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the one absentee, Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 13 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, 1 member is absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Supi. Thank you, Representative Newell, for bringing this bill forward, and I congratulate you on the progress you made with the Attorney General's office and having this issue addressed in a serious and more formal fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Attorney General as well.
So with that, I will close the public hearing, LD 1218, and open the public hearing. I will close the work session on LD 1218 and open the work session on LD 1665. And I will recognize the bill. This is an act to amend. This is one of the tough ones to read. An act to amend an act to implement the Maine Indian Claims Settlement concerning land acquisition and criminal jurisdiction. And I recognize the bill's sponsor, Representative Babich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did not name the act, but but I understand. I think the committee is going to appreciate what I'm going to do in the conclusion of my remarks. But I wanted to explain, if I could, how I got to this place. This bill represented well over 100 hours of work over the last 2 sessions for me. And it encompassed about 1/3 of the recommendations of the task force. So the large part of the bill, of course, was to incorporate the criminal jurisdiction segments, incorporating the Civil Rights Act of 1968 and the Tribal Law and Order Act of 2010 in an amendment to the Maine Implementing Act. The other part of it was about land acquisition. And, you know, when we're talking about ancestral lands for the tribes, there is some agreement with several of the sources that are advocates for the tribes and so forth. But it also depends on the, if we go back 2 centuries or 225 years or so, then we're talking about the Penobscot watershed being identified as the ancestral area of the Penobscot Nation, and the area between the Scoodic River and which is around Ellsworth, and the St. John River in New Brunswick as being the ancestral area of the Passamaquoddy. Of course, if you go back another 100 years, then you would include the Kennebec River, during the Indian Wars and all of that. And if you go even farther back, then we know that Kineo Flint has been found in the Great Lakes as part of the trading network of the different tribes. So my bill, honestly, was designed to limit tribal acquisition to their ancestral Penobscot watershed in all points north and east. My primary goal was to protect the state's right to be at the table regarding the future of Moosehead Lake. I have no land there. I feel it's a gem, and I know that in the Maine Implementing Act, there's a 4,000 acre island in the middle of the lake that was included as eligible for acquisition. So that is part of the Kennebec watershed, and therefore wasn't included in the map that I gave you, which designated a line. The reason I made that line was to actually, I thought the tribes might prefer not using European political boundaries, which are the counties. So I used geographic boundaries to approximate the jagged, what would be a jagged boundary to the watershed. I appreciate very much Janet's bill analysis. I will point out that it was adjusting the main implementing acts language very briefly to conform to the Penobscot watershed at points north and east. But that the tribes have some of the areas excluded from the Penobscot watershed north and east have been purchased by the tribes. So that's the status quo of where we are. And what I have determined through some conversations, my scenario, I know that the tribes are looking for a means of economic security and a way of providing that in the future. And I know gaming is part of that. And I was worried about Moosehead Lake's future if we didn't have, if sovereignty should keep Maine from being at the table to determine whether or not a casino could be put on Sugar Island. I know the tribes have gone in a different direction regarding gaming. I've heard that from third parties. I've heard it directly very recently. And I've looked at the process, and I do know that there is a process to bring land from fee to trust land, should they be able to purchase Sugar Island. I do know it's Maine Public Reserve land as it stands right now. I do know that the governor, whoever is governor at the time, would have to be willing to sell it. We have in statute a requirement that Maine Public Reserve land must be passed by 2/3 of the legislature in order to be transferred to a non-public entity. And so I think in regarding all of this, the frankness of the tribe and their communications with me about their intent, and even though they cannot speak for all 5 tribes, each one of them is regarded as sovereign, and they can't speak for future generations. I do believe that in the immediate future, there are some protections in place, and given the other bills that we have before us, we can incorporate criminal jurisdiction in these other bills that are before us. And so I will have an opportunity to speak on the floor if I wish, without having to use this as a vehicle. So given all of that, Mr. Chair, I move ought not to pass on LD 1665. Well, I hope you could hear me.
Sorry, I'm muted myself. Thank you, Representative Babich. We have an ought not to pass motion. Do I have a second? Representative Newell, second. Seconded by Representative Newell. Is there committee discussion? And thank you, as the bill sponsor. I know that can be very difficult, as it was for Representative Newell, but I appreciate your information and your decision and respect it. We have an ought not to pass motion by Representative Babich, seconded by Representative Newell. Is there any discussion on the motion? And I am not seeing any. So Soupy, once again, I would ask you to please call the roll.
And again, I'll be very happy to do so. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babich.
Yes.
Representative Babich votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 12 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Committee Clerk Panett. We greatly appreciate your tabulation. And I will now close the work session on LD 1665, thanking the bill sponsor. And with that, I will turn the virtual gavel back over to my co-chair, wishing her less choppy parliamentarian waters as we proceed through the remainder of our day. Thank you, Senator Carney.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. And with that, I'll open the work session on LD 906. And I think it makes a lot of sense for us to begin our work session with hearing from our OPLA analyst. She worked hard to get answers to some of the questions we had in our last work session. And in addition to that, I think that there's some information regarding the impact of the jurisdictional provisions of the bill that we didn't really dive into in our previous work session. And so I'd ask Janet if you could particularly focus on those. And with that, I will turn the floor over to you, Janet. Thank you.
Certainly. And again, I apologize. I couldn't be here when you had the work session on this before. I had a family emergency, and I thank Peggy for pinch hitting with absolutely no notice. So she did a great job. That was not very nice of me to dump on her, but she's a trooper. So as far as the jurisdictional issue, do you want me to look at the bill analysis, the part about how the Safe Drinking Water Act works? Is that what you were referring to, Senator? Or do you want me to just skip right to my memo and then the EPA response?
I was muted. I'm sorry, everyone. I think, Janet, what is the most effective resource for you to rely on as you present the issues to us? I know that
I just wanted to make sure I understood what you meant by the jurisdictional issue. So do you mean the scope of authority that the tribe might have? Is that what you meant?
Yes, but it seems to me that that was covered in your second memo. And that's the one that also, I think, addresses the questions that the committee members had. But I leave it up to you since you have done all the research.
Okay, well then I will just run away and you can stop me as you will. As you know, I can talk a lot. So I just highlighted these. I don't know if you knew that you could click this little somebody spoke thing and you could highlight it. I find it very handy, just in case you're ever looking at the electronic LD file, because I find all of this information I gave you to be maddeningly confusing, and I apologize to you for that. I do want to start just with the bill analysis that I want to just explain, because it's not as clear in my other memo, just about the scope of what tribal primacy might mean. So I did give you in the bill analysis an overview of the Safe Drinking Water Act, which I am pretty sure you are quite familiar with now. And right now, the state has primary enforcement responsibility for the Safe Drinking Water Act in Maine. And so in order to obtain that primacy, the state had to adopt drinking water regulations that are at least as stringent as the national primary drinking water regulations. You may remember last time that you were told by the gentleman from the Maine CDC that the state has adopted the national primary drinking water regulations. So they are equivalent. It has to have procedures for enforcement of those regulations, including monitoring and inspections that would be required by the EPA. It has to maintain records and compliance data, have authority for the imposition of administrative penalties for non-compliant systems, and it has to regularly report to the EPA as required by the national drinking water regulations. And then this authority allows the states to receive grants from the EPA to cover the cost of administering these programs. And so in fact, the Maine Drinking Water Program does have primacy across the state for public water systems, including the Passamaquoddy Water District. As far as the jurisdictional question I think I was specifically asked is, what about a tribe? So an Indian tribe can seek to be treated as a state under the Safe Drinking Water Act and request primary enforcement act responsibility if it meets certain requirements. And I don't know about you, but when I first heard about being treated as a state, I thought that it would get the authority of the whole state, but that is not true. It's a very specific authority to the tribal government's own jurisdiction that pre-exists this request for treatment as a state status. So in order to obtain that authority, the Indian tribe has to be recognized by the Secretary of the Interior. The Indian tribe has to have a tribal governing body that is carrying out substantial government duties and powers over a specifically defined area. And the Indian tribe has to demonstrate that the functions to be performed in regulating public water systems are within the area of the tribal government's jurisdiction. So the water systems it wants to regulate have to be within the tribal government's jurisdiction. And it has to be capable in the administrator's judgment of administering an effective public water systems program. So as I just gave you a brief overview of what the state would have to do, the EPA would have to make a determination that the tribe would be capable of doing similar things within its area of jurisdiction. And so if it were to receive primacy, an Indian tribe would be able to adopt drinking water standards, again, just like a state would, at least as stringent as the EPA's drinking water regulations. It doesn't have to adopt more stringent regulations, but it would have the authority to, because it's being treated as a state, it gets that choice. So in its testimony, the Maine Drinking Water Program pointed out the shaded part of this regulation, that in order for the EPA to grant a tribe primacy, the tribe would have to show that the water systems it wants to regulate are within its jurisdiction. In my understanding of how that language reads, as well as some case law which references that regulation, although it's talking about a regulation of something slightly different, it looks at that regulation to decide what land the tribe would be able to have authority over. And it specifically said in that case that the EPA, when it decides whether to grant primacy, has to assess whether the tribe can demonstrate that it has jurisdiction over the lands in question, so the lands over which it wants to assert primacy. So my take on that would be, if this bill passes as it is written, the tribe would be able to develop its own public water systems within Indian territory. It's not specific to just the reservation on at Pleasant Point or any other specific lands, but the tribe would have the authority to seek primacy, and then it could regulate any water systems that are on its lands. I do not see authority, the way the bill is written, for the tribe to exert any regulatory authority over the Passamaquoddy Water District, because its facility is located off of tribal lands. Even if the tribe were able to get those two parcels in Perry, that is not where the Passamaquoddy Water District's facilities are located. But I did say that that question was posed to the EPA because I am not an expert in this area of the law. I was just interpreting what I could find on this issue. And thankfully, oh goodness, why did it, it resorted everything. My goodness, that makes me angry. So luckily I shaded things. Let's see if I can find the shaded EPA response. Okay, so luckily I did receive an email from the EPA in response to several questions. They did not answer all of the questions. There are a lot of limitations. I was on the phone with the gentleman from Region 1 of the EPA. They generally do not get involved in state legislation, so they weren't able to appear before you. They usually don't even submit written materials, but they understood that the committee really wanted some advice on some issues. So this was what they were able to send. So hopefully you were able to see this email. And it does provide that as far as the Passamaquoddy Water District is concerned, because it's located within the town of Perry, the state of Maine as the delegated primacy entity in the state. So as I mentioned, the state has primary authority under the Safe Drinking Water Act right now over all public water systems in Maine. So the EPA says that the state would have the authority to regulate under the Safe Drinking Water Act for the extent of the system that is located off of the tribe's reservation. EPA would continue to play an oversight role as it does for all public water systems within the state. And although they couldn't speak to every potential scenario regarding the water district and the tribe, it is generally the case that the tribe could not on its own impose contaminant levels or other requirements more stringent than what is required by the state on the Passamaquoddy Water District. So there's it's not a 100% definitive answer because there are possibilities of scenarios the EPA did not want to speculate on, but it sounds like generally speaking, my understanding of that regulation is how it works. So I think that was the issue you wanted me to talk about, Senator Carney. Okay. And
Yes.
then all the other questions are in the other memo, which
Janet,
I do not.
let's pause there because I think that this is a really important issue and it's certainly something that I misunderstood initially. I thought the jurisdictional change related to jurisdiction over the Passamaquoddy Water District, and that is obviously is not the case. And so I just want to open it up to committee members to ask you questions about the implications of the jurisdictional change, because it's a big part of this bill, and I want to make sure everybody understands it. Committee members, are there questions for Janet about the impact of the jurisdictional provision? Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Janet, I just want to ask how the fact that the tribe owns the two parcels in Perry fits into this whole matrix of primacy and all of the rest.
Certainly. So right now, under the current Maine Implementing Act, the fact that the tribe owns the land in fee status does not give the tribe any authority, any different other than any other landowner would have over their own land that they own in fee status. So if you owned the parcel immediately next door to the tribe, you would have the same kind of rights over that parcel as the tribe has over these two parcels.
And I'm probably asking an impossible question, but do you know if there's any law that would, as far as primacy is concerned, that would distinguish an individual landowner or a typical landowning family from an entire tribe, which is obviously much larger in size?
Well, I'm not sure I entirely understand your question, but the Safe Drinking Water Act regulates public drinking water systems. So if you build a well on your land to serve your house, you have not created a public drinking water system. So you're not going to be regulated by the Safe Drinking Water Act. The threshold to become a public drinking water system is a system that has at least 15 service connections or regularly serves at least 25 individuals. I don't know if that's what you were asking.
Well, let me try it this way. Are the two parcels in Perry considered to be Indian territory?
Not currently, no.
They could be, though, if they apply for trust status with the secretary. Is that right?
The Maine Implementing Act controls where the tribe can have trust status lands that would be considered Indian territory. And right now, these two parcels are not listed as specific parcels that have sort of been pre-approved by the legislature to go through that process. So the sponsors amendment to the bill, and you need an amendment because it's a concept draft. So the sponsors amendment to the bill would say these two parcels of land are going to be eligible. And under the current implementing act, other lands that aren't described, so these two parcels are lands that aren't described specifically in the implementing act, can be added if recommended by MITSIC, if the legislature passes legislation, and if the local governing body approves. So what the bill does is it says through legislation, we're going to, by agreement of the tribe and the state, because both have to agree to amendments to the Maine Implementing Act, we are going to say these two parcels can be placed into trust status without the approval of the town of Perry.
Thank you.
And what I'm not seeing any other hands up right now, but Janet, could you just please walk us through the connection in the bill between that second provision of the bill and the jurisdictional provision of the bill?
Sure, sorry. So I can try and find in that list the bill if we need to screen share it, but to avoid that for a second, I will just look at it myself and hopefully you can all look at it too. So looking at the sponsors amendment, what section 2 does is it identifies those two parcels of land that could be then eligible to be placed within Indian territory. If they get trust status, that is a process that takes some time. Some of that process is explained in my memo because people asked about local input and I looked for some answers on that. I don't have every detail, but I can tell you what the regulations say. And so then once that happens, if you look in section 5 of the bill, it amends the statute within the Maine Implementing Act about the regulation right now of fish and wildlife resources, and it would be expanded to the regulation of natural resources, and a new subsection 10 would be added. And that subsection would say that the Passamaquoddy tribe would have exclusive authority to adopt ordinances regulating drinking water within Passamaquoddy Indian Territory, so that it would include those two parcels, because eventually it would include them if they are in fact placed in trust status. If they never get through that process, then it wouldn't include those two parcels. But if they do place those two parcels in trust status, then they would have exclusive authority to adopt ordinances regulating drinking water within those parcels, as well as within the reservations and all of their other trust lands. And it would also say that the state may not seek primary enforcement authority under the Safe Drinking Water Act over those, over any Indian territory, the Passamaquoddy tribe. I did propose maybe changing that a little bit to say, instead of not seeking that authority, because the state already has it currently, to say that the state may not maintain its primacy authority over that land. And then the tribe would be able to seek to be treated as a state and to have primary authority under the Safe Drinking Water Act over those lands. If the tribe chose not to do so, then the EPA would have that authority. And right now the EPA's regulations match what Maine has adopted. So it would be a similar regulatory environment. It's just that the EPA would be doing the monitoring and the enforcing as opposed to the state's drinking water program. Okay. The next provision, section 6, restates that authority in a little bit different way to make it clear that it's an agreement under the Federal Settlement Act to sort of dot all the I's and cross all the T's, is my understanding of why it's not drinking that way, why it's written that way. So that explains that. And let me see. Yep, and then the last piece as far as jurisdiction in the bill is section 7 of the bill. It would provide that the tribal court, so the Passamaquoddy Tribal Court, would have the authority to enforce in either civil or criminal actions the ordinances that it has for safe drinking water. But again, those are only over its Indian territory. They're not ordinances that cover any other person, including anyone in the town of Perry who's not on Indian territory.
And so I'm just gonna ask if I've got this right, because again, it took me a long time to wrap my brain around it. But so if the legislation, there are 3 parts of the legislation. The first has to do with amending the charter, but the second part that has to do with adding those 2 lots, allowing those 2 lots to be added to the trust lands. And then the third part having to do with the change in jurisdiction over drinking water. Together, those 2 elements would allow the Passamaquoddy tribe to, in the future, create its own water supply for tribal land using those two pieces of land. Is that essentially what would be permitted?
That is how I understand it. But I would say that, I am neutral for sure, but I'm not an expert. And so my interpretation of what the EPA said matches with what I now understand to be how the Safe Drinking Water Act works. But I would say you might want to double check with the bill sponsor, but that was the intent. I'm not telling you what to do, but I don't know that side and I can't speak for that side.
Understood. And I'm sorry if I asked you to go beyond your role in this committee. And so Representative Newell, can I just ask you if to please speak to that issue? Is the combination of sections 2 and 3, is the purpose of those two provisions of this bill to give the Passamaquoddy tribe the option in the future to develop its own water supplies outside of the Passamaquoddy Water District to provide clean drinking water to people on the Passamaquoddy Reservation?
Thank you for the question, Senator Carney. I think this bill proposes to offer the option to pursue just that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other questions on this jurisdictional issue, committee members? Is everybody following the impact of the change of jurisdiction? Okay. Thank you. Representative Poirier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I think this might be the time to ask it. If it's not, just let me know and I can hold it. Basically, I would just like to know if the tribe were to utilize these lands as an alternate water source, how would it impact Eastport in the sense that the water supply starts in Peary, but the piping goes through tribal lands before it gets to Eastport? So if the tribe decided to down the road start their own water source and was no longer using the Passamaquoddy Water District, how would it impact that water district and the water supply to Eastport?
Janet, go ahead.
Oh, I only know what we learned at the last work session, so I wasn't there, but I listened to the whole thing. It's my understanding that the water goes next to the reservation and then is diverted to the reservation or keeps going to Eastport. So there's nothing stopping the water from keeping to go to Eastport, even if the tribe decides someday in the future, which could not immediately happen if the bill's passed, but someday in the future to stop.
Go ahead and open the door if you need to.
But that was just based on what was represented at the last work session.
Okay, I would just like to know exactly where the structures are in relation to the town versus the tribe as far as the piping, because that could have implications down the road. Thank you.
That and Representative Poirier, that information came from the operator of the Passamaquoddy Water District, who's a person who works for a company in Waterville. Did you have any follow-up questions, Representative Poirier?
I think I'll hold up on those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, is this where we should also have noted about the new tax exempt status, or is that a different section?
That's in the first section. That's the amendment to the charter.
Thanks.
Representative Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I can assume that where the pipes go and whatnot, was a map ever generated for us to look at as to exactly where all the pipes go from the water source through Perry to the Passamaquoddy onto Eastport? I can't find it.
Don't know of a pipe map. We do have pictures from the Passamaquoddy tribal attorney about where the lands are, where the water district is. And we were told that the water runs along Route 190, I think. I'm not the expert on this, but we do have a map where the parcels are. If you give me a second, I can find it if that
That'd be
helps.
great. Yeah, I'd like to visually see it. I've seen hand drawings here and there by people, but I'd like to see an actual map.
And while Janet is looking for the
Thank you.
map, I'm also going to look for the testimony from the operator, because I don't know if maybe his written testimony will provide clarification as well.
Okay, I will try and screen share it. Might have to zoom in or out, but just a sec. So maybe that's a little too zoomed in, I'm not sure. Oh, here's the bigger map. So it says
the responses to questions on LD 906. It's the last 2 pages of that.
Right. Yep. From the tribe. We had it all printed for you to pick up if you, it might have even been delivered to your seats, I'm not sure. There was a huge packet of information. And these are the two, this is one parcel and this is another parcel that are the 2 parcels that are in play. The yellow is the reservation at Sabayak. Let's see. Sorry, the green is the water source. You can sort of see that there's water here. It's near one of the parcels, but it's not in that parcel. And it was my understanding that the water runs along this highway. So maybe it does go through the reservation. And then it goes down to Eastport. Do you want me to stop sharing so you can see each other?
Just let's keep it up for a minute and see if there are questions. Representative Reckitt, your hand is up. Oh, Representative Sheehan.
I just wanted to mention that in the hearing, it was made very clear by the operator that the water pipes run from the source and then come to the reservation and they split. So the water goes into the reservation for those users and the water continues to the town of Eastport. So while part of the piping, dedicated piping, goes off to serve the tribe, the other line goes completely through. So Eastport's water, as far as I understood it from that testimony, doesn't share infrastructure with the reservation. It just gets diverted to the town of Eastport at that point.
Representative Sheehan, was the operator's name Scott McNichol?
Let me check my notes.
Okay.
Scott is a selectman from Perry.
Oh, thank you.
It's Mark McCluskey, and I don't know that he's there.
That's right.
Okay, you're
Thank
right.
you.
He's not. Thank you, Janet. Representative Hagan, your hand was up. Are you?
Yeah, I just want to thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I've for some reason I've failed to find an actual map of exactly where these pipes go. But from the last meeting, my understanding was exactly what Representative Sheehan is saying. I just in my brain wanted to see the line. And he's not here. I've got the attendees list right there. So
Yeah, and I remember him
lost.
saying.
I think Representative Sheehan is exactly right.
Thank
from
you.
my memory. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I think I remember him saying that there were three valves that went into the reservation and that the rest of the water flowed onto Eastport. Representative Moriarty? And
Thank you, Madam
Janet,
Chair.
I think we might be done with the screen share. Thank you so much.
I think that the maps came with Janet's email to the committee of March 2, which was the day before our previous work session. We learned at the work session that the source of the water is in Perry at Boyden Stream Reservoir, that the treatment plant is also within the town of Perry, and that from the treatment plant, the pipes go out and at least one goes to the reservation and the other goes to Eastport. As it goes into Eastport, there is a chlorination facility, but no further treatment or purification beyond the chlorination. So that the bottom line is essentially that the tribe and Eastport get fundamentally the same water as each other. Perry, interestingly enough, although it is the host, if you will, of both the source and the treatment facility, has no customers. So nobody in Perry uses water from the Boyden Stream Reservoir.
Thank you, Representative. Committee members, any other questions on this topic related to jurisdiction and also where the water system is and whether it's within or without the implicated properties? Representative Rackett? We're not able to hear you.
I'm still trying to be clear. Where is it that the water turns what I would describe as foul? I mean, where does that happen? Does that happen after it leaves Perry or after it leaves the treatment plant? Or, I mean, when does it turn carcinogenic? When does it turn brown? I mean, when is that happening in this picture? I'm trying to figure out. I mean,
yeah,
anyway, that's really what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, and there were a lot of different concerns raised about that. I think the primary one is that the surface water source, the reservoir, is getting filled up with debris, and seasonally there's more debris in it, and then that debris affects and harms the water quality. And there have been efforts to treat it by filtering and by chlorination. But we heard testimony that sometimes that might work and sometimes it might not work. So there's some dispute, but there's no dispute that one of the major issues is that the reservoir is essentially filling up with debris from the surrounding land. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer Representative Reckitt's question, first of all, Madam Chair, you're totally correct that there are problems with the source. But although we don't know where the brown coloring and the other contaminants come from, they must necessarily come in after the water has passed through the treatment plant, because it's only after that has happened that the pipes diverge, so to speak, one to the reservation, one to Eastport.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Poirier, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question piggybacks on Representative Moriarty's as well, wanting to distinguish exactly where this is happening too. I'm wondering if we have any information or if we could get some regarding the pipes in the Indian Territory. Have they been updated, or how old are they? Is there trouble with that infrastructure? I don't believe, I think we heard in previous testimony that they don't have the runoffs either. And I'm just wondering if we had that information, if we could find where, like we say, the dark water is coming from, to find the source itself where in Eastport, they don't seem to have such an issue.
Mhm. Yeah, understood. And I think I appreciate your question, Representative Poirier, and I would just encourage us all to understand that the decision we're being asked to make today is not to figure out why the water is why the water is not safe to drink and exactly when and where that happens. We're actually being asked to make decisions about future policy and whether the Passamaquoddy tribe would be able to have its own water system separate and apart from the Passamaquoddy Water District, which is a quasi-public entity. We're being asked to look forward and to say, can the Passamaquoddy tribe create its own separate water system on its own land? And so I 100% agree with your instinct to figure out exactly what's going wrong. I'm not sure that helps us answer the policy questions that we need to make about what will happen in the future. Representative Poirier, I'll give you an opportunity if you wanted to ask a follow-up.
I understand where you're coming from too. I just need to know, as far as the broader picture, how it's affecting the other towns and communities. I'm not seeing that there's been any collaboration with those communities either to try to resolve issues, which I would hope would have happened. A concern that I do have, I couldn't find anything on my own as far as the lands. Has tribal lands in Maine gone through just this legislative process previously, or is this the first time that it's kind of overstepped the town? And have they talked to the town about it? And maybe we could actually bring Scott on to answer that if we don't have it. He is a selectman in Perry, so he wasn't able to join us last time.
I think we heard conflicting views of the extent to which there was collaboration between the town and members of the Passamaquoddy tribe. And again, it's hard for us sitting here to be the decision maker about the extent of those communications, because we're being asked to look forward. We have a lot of hands up. I'll move on unless, did you want to speak again, Representative?
Nope, I can wait. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do see a lot of hands up, and I know that there are additional questions, but just to frame the discussion moving forward, I would like to put forward a motion ought to pass as amended.
And can you let us know what is your amendment with the amendment that was provided to us by the bill sponsor?
Exactly, the amendment that was presented in response to the concept draft in February.
And our analyst made a technical suggestion that we change the word seek to maintain with regard to the state primacy. Are you incorporating that as well?
I am comfortable with the technical amendments and anything that comes back to us in language review as well.
Thank you. Committee members, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. And now we can continue with committee discussion. Did you want to speak to your motion, Representative Harnett, or shall I move on to Representative Babbage?
You feel free to move on. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would first like to ask about the date of the amendment to make sure that I'm looking at the right wording in front of us at some point. Two questions that I need to have answered, if I could ask you, would be Do we have any information about the ability of the Passamaquoddy tribe to extract groundwater from these two parcels, impacting the surface water source of the Passamaquoddy Water District? Are we aware that there would be any detriment to the source of the water district? And then secondly, a question I would have would be regard to, I assume there is either the loss or the reduced capacity that would be used by the one customer of the Passamaquoddy Water District that is the tribe, but it ends up being actually a third of their number of consumers. And is the tax exemption element of this, a part of the offset that may be part of this consideration? So the date, the water extractions impact, and the finance. Those are the three questions.
So Janet, go ahead. And thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want to show you the amendment. I think that was part of the motion. If you'll indulge me, I'll screen share it really fast. So this is the one posted online. It's called LD 906 Proposed Committee Amendment. None of the other ones are posted online. And if you call it up, it says corrected for public hearing right in red on the top, because I was doing like 6 different things at the time and I kept making minor errors that I needed to fix so you didn't have the wrong thing. So I made it nice and red on the top, hopefully let you know which one it was. But if you don't have a color printer, that wasn't very helpful.
I do have that one. Thank you.
I do not know how to answer the other questions.
Yeah, I can answer the second question for you, Representative Babbage, because we did hear that the testing that was done on those lots impacted some of the wells in the town of Perry, 3 residential wells. And there is a Maine statute that addresses how that gets dealt with. And what ended up happening was, I believe either the water district or the tribe paid for new wells to be dug on those 3 pieces of property. And then I know that this is a really important issue because we, of course, don't want any activity to negatively impact other people. And so, Janet, could you please review with us the statute that addresses what would happen if using water impacted neighboring wells?
Certainly, I didn't realize that was what the question was. My apologies.
Technically speaking, Madam Chair, if may I interject just a moment? Thank you for that reminder. That is relevant. I was really asking if the extraction of water on the parcels would negatively affect the Passamaquoddy Water District and its ability to provide water to Eastport. That's
okay. And we didn't.
Thank you for that.
Okay, yeah, we didn't hear anything to that effect. We didn't hear anything to that effect, that the well drilling would impact the surface water source. But did you want to see the statute related to what would happen if adjacent wells were impacted?
I do know that the Passamaquoddy tribe made good on its responsibility to compensate in some way those neighbors. So I think there's a process in place to deal with that. I don't think I need that time.
Okay.
Senator County, thank you.
And then could you please restate for us your third question?
The final question was if the tribes are able to generate a significant amount of water on their own, would that put the Passamaquoddy Water District's ability to operate financially and support the town of Eastport in distress? And perhaps maybe the tax exemption part of this bill was designed to offset that? I'm asking, really.
Does anybody have an answer to that question?
I've got my hand up.
Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We know that Perry taxes the water district to the tune of $23,000 a year. We know that Eastport taxes it to the tune of $43,000 for a combined total of $66,000. So if we repeal the charter of the Passamaquoddy Water District to make it tax exempt, the district will be $66,000 per year richer than it is now because it won't be paying taxes to the two towns. The towns, on the other hand, will experience a loss of revenue, and which will have to be made up through the property tax primarily in those two towns. So if this were to play out the way I believe the tribe would like to see it happen ideally, there would be enough aquifer water on the two Perry properties to supply the needs of the tribe without impacting the town of Perry. I think then the tribe would probably ask for a charter change to the district such that it would no longer be a member, because it would at that point have its own source. The district itself would continue, Eastport would continue to draw the water from the pond in Perry and through the treatment plant and through the chlorination plant and all of that and through the existing pipeline. But we know that the water that Eastport gets is terrible. Among other things, we have a survey that Eastport did in 2014 or 2016. And some of the quotes, two quotes from the survey. We don't even give it to our animals. The other one is ridiculous to pay for water you cannot drink. They get the same bad water as Pleasant Point. And I recall asking the manager, I had to leave early that day, why isn't Eastport up in arms about this? And she said, I don't know. That's all I have.
Madam Chair, may I?
Do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I appreciate that, Representative Moriarty. The number I don't have is the income of the Passamaquoddy Water District from the tribe. And I'm assuming there'll be some loss there as a result, because they purchase water from the district. And I'm assuming, and the tribe's infrastructure is not the responsibility of the water district. So I'm not feeling, I intend to support this motion. I'm just trying to understand the financial exchange that might change. Thank you.
I can answer that, I think, from the first hearing. The tribe is not a taxing authority. So the tribe doesn't tax the water district and doesn't get any doesn't get any income from the water district. I think Representative Newell made that point at the first work session.
The water district does get income from the tribe who purchases the water. Is that right?
No. I'm talking about the tax revenue. The tribe is not a taxing authority.
That's true.
Perry and Eastport are, so they do tax the district because the charter, unlike every other charter in the state, says that they can.
Representative Babbage, I'm going to move on and let Senator Keim ask her questions. Thank you. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. what was brought to us was a problem with water quality and then a proposed solution. So the problem is something that we, of course, have interest in understanding to decide whether or not the solution is adequate to the problem. And one of the things that I was wondering, Janet, that we asked, and I've been looking through the information to see, is do we have sort of a side-by-side comparison on water testing to see if the water going to the reservation is worse quality or the same quality as that going to Eastport? Because I guess that's the way we find out if it's a problem with the infrastructure there on the reservation, because I don't think we got answers to what else was happening, because there did seem to be a significant difference. Anecdotally, I will say.
I do not have a side-by-side comparison of that data. No.
And do we have, but do we have, like, I mean, I know that we were given from the reservation some of their testing, but do we not have any from Eastport that we can compare?
I am not aware of any. I'll keep looking.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of comments just as we're, discussing this. And, one of them is that we don't, I think as Representative Moriarty was talking through what the tribes might do in the future, right, which is to possibly drill wells in these areas of the town and then possibly leave the water district completely. So then what does happen, right, to the water district's finances, which is, I think, what Representative Babbage was maybe questioning, is then that water district loses all of those customers, those paying customers. Maybe that's good, maybe it's bad, but I think it's something that we need to understand. I'm a little concerned that we're talking so much about taking taxpayer dollars and land from communities without even asking them. So not only did the tribes not go and say, hey, could you make this tax exempt, because that will help, that would help the water quality issues, because we would have more money. So let the taxpayers of Eastport and Perry vote on that. It's their money and it's the loss of their money. And I don't know what they would say, but they've never been asked. And I feel like before we as a legislature would take $66,000 from a town just by saying, you can handle it, it's not that much money, that, that seems rather unfair when they haven't even had they haven't been asked. They haven't even had a chance. And I think similarly, we ought to be asking the tribe what they have to contribute to the problem as well, rather than just look to the towns and say, okay, here's a water quality problem, we're now putting it on you, which some of it is the town of Perry, and those people don't even drink this water, but yet they're expected to pay, to give up taxpayer dollars to help promote better water quality, which we all agree is important, but it's not their water. So they're asked to just, in this bill, they're just being asked to supplement it for just out of goodwill. But I think we should similarly be asking the reservation, the community there, the tribal community there, what do you have to offer towards this problem that you're all experiencing, rather than just be a complete one-sided sort of solution. And I do think that in fairness, we should be hearing, about, some other water quality problems that might be strictly on the reservation contributing to this. So when we're asked to look at this wholesale and make these decisions, sort of overstepping legal, lawful voters about their own property and their own money, the only way we can do that fairly is to understand the whole entire problem And then I'm not sure we even can take away it from them without giving them a vote in the process. Is that fair to these other people in these communities? So I just ask that as we continue to talk about this bill, that we think about them as people that concerned citizens that should be considered. It isn't just one community that should be considered here.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Representative Newell?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I can just go way back to Representative Babbage's question, I would just respond to the tax exemption and what that amount would provide. And we heard testimony from the PWD engineer that tax savings would help cover the cost of maintaining the carbon filters that are expected to be installed that would improve the water quality coming from the district.
And do you remember the annual fee for replacing the carbon filters, Representative? If not, I think I do.
I believe it was approximate to that amount, Madam Chair.
I thought I heard that it was $200,000 a year to replace them, actually.
Oh, if replaced on a quarterly basis, yes.
Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we're into discussion mode since there's a motion. So a couple corrections. The town of Perry's part of it is 23,000, not 66,000. Eastport's 43,000. Representative Moriarty mentioned
Said a combined total.
Right. I'm saying you correctly referenced a combined total of 66,000. You correctly did, and but Senator Keim mentioned that it was 66,000 Perry, and I wanted to get that corrected. There's a couple of strange coincidences here. Number one, nobody in the town of Perry wants to get water from the system. Presumably, they would prefer to drill a well and get a artesian well in the country, like we do here and there. And this state ordinance gets passed. This town ordinance gets passed right after the experiment had some bad consequences. So that tells me that the people in Perry already know the water there isn't the best, that choosing alternate sources. And in the summertime, when the water level goes down and the sediments that Senator Carney mentioned, that creates this toxic brew. And Representative Moriarty's made the case that the water from the surveys he's quoted, the water isn't any good in Eastport. So for me, this is a issue of self-determination. And that's why I'm supporting the motion. The people in Perry are already drilling their own wells for their sustenance. And
can I make a point of order?
Just a moment, Representative Evangelos. Go ahead, Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much. I think it's unfair to infer what every citizen of Perry thinks in your comments, Representative Evangelos.
That's fine, Representative Hagan. I'm quoting a fact that nobody in Perry opts to join the water system. Each of us can infer what we want, I guess, from that. So I'm viewing this as a act of self-determination to correct a bad situation. But I just want to get away from the abstract and from everything we're talking about and talk about something that anyone who's lived in the country may have shared, because it happened to us twice in the last 4 months. My water went bad under the same kind of circumstances I had here, not because of my supply, but because first time I left the hose on, forgot, I was filling the cow's tub and went to the hardware store and grocery store and came back 2 hours later. You know, it's not good when that happens, and it dredges up all this sediment and dirt. And for about 7 days, your water is not usable. You can't drink it. You can't take a shower in it. You've got to get bottled water. You can't use the washing machine. You couldn't use it anyways because the sediments clogged the filter thing that goes in. You got to take that apart and fix that. There's a lot of consequences to the reality in your life when this happens to you, like it's happening to the Passamaquoddy people. We heard in the testimonies they have to get alternate sources. They go to a spring and collect water. They buy bottled water. They can't wash their clothes for this period of time that the water is not good. So when it happens to you individually in your life, it throws your entire life upside down. You got to find a place to take a shower. You got to ask somebody else. Carolyn's mother is still alive, so that's where we go. But so I just want everybody to remember, on the basis of human rights, you know, the first thing that happens to you individually when it happened to me is that you go into a mode where you want to get it fixed as soon as possible. You want a remedy. You can't live that way. So that's what this is about to me. You know, they can't live this way. We can't allow anyone to get to used to that. It's the year 2022. So I'm supporting the bill so they can drill some wells and get some clean water. And remember, the impacts to the towns was less than the overlay when they did their tax commitment. So it's not really a hit on the bottom line so much. They can absorb it. And I believe the nations are making a payment to Washington County. Anyways, you know, I'm ready to vote pretty soon. Not cutting off discussion, but I get my mind made up, and those are the reasons why.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what the plans for the work session are, but it occurs to me there may be somebody with us who can answer in greater detail some of the more technical questions that have been raised. And I'm referring particularly to the Governor's Counsel, Jerry Reed, who has been to this area personally and has put in a lot of time and effort in understanding the problem, and may be able to answer some of these questions more clearly for us.
Representative Moriarty, what are I feel like we're focusing on the policy matters now, and I'm just curious as to what the technical questions are that you wanted to pose to Jerry Reed, because we could do that if we wanted to kind of pivot from the policy issues.
Well, it may not be so much technical as it is, well, call it political. I think he would be able to explain the administration's position with regard to the entire bill and some portions of it, because I think we really need to know, if we really want to accomplish something here, we really need to know what the governor would be willing to sign if it were to pass, and what she might not be willing to sign if it were to pass. We may have to make some distinctions at our level first.
Okay, understood. And I felt like that was outlined in his written testimony, but
Nope.
If you would like to ask him those questions, that's fine. Let me do this. Let me ask those. We've got 5 hands up. I want to ask those 5 committee members if they want to speak to the more broad policy matters before we pivot to those specific questions to somebody outside of the committee who will be voting on it. So let me just ask for people's, let me ask it this way. If you would like to speak on the broader policy matters, please keep your hand up, and we'll take your questions through Representative Newell and then bring on Jerry Reed. It looks like everybody still wants to speak to the higher level policy, and then we'll do as you suggested, Representative Moriarty. Representative Babich, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just have a concluding statement about where I am on the bill.
Okay.
It's not a question, so I'll
Go
defer
ahead.
if that's what you want to do. Okay. I just wanted to say that I was first elected in the 122nd, that's 2004. This has been an issue. I mean, it's an embarrassment for me that this issue hasn't been resolved so far. And that's why I'm in support of exempting the Passamaquoddy Water District and of granting permission of the tribes to find an alternative source of water to either supplement or replace however good source they may be able to determine. So for me, this is whether you're for or against tribal sovereignty, self-determination in this regard. We've had a generation of folks that have grown up with this water, and I think this is a solution and to move forward. And if the ramifications of this cause a problem, I don't see that being a greater problem than the status quo, and we can address that at a later time. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reckitt.
I think I'm in large measure in supportive of Representative Babbage's recent remarks. But the thing that is broader that I see, I believe the people of, God, I've forgotten the name of the town that starts with a D. Anyway, Perry. So I agree that the residents of Perry ought to be able to get clean drinking water. I believe that the citizens of Eastport ought to be able to get clean drinking water. I believe the Passamaquoddy tribe, for God's sake, should have clean drinking water. And I see it as a responsibility of each of those people, independent of each other, to figure out a way to get clean drinking water. And I don't want one town of 600 people preventing the reservation and the inhabitants of it from having clean drinking water. If it impacts on Eastport, well, then maybe they should have thought about where they're going to get water other than the Passamaquoddy Water District. I mean, I think that everybody needs to take responsibility for finding where the best place and the best method for them to get water is. But I don't want one section blocking the other section from being able to have clean drinking water. It just doesn't even make sense to me. So I'll be quiet now, but I think that in large measure, I'm in agreement with Babbage. We need to pass this bill and let people sort it out on the ground or under the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would call this a comedy of errors if it wasn't so serious to everyone. But along the lines of Representative Evangelos, I have a camp well, and I have no electricity there. Therefore, I have an RV pump and I do everything. And I had a water tank, and I replaced the water tank with a on-demand water heater, and I replaced the pump and everything, and I still had the same issues. And I guess my question is, we could approve this. It's neither here nor there for us. It's not, it's our concern to make a decision for these people. Perry has the water source. They don't use the water. Eastport is a beneficiary of the water source. By and large, they don't have the problems that have on Pleasant Point. If this all goes through, we approve it, they drill the new wells and they still have the same problem, then what? I mean, none of us are water engineers. We don't know. We ask the experts. The experts don't know. They can only speculate. I have a a concern of disenfranchising a town of being able to spread assessed taxes, taking that away, and then allowing Pleasant Point to have a system and then have the same problem exist, then what happens? Is it all on them? The state has no, we gave you your opportunity, or is it going to come back on the state that the issue still isn't solved and that they need to do something else? That's my concern. So I'm just expressing that without asking a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know who to send this question to, whether it would be Jerry Reed or Janet, but I do have a couple of questions. One is, I'm not sure that, I don't know if the legislature has ever overridden a town's right to approve Indian Territory or trust status. Has that ever happened?
Janet, are you able to answer that question?
I might be able to in consultation with Peggy. If you give me a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and can I pose my second one, or should I wait?
Yes, and I did want to just remind you that we did learn that the legislature has added other pieces of property to the trust lands under the Maine Implementing Act previously. Go ahead with your second question.
And then in section 5, the new section 620710 says the state may not seek primary enforcement authority. Is that an extreme restriction on the state, or no, or I don't quite understand that.
I think that that is, you and Representative Moriarty are kind of asking the same question that would be directed to Jerry Reed.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
I will call on both of you to ask him when we bring him on. And did you have any additional questions?
No, I just was curious and a little befuddled on a couple of things. So thank you.
Okay, so we'll remember that question, please. Representative Newell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to correct for the record that I did misspeak earlier when I agreed with you on the potential cost of approximately $60,000 per quarter. That was actually annual. And that comment came from the operator, Mark McCloskey, who is in the waiting room. So he may or may not be available to answer any additional questions. However, there were some questions in regards to water quality, and I would just like to comment that the Passamaquoddy Water District on its website lists its consumer competence report, and the committee, I mentioned this to the drinking water program representative to speak to this in particular. So the 2018 Consumer Competence Report, as posted, indicated violations for 2018, in where the total trihalomethanes were in excess. Also, in 2019, the Consumer Competence Report posted, again, by the Passamaquoddy Water District, was once again in violation of meeting requirements in regards to the level of THMs in the water quality. So I just wanted to make those statements. And I think there was well enough testimony provided during the public hearing that would indeed support that there is an issue of water quality here in Sabine as well as in East Fort. And I think my reference to those consumer competence report issued by and having to be posted by the water district would support that there is an issue, and there has been an issue. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Keim, I had indicated that we were going to ask Jerry Reed questions after we heard from Representative Newell, but if you would like to speak to the kind of broader policy concerns, you could do that, or did you have a specific question?
I do have a specific question that might be helpful to hear the answer to before Jerry Reed comes on. I just clarifying that and probably question for Representative Newell, that I guess she disappeared.
Would you want to, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the idea is that the land in Perry would be used to drill and put out enough water for the reservation. I mean, that's the goal for those two pieces of land. Is that right?
As indicated, thank you for the question, Senator. As indicated, this bill is to provide an option to explore that. I would mention, should that be determined as an option, that it's not the intent of the tribe to cut off the water district. If indeed our water supply could replace the district's current water supply, then that certainly could be considered as an option moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Is your question, Senator?
Yeah. So that just, I guess the follow-up to that was just so the town of Perry has an ordinance regulating large water extraction, which is what that would end up being. And do you know, I mean, have you attempted at all to even get a permit for large water extraction on that property, like through the process that's already in place?
They don't own the property.
They don't need to own it.
Hang on a second. Let's let Representative Newell answer the question.
Senator Keim, I think my response would be, I appreciate the question, and I think there was some discussion on that at our earlier work session in regards to the ordinance itself and the town of Perry and the tribe's relationship stemming back to the end of the feasibility study that happened in 2014. So what happened then was the moratorium itself, although the feasibility study was able to complete its drilling over the 10 days, the moratorium pretty much closed that project. And I think the committee may have heard that at that time, the tribe did not challenge that. And so the town of Perry then entered into a vote to put forth the town ordinance. So at this time, Senator Keim, I do not believe that the tribe has made an application with the town of Perry in regards to the current ordinance application. However, I do believe that there was testimony provided to the application itself in that process.
So so in fact, then the tribes haven't submitted an application to get large water extraction, but that would be available to them. That's on my understanding. Is that correct?
Can I just clarify when you say that would be available to them?
Well, I guess what I mean is, like any other entity out there who would want to seek that ability to have large water extraction underneath the ordinance, it is a possibility. I guess what I'm asking is that the exploration, it seems to me, and maybe there's something I'm missing here, but it seems that the idea of large water extraction under the ordinance is possible as well as large water extraction from that same land.
Point
if
of order.
they-
Point of order.
Go
Madam
ahead,
Chair,
Representative.
the question is purely speculative. It's just, out of order.
And yeah, and actually, I think you're asking a lot of different questions, and I think Representative Newell may have an answer to one of them. And so if you could just pause and let her answer the first question you asked, and then maybe a follow-up.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify so that she understood what I was asking, because I think I was unclear.
Okay, thank you. Representative Newell, do you understand the question and can you answer it?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks again, Senator Keim. It's my understanding that town selectmen and Bellafor, as well as the PWD district manager and Bellafor, testified before this committee that the town of Perry does hold the option for anyone interested in conducting large water extraction to make application to their current town ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think that both Representative Hagan and Representative Moriarty had questions for Jerry Reed, and I know Representative Evangelos that you wish to be recognized, but we had already planned to take this step, so I'll just ask for your patience. And I am assuming, without knowing, that Jerry Reed is in the attendee space, and so I will bring him over to the panel. And I know that both Representatives Moriarty and Hagan have questions, and so when Jerry Reed joins us, Representative Moriarty will give you one question, and then we'll give Representative Hagan a question, and then we'll let you each ask any follow-ups, and then we'll open it up to other committee members. Jerry Reed, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. We're pleased that you can join us this afternoon. And Representative Moriarty would have a question for you, as well as Representative Hagan.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone.
Representative Moriarty, we're not able to hear you.
All right, you're right. Mr. Reed, thanks for sticking with us this afternoon. I'm quite sure you have some information of value to share with us. We have your letter of February 17, and you indicate that you support sections 1 and 2, but do not support the remaining sections of the bill as printed and dated February 17, February 14. I think we all need to know clearly and directly what would happen to the entire bill if it were passed as it stands now.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Moriarty. And I'll answer that question the best I can, but I'd like to just provide a little background that'll be helpful in understanding the answer before I get there. As you point out, there are really 3 sections of the bill that the committee has identified. The property tax section, we think that is a reasonable response to the water quality problem because it would free up resources that could be devoted to addressing the water quality problem. The second part of the bill is the land acquisition piece that would allow 2 parcels in Perry potentially to be taken into trust by the federal government on behalf of the tribe. We do not oppose that because we think that although there are some issues that the committee has identified with doing that, it would potentially free up a source of water that could be brought to bear on the water quality situation. And the third part of the bill are jurisdictional changes that would potentially allow the tribe to seek primacy under the Safe Drinking Water Act to administer the act within the reservation. It's that third part that we object to. And the reason we object to it is because it would do nothing to address the water quality problem. It would accomplish nothing constructive. And in fact, it would cause confusion. And the EPA letter that Janet Sacco referred to and put up on the screen at the beginning of the session, I do not interpret that letter as saying that the tribe could not regulate the Passamaquoddy Water District if it were granted primacy. What I think that letter is saying is that it could not regulate the Passamaquoddy Water District outside of the borders of the reservation. And as we know, the water district exists and is operational both within the reservation and within both Perry and Eastport. So the potential for the tribe to obtain primacy to administer the Safe Drinking Water Act within the reservation has great potential to cause regulatory confusion and potential conflict in this area, because it would at least have the potential for two different regulators, the tribe and the state, to be developing and imposing different regulatory approaches to the same water system, which, as we know, relies on a single source of water and relies on integrated infrastructure. So it makes no sense, and it serves nobody's interests to have that integrated operational system answering to two different regulators. That's why we oppose the third section of the bill. And I think there's one other thing I'd like to point out. And Mike Abbott from the Drinking Water Program, I understand he's available to speak to the committee. If you have technical questions, I recommend that you direct those questions to him and not guess as to what the right answer is to any of the technical questions that are of interest to you. He's here, he is an expert, he's very familiar with the system, the regulations, the facts on the ground. Please avail yourself of his expertise if you think it would help you. But my understanding is that the Drinking Water Program has a plan to install these carbon filters on the water system this summer. And my understanding is that the program is hopeful that those filters will resolve the water quality problem and resolve it finally. And so I would caution the committee against making any controversial or difficult decisions in this area when we're on the verge of making a change to the infrastructure of the water district that could resolve the problem entirely. And there's good reason, I think, to believe it may resolve the problem entirely. And just to go back to what Representative Moriarty observed when he invited me to join the work session, these are issues that I am personally familiar with and I personally care about very deeply from my time at DEP. And the governor feels the same way. We want this water quality problem resolved. We all do. But it's a water quality problem that is not just a problem for the reservation. It's equally a problem for the town of Eastport. So in searching for solutions, we should bear in mind that it will not serve the region well to do anything that solves the problem only for one of those two communities. We should be searching for solutions that solve the problem for both communities. So that's the background, Representative Moriarty. The testimony that we submitted is in opposition to the third section of the bill, those jurisdictional changes that I identified. I haven't had a specific conversation with the governor about what would happen if the bill were enacted in its current form, but I think the committee should take my testimony at face value that we oppose those jurisdictional changes. And if the bill were enacted with those changes in place, the governor would have serious concerns about it. And my recommendation would be that she seriously consider exercising her veto authority.
If I could follow up very quickly, I have the text of the bill in front of me. Can you draw a bright line between what you're designating as the second and third sections?
Yes.
So
Sections 4 through 7 of the bill are the jurisdictional provisions that we oppose. And there's a typo in my written testimony where it refers to, I think, sections 3 to 7. That should be 4 to 7.
Okay, so sections 1, 2, and 3 are acceptable to the administration.
Yes.
The balance are not.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Representative Hagan, go ahead with your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think, Mr. Reed, did you answer my question when you talked about the three things? The third thing with jurisdictional changes on the state may not seek primary enforcement authority. I think you handled that.
Yeah, that's the portion of the bill that we object to.
Okay.
We don't think that serves any purpose in advancing the cause of safe drinking water in this area, but it would create regulatory confusion.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And then about the legislature overriding towns' rights to approve Indian Territory Trust status, did you have a thought on that you'd like to express?
I'm not aware of any other examples where that's happened. I can't tell you for sure whether there may be some examples, but it would be unusual.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
Jerry Reed, could I just ask you a clarifying question about the sections of the legislation that that you're in opposition to? I noticed at the top of section 5, both the title of statutory section 6207 and then the heading for paragraph 1, adoptions. There are some changes that refer to natural resources, and then changing the caption to read hunting, trapping, and fishing by the tribe or nation. Are those changes that seem unrelated to the water issue, would those be something that you're also objecting to, or would those be acceptable?
I don't understand why those would be part of a bill that's designed to address a problem with the quality of the drinking water. So I don't see any occasion to be making those changes in this legislation.
Thank you. Senator Keim, did you have questions for Jerry Reed? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. Thank you for being here. So I guess since what you're talking about really is section 1 and section 2, I wanted to ask you, one thing is, so in section 2, the idea that this land, like every other time land has been taken into trust, there's a process, and the town gets to have an approval process there. And why do you think, without the tribes ever having asked for this to go through the process, why do you think that it is appropriate for us to overstep them and just do this process? Why is that something that the governor's office supports?
Well, I said that we do not oppose it. And I understand that there are some issues associated with it that the committee members have identified. And I think that it's reasonable for the committee to ask what process has taken place so far between the town of Perry and the tribe to better understand that, to satisfy itself that making that decision is appropriate. So essentially, we defer to the committee on its handling of that, but we don't oppose that under these circumstances. And the reason why we don't oppose it is because it is connected to solving the problem of the drinking water issue. It would potentially provide another source of high quality drinking water. So it's related to the problem that we're all concerned about. And that's why we think it's something that's worth considering, that we don't oppose.
So, and then if this becomes tribal land, like reservation land, and then they don't have to obviously go through any process, what is your understanding about the legal recourse that other folks in Perry might have if large water extraction on these properties affects their water?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I don't know. I think you're right to raise it. I think it's an area of uncertainty, but my hope would be that the tribe would work collaboratively with their neighbors in Perry to address whatever concerns the neighbors identify with impact to their wells. And I think that the tribe has represented, that's their intent. These are small communities living in proximity to each other. Everybody needs to work together and find a way to get along. That's what we would like to see.
And then I guess my final question would be about the idea of, supporting the tax exempt status. And I think also that would be a process question. Why would you think why would you support overstepping the town's ability to vote on this and decide whether or not they themselves first would just vote to make this tax exempt rather than just overstepping them and taking their money without asking them first?
So I think that's purely a policy call, but let me offer a few thoughts on it. This is the only water district in the state that is subject to property taxes, and there's no reason why it has to be. That's just a creature of its charter, and the legislature controls that. So if you think that no longer makes sense in light of the testimony you've heard, then that's within your discretion to change that. And our position is that it is a reasonable way to bring more resources to bear on solving this water quality problem. As we've heard, these filters will cost money to change, and the district has limited funds available. Its only other source of funding besides grants, I think, is its ratepayers. And I'm sure it's reluctant to raise its rates to pay for this. So it seems like a reasonable response to trying to make more resources available to solve the problem.
Thank you.
Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reed, I appreciate you being here. One question I had about the bill, I'm always looking for extenuating circumstances. Can you help me to understand what consequence there might be for Section 3 of the bill, since it does apply to all Passamaquoddy Indian Territory as far as primacy in enforcement of regulation? I'm just wondering, if we pass this into law, then is there anything here that I should understand as far as consequence in Passamaquoddy Indian Territory beyond the immediate parcel we're looking at?
I'm not aware of any other situation on Passamaquoddy Indian Territory where this would be relevant. I think that the concerns we have with it are really focused on how it would apply in the context of the Passamaquoddy Water District, which has this unique set of circumstances around it, where its source of water is in a municipality, and then in one municipality, and then it serves the tribal reservation and another municipality beyond the reservation. And so, as you've heard, we are concerned about the prospect of having two independent regulators that are in charge of this integrated operation. We don't think that makes sense. There's been no allegation that the state has been lax or incompetent in its regulation of this water district. The facts are that the problem is not with the regulator, it's with the source of the water. It's an engineering challenge, and it should be approached and resolved as an engineering challenge rather than a regulatory failure. It's not a regulatory failure.
If I may, Madam Chair, if the tribe were to enforce its own regulations on Insipayik, those new regulations, if it meant installation of mechanisms to enforce different standards or whatever. There's no reason why that would affect negatively the Passamaquoddy Water District. Is that right? We're talking about a supervisory jurisdiction issue that you're talking about rather than a negative effect on PWD.
Some of this gets theoretical, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, I'm going to go back to where I started, which is to say that whoever regulates this water district, whether it's the state, whether it's the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or whether it's the tribe, should be applying the same standards, the standards that are called for under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. It doesn't matter who's administering them, they're the same standards. However, if the tribe theoretically were to obtain primacy and theoretically were to adopt different, more stringent standards within the reservation governing the water that's being delivered on the reservation by the water district, then that would have an impact on the ratepayers in Eastport, right? Because if the water district has to comply with stricter standards in the reservation, then it's only one source of water. We don't have different sources of water. It's a single source of water. So the water district would have to do whatever is required to attain compliance with those stricter standards. And the ratepayers in Perry, who may or may not support the standards that the tribe adopted, would be responsible for financing compliance with those stricter standards, but would not have any influence on the adoption of those standards. That's the sort of problem that we want to avoid, and there's no reason to create, because there's no problem. There's not a problem with lax or incompetent regulators here. The problem is with a challenging source of drinking water. And there's an engineering issue that needs to be tackled to resolve that.
Representative Newell, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Attorney Reed. I appreciate your input, as I indicated before. However, I will ask you, as I ask the chair of this committee, if you would not mind that we bring forth Attorney Hinton to provide responses to the questions posed by the committee to yourself, and allow for Attorney Hinton to provide responses from the tribe's perspective as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Newell. And I think committee members, what we'll do is let Senator Keim and Representative Reckitt ask their questions of Jerry Reed, since their hands are up. And then it seems as though the committee might be done with questions for Jerry Reed. And then we would ask the Passamaquoddy tribe attorney to come on and answer questions of committee members. So thank you for that suggestion. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, one of the questions that I was wondering is, so the tribes already own these two pieces of land that we're talking about here. One is 33 acres and one is 17 acres. And the tribe already owns that. And so then if it's taken into trust, I thought that generally the process would be that when lands are purchased to go into trust, and then the town loses the tax money, of the property tax money on those, that generally there's a higher cost associated with purchasing that land. So it is your understanding then, or what is your understanding? I'm trying to figure out if this is, then it would just move in and the towns wouldn't get paid. The town of Perry would not get paid any extra. And then there would be payment in lieu of taxes to go to the county, I assume, or something like that. But the town in perpetuity would lose all property tax money from these parcels. and there wouldn't be any payment upfront for that.
Yes, that is my understanding. I think the testimony was that the tax revenue to the town of Perry from these two parcels was a relatively small amount of money. But I think you're right that there would be a payment in lieu of taxes to the county, not to the town. I'm not clear on whether there's any mechanism by which the county may reimburse the town. I just don't know that. But your understanding is consistent with mine.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Rackett?
My inquiry is not necessarily about the matter of the water. And my inquiry is really is what I would in my other life that dealt with Robert's rules forever as opposed to Mason's. I'm trying to figure out, I have what I would have called a parliamentary inquiry. My question is, if your contention is that sections 1 through 3, was it?
4.
Or 4, whichever ones it was. It seems to me that it wouldn't be that difficult for the world to agree that those 4 sections were good. But I don't know in the world of the legislative process how to separate those 4 from the rest. In my world, I would have said, well, let's vote these one at a time, but that's not going to happen because that's not the way it works. But to me, I would be willing to say, I want to do sections 1 through 4, and I'm willing to let go of the balance of it. And let's get this on the road to recovery for the water without having to get into the jurisdictional fights that we're going to have on some other time, at some other time in some other venue. And I don't know whether that's just anathema to the tribes, but it seems to me that to adopt the first 4 pieces would make sense. And I don't know how to divide it so that because that's what I would do in this, as a result of this conversation, the first 3. As a result of this conversation, I would want to adopt those 3, but not the rest. And I have no idea how to do that. And if it were to be able to be done, it sounds to me like you think the governor would be in agreement with those sections being adopted. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. It's sections 1 through 3 that we're comfortable with, and the sections 4 through 7 contain the jurisdictional changes that we object to.
Thank you. So I don't know who my inquiry is to as to how to do that, but that's what I would do if I could do that.
Can you re-offer that point of discussion when we're done with the questions?
Yes.
Thank you. And just keep it on a sticky. Representative Moriarty, did you have a question for Jerry Reed?
No, I don't. I was going to respond to Representative Rackett.
Okay. And then, and again, just please hold on to your response. Janet, go ahead.
I do not have a question for Jerry Reed. But I did want to answer your questions from before. So I'm agreeing with him that it would be extremely rare if it had happened in the past to have had parcels be authorized to be placed in the trust status without the local government's approval. So I looked and Peggy looked, and the only parts we could find where there were amendments to the implementing act. So the original implementing act identified certain areas of land that could be taken into trust status. And then it's been amended a couple of times. If you remember, there is a provision in the current law that says that BITSIC can recommend lands to be included. And then if the legislature agrees and the local government agrees, if there is a local government, then those could be also placed in trust status. And so there have been amendments to the implementing act since then. And I was a little confused by the reference to Centerville, because at one point it turned out this was the part, you might have seen me talking to Peggy. She came in with a thing from the website explaining that Centerville used to be an organized territory, but now it voted to deorganize itself. I don't know if that's the right phraseology, but so it's no longer organized, and it took that vote before the lands that were added to the Beta Implementing Act to say that those parcels could be added to the Passamaquoddy Indian Territory. So I don't see evidence of an amendment to the Implementing Act that allowed the taking of land in a organized part of the state. It could have happened. I don't see evidence of it, but there may be somebody listening who knows that it happened, but we didn't find it in our quick review. Obviously, we haven't had hours to search and be sure.
Thank you, Janet. Representative Babich, did you have a question for Jerry Reed?
I just have him confirm my, whoops, oh, that's Jen. Could I just have him confirm what I thought I heard, and that is that if the tribe should get primacy with regard to drinking water on Passamaquoddy Indian Territory, that would somehow give the tribe authority over the Passamaquoddy Water District's ability to deliver a certain quality of water to Eastport?
I think it's very unclear how this would play out, but I think at least theoretically, what could happen is that the tribe could adopt standards using its authority within its reservation that the water district would have to comply with. But because there's only a single source of drinking water, and the piping and infrastructure of the water district is completely integrated, as a practical matter, the district would have to comply with those standards throughout its service area. And so Eastport would be affected.
I read that if they had primacy, that they could, from their source, which would be the Passamaquoddy Water District, at the point of entry, introduce their own standards and own mechanisms of achieving those standards. But that's not how you read that.
The standards that govern the quality of the water are numerical standards, essentially. So compliance with those numerical standards within the reservation would, as a practical matter, require compliance with those standards throughout the service area. But I would also say that I think you're raising a good question, and I don't pretend to be offering an authoritative kind of opinion on this. I think it's a completely unprecedented situation to have two different regulators regulating a single water district under circumstances like this. And so I don't think that anybody can say with confidence how this would play out. And EPA's letter is not crystal clear on it. But the way I read EPA's letter, they are at least allowing for the possibility that the tribe would have some authority over the water district within its reservation, and the state would retain authority over it outside of the reservation. And from our perspective, that just makes no sense and is a recipe for confusion and conflict.
Thank you for the question. And Jerry Reed, thank you so much for joining the committee and answering our questions today. I'm going to send you back to the attendee space, and we have a request from Representative Newell to bring the attorney for the Passamaquoddy tribe on. So we're going to do that.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. And committee members, I am aware of the fact that it's getting on in the day, and I would just ask people when Corey Hinton, who is the attorney for the Passamaquoddy tribes, on, if we can try to ask him the same questions that we asked of Jerry Reed, so that we can have an understanding of the two different perspectives. And I don't remember what questions anyone asked, but I think we could start perhaps with Representative Moriarty. So it looks like he's not with us currently, but I would just ask that we try to ask him similar questions so that we can understand the implications. And Representative Moriarty, did you want to start with your question?
I'm sorry, I just came back into
That's
the
all
room.
right.
I missed your earlier
Okay.
comment.
That's right. I withdraw it. I'm not sure it was a good idea anyway. Representative Evangelos has his hand up. Go ahead, Representative. And before you do, Corey Hinton, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Attorney Hinton. The governor's lawyer, Mr. Reed, referenced something, ratepayers in Perry. Are there any ratepayers in Perry if you don't take water from the water system? Are you still a ratepayer?
I'm not aware that there are ratepayers in Perry. I had understood, and I think I even saw a chat from the PWD engineer that the town of Perry residents all have wells that are independent of the PWD supply. So I'm not sure if exactly what that was a reference to.
I heard it. I heard him say it. Did you hear him say it? Did you hear it when he referenced to the ratepayers of Perry?
I heard him say that there could be an impact to the ratepayers, yes. And I wasn't sure, I mean, because I'm not aware of ratepayers for PWD in Perry, so I wasn't quite sure what he was referring to, but I know that there's a more general concern with impacts. Oh, I see Jerry's comment there. So I know there's a concern that the tribe's efforts to regulate water on the reservation would negatively impact ratepayers in the district generally. And I think it's really important to note that in that situation, that would, I mean, we're talking about efforts to clean water on the reservation in a totally hypothetical situation. I heard Attorney Reed say the word theoretical like 5 or 6 times when talking about what exactly would happen, because there's a number of assumptions that are being made to get to his fear factor scenario. First and foremost, this legislation would absolutely not give the tribe primacy over drinking water on its lands. Primacy would be given to the EPA. And the EPA has made very clear that it has no discretion to implement drinking water standards that are more stringent than Maine standards, which are the ones that are currently applicable to the water supply. When we talk about tribal primacy, we're talking about a process that the tribe would go through with the Safe Drinking Water Act, which Janet walked us through, for the tribe to essentially have to demonstrate its jurisdiction and its capacity to regulate drinking water. And if it went through that process, it could obtain primacy. There's one tribe in the entire United States that has ever gone through this process, and it's the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation is significantly larger than the Passamaquoddy tribe. It has significantly more complicated water systems, and it does have interconnections with off-reservation water supplies. I heard Attorney Reed say that it's completely unprecedented for there to be a tribal government and an off-reservation tribal government having shared regulatory authority. And I would say that respectfully, that's incorrect. As I said, the Navajo Nation has obtained primacy, and it does actually jointly regulate a water supply with the city of Gallup, New Mexico. The tribe, after hearing concerns from Attorney Reed, specifically met with the EPA. We've gone through the effort of obtaining an MOU between the Navajo Nation and that water district out there, which shows exactly how tribes and off-reservation water utilities can work together. And so that specific working example, which is the only one in Indian country, has actually worked very well. And there's been no confusion because the parties entered into an agreement saying that, you have responsibilities in one location on your lands, you have responsibility on your lands. And when we have issues, we come together to resolve them. So that MOU framework exists in Indian country, but it's linked to a tribe's ability to utilize a Safe Drinking Water Act. To be really clear, the Passamaquoddy tribe and tribes in Maine do not have the same opportunity as tribes elsewhere in the United States to regulate their own drinking water. All the tribe is seeking is the ability to be like other tribes under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And to say that there's absolutely no benefit that would come from that, I think the phrase was, it would do nothing from Jerry, I think is what he said. It would do nothing. That's I think wrong. I think there's ample examples of how the tribe has tried to establish wells on its lands to supply drinking water. And there are examples of where we've had to enter into special legal arrangements with the state just to figure out the jurisdiction. And so from the tribe's perspective, the ability to establish a well to supply water to kids at a school so that those kids don't have brown water, that is something very real. That's not nothing. And that's a part of what the tribe is seeking to do here. That's an extraordinarily tangible thing, because our only other option for our school, before we got contacted by the AG saying you need state approval to put in a well, our kids would have received brown water in water fountains on tribal lands from a state regulated utility. I've heard this isn't a matter of lax regulation. I love to hear that from the current governor's administration, that they know how all past and how all future regulators will act. And I would respectfully say that the history shows that consistent regulation is not guaranteed here. In fact, it's quite the opposite. And so I think there's a lot more to be said than simply, this will do nothing. And all the harms that have been discussed are purely theoretical and would hinge on multiple policymaking and regulatory processes that the tribe is not prepared to even engage in right now.
One more quick question, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So if the nation is successful in drilling for clean water on one of the parcels and disconnecting itself from the water company system, I see nothing here. You're guaranteeing them safe passage across your nation's lands. It's a pipe. And I don't even know why, the suggestion is that you would become so regulatory involved in that. The fact is, you've disconnected, you found clean water for your people. There's a pipe going through your land, and you're going to guarantee safe passage, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, just to be really clear, the tribe's proposal is not to cut itself off from the water supply right now. The tribe has invested significant resources in the upgrades that are anticipated. We've put significant money into helping clean up the water supply, and we hope that these efforts will pay off. And so to those that say that the tribe's bringing nothing to the table, that's patently false. We have brought real dollars to the table to help the district do a better job. We've taken on this entire effort to help the financial security of the water district at no cost to the water district, purely borne by the Passamaquoddy tribe. We've not asked the water district for a penny in our efforts to help put more money in their pockets. What the tribe is trying to do is to help the current supply stay clean, while recognizing that the current supply is becoming more and more shallow and is going to be faced with increasingly severe infrastructure and adequacy problems in the coming years. The tribe, when it tried to look for supplies before, when it did that testing, that was to provide a supply for the water district. That actually wasn't to take water for the tribe and cut off everybody else. The thought was, we develop a water supply and make it available to the water district's customers as a whole, which would of course benefit the tribe. And so if we went down that path and things didn't work out and the water district said, we don't want a new supply, theoretically, in that theoretical situation, the tribe could develop its own water supply. But the hope has been, and we've been working with the water district in exploring these feasibility options. And so it'll continue to be a collaborative process. We've been meeting with the water district about these issues going back several years, and the goal is improving the system.
I understand that. But theoretically, down the road, if you are successful in locating a potable water year-round source, I don't understand the concern about the regulatory theoretical issues when in the end, if that scenario plays out, there is a pipe going through your land to Eastport. You don't have any vested interest in making that difficult. You've located another supply and a pipe goes through your land. So I just don't understand what the regulatory concerns are. Of course, you're going to act in goodwill and allow the water to pass, right?
Yes, absolutely. And to be really clear, I mean, there are many tribal members that live in Eastport. There are tribal members that have businesses in Eastport. That's our ancestral homeland. We have no desire to cut off water, to choke off supplies for our neighbors. That's totally contrary to the ethos of the Passamaquoddy people. Our entire purpose here is to help provide clean water for Eastport residents and for Pleasant Point residents. We would absolutely not be cutting off water supplies for anybody.
And also not getting into some kind of a regulatory snafu when the nation's reservation has located an alternate supply. Basically, it becomes a pipe going through your land, delivering water to Eastport. So thank you for that.
I'd like to ask just a follow-up question on the questions that Representative Evangelos raised. Does the Passamaquoddy Water District have an easement to run that pipe through the Passamaquoddy reservation land?
I believe that technically the pipes that run through 190 are below a state right-of-way. And so that map that was up, it shows shading across that highway, but technically I believe that the reservation is bisected by a state highway and that the pipes run underneath that state highway. That was all tribal land, and then the state at some point decided to put a highway through the middle of the reservation.
Thank you for that information. Representative Babich, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't want to prolong this, but I'd like you to have the opportunity to give me the same, address the same issue. The Passamaquoddy Water District is not on Passamaquoddy tribal land, as I understand. If exclusive authority to adopt ordinances or have primary enforcement authority is granted as proposed in the bill to the tribe, do you have the ability to alter requirements by the Passamaquoddy Water District to deliver a certain quality of water to Eastport?
It's my understanding, thank you for the question, Representative Babich. It's my understanding in discussions with the EPA that it's not at all clear that the tribe would be able to impose any water quality standards any more restrictive than what are currently in place. And the EPA's letter says it is generally that the tribe could not on its own impose contaminant levels or other requirements more stringent than is already required by the state on PWD. Those are the words of the EPA. And I orally testified regarding the tribe's desire to only regulate on-reservation drinking water supplies. And the tribe also responded to that question similarly in writing and in almost the exact same way that the EPA did, using our own words after our own conversations. And so our collective understanding is that the tribe would not have the ability to impose more stringent water quality standards on the water districts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any additional questions, committee members, for Corey Hinton? Representative Moriarty?
I have no question, Madam Chair, but if there are no others, I would wish to speak at this point.
Yeah, I just want to take this one step at a time.
Yep.
So I see that there are, Representative Newell, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask Attorney Hinton, based on the prior questions, do you feel that you've met all responses to questions that were posed earlier to Attorney Reed?
Thank you, Representative Newell. I'm very confident, actually, that we've responded to Attorney Reed's questions. Representative Newell and I met with Attorney Reed some weeks ago, and we talked through our efforts to specifically address all of the governor's concerns along the lines that have been discussed here, essentially saying We've talked to the EPA. We've looked at how water quality standards can be set. We've looked at how water quality systems in Indian country interact off reservation, and there's simply no basis in fact. There's simply no basis in fact to say that the tribe's exercise of drinking water jurisdiction would allow it to more stringently regulate an off-reservation water supply. That's never, ever happened in the history of the Safe Drinking Water Act in Indian country. And I do believe that that was Attorney Reed's primary concern.
Thank you, Representative Newell, for the question. Thank you, Corey Hinton, for the additional information. Committee members, it looks as though there's no additional questions for Corey Hinton. And so I am going to thank you once again and send you back to the attendee part of the meeting. Representative Moriarty.
Madam Chair, with profound apologies, I request a corner caucus.
Okay, I actually was just going to suggest that this seems like the appropriate time for us to caucus, because I feel that we are moving on to a vote, and we have we could, I think, infinitely ask questions about this really crucial issue, but we need to move on to a vote. And so let's do a corner caucuses. It is, I have to exit full screen to see what time it is.
5:38.
Okay. It's 5:38. I have a feeling that we're going to need a little bit more time than we typically do. And so I would ask that, I think we should give ourselves until 5:55 to have a corner caucuses. And so committee members, I would just ask that everybody return at 5:55 from your corner caucuses. If that is not sufficient time, please reach out to me and let me know, just so that we know where each other stand on this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for your support last week in.
I lost your sound, Steve.
I'm very grateful.
Lois, you're still, okay, there you go.
Whoops.
Sophie, are you still on the call?
Baseball starts April 7th. Is that what
Yeah.
you hear that?
Yeah, I did. So I wasn't paying total attention apparently, but if you could just check and make sure there's some stuff I need to vote on before we totally get done tonight, I'd appreciate it.
Do you want to do it tonight, or do you want me to send it to you by mail and you can send it to the speaker, which is
I'd
easy?
rather do it tonight if I could, so.
Okay, can we double check with the chairs?
Yeah.
Well, we have one right now.
Yep.
As long as you're on camera, it's my understanding it's fine.
Yeah.
Do you need the LDs?
Yeah.
Okay, let me make sure I've got them right. 1310. Probably not appropriate to do this now.
I can wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it might. Thank you. Let's finish our work session on LD 906, and then we can, then Lois can cast her votes. I look like a ghost in my office. I have terrible lighting. I apologize, everyone. Okay, committee members, it looks, I just trying to make sure that everybody has rejoined us, and we don't quite have everyone back.
Madam Chair, I have Representative Moriarty on the phone. He's having trouble getting in, so he needs a link.
You want me to resend him the email from the, or can you do that, or do you want me to do that?
I believe I might be able to.
I still have your email if you want me to do it.
I can just send him an invite directly,
Okay.
Thank you.
but he'll show up as an attendee.
We'll move him in. They're sending you a new email link.
Sent.
And then I also just want to see if Representative Newell, are you here as well? Okay, thank you. Representative Moriarty will be with us in just a moment, everyone.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
while we're waiting for Representative Moriarty to join, can I just get caught up on whether there's a motion pending and what the motion is?
Yes, thank you, Senator Sanborn. And also we should give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Why don't you introduce yourself, and then I'll catch you up as to where we are.
Sure, and I did introduce myself at 9 o'clock this morning, but I am still Heather Sanborn, Senate District 28, half of Portland and half of Westbrook, and I apologize for the background noise. I'm at my job.
Thank you, Senator. And so where we are is we're in the work session on LD 906. We have a pending motion by Representative Harnett, which is ought to pass as amended. Excuse me, the amendment being the sponsor's amendment with one modification regarding changing the word seek in a reference to primacy, changing it from seek to maintain, just a technical correction. And there may be other technical corrections that come back to us on language review. Committee members, thank you for hanging in there into the late hours of the day. I would like to know if the committee is ready for the vote. And it appears that we are. Senator Keim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we vote, I want to recap some of my concerns with the bill. And in so doing, I think give voice to what I believe might be the feelings of the townspeople of Perry and Eastport. I think that, we heard there are definitely water quality issues, and we're all in agreement that people need good water. Absolutely. So I'll just put that out there. I think we've heard a lot about carbon filters and how that might be the solution that's right around the corner. And yet here we are looking to take away the rightful property of the people of Perry and the rightful money of the people of Perry and Eastport by fiat. I think it's an unfair treatment of those community members who have never been asked to work collaboratively on this issue. They have not been asked if they themselves would vote to make the water district tax exempt. They have never been asked if they would approve large water extraction for the purposes that it seems that this property is likely to be used for. They haven't even been asked if they mind if that property gets taken into trust, which is completely out of line with how any other town has ever been, any other piece of property has ever been treated and taken into trust. And it seems that the reason for this is because there's an assumption, which we have never verified, that the town of Perry is discriminatory still to this day. Not only were they discriminatory in the past, but the townspeople of Perry are still so discriminatory that they would never agree to common sense working with the tribes to make sure, that the water quality is the issue is taken care of. So instead, we step over them, we take their money, we take their land, and we say we're doing this apparently because we figure that if we did give them a voice in the process, that they would be making the wrong decision. And therefore, we as legislators are going to step over them and say the right solution to this problem is what only one person in the water district, one community desires. The other communities don't matter. This one community comes to us, proposes a solution, and that's the one we accept because somehow their word is held in higher esteem than the other good people of Maine. I think every other town in our state should be terrified at the precedent we are setting here. They should all be concerned that if someone decides to designate them as discriminatory, that then we as legislators could possibly come in through fiat and decide that their land is better, the purpose of their land is better suited in someone else's hands. The process is wrong. If we had at least asked them, I would have been in favor of considering something, but without them ever having given us any word of their own on this, for us to come in is just wrong. Thank you. So my vote will be in opposition.
Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concerns around this bill and the reason that I'll be voting against the pending motion center also around process. I have read the ordinance that Perry passed. It clearly delineates a permitting process for large-scale water extraction. And in my opinion, this bill is an end run around the town of Perry. The tribe never did file an application for large-scale water extraction. This bill doesn't follow a good process. It does not set a good precedent, and we should leave this issue in the hands of the municipality.
Representative Poirier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the need for clean water, but I do believe that the townspeople of Perry and Eastport deserve a seat at the table, and that they have been silenced through this whole process. This bill will affect them, And I do see measures underway for the new filtration system that we've all heard about, which may very well rectify the quality concerns with the water. And this legislation may very well be premature. Not knowing the full scope of the cause of the water quality issues is very troublesome to me before we pass this type of legislation as well. I think the root cause needs to be looked at. I do not believe options have been exhausted, but perhaps overlooked. So I will be also voting against this motion.
Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, the Water District is a creation of the legislature. It was 39 years ago that the legislature created this district. And for that 39-year period of time, the towns of Eastport and Perry, unlike the remaining 450 towns in the state, have uniquely benefited from a very special arrangement in which they have been given the ability to tax a public water district. They have, for all that period of time, drawn a lot of revenue and saved their taxpayers some money. I see no reason to continue that arrangement. I think they ought to be in the same ballpark as every other town and city in the state insofar as taxing a public water utility is concerned. So I have no reservations about Section 1, which would amend the current charter of the district. And I will have further comments to make after we vote on the pending motion.
Thank you, Representative. Committee members, any Representative Newell, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. I'd like to take this time as an opportunity to address the committee. And I appreciate the passion of those that are opposing this proposed legislation. However, I would like to remind the committee that for the past 40 years, excuse me, Representative Libby.
I apologize. I am dealing with children in the same room. Everyone is home from co-op, and I am happy to turn my camera off if needed, but I defer the rest of your time.
As I was saying, I think testimony before this committee indicated that for the past 40 years, the Passamaquoddy tribe at Pleasant Point has received inconsistent water quality. I don't think that's an issue to be disputed. I would also state that the limitations that are set forth in the Maine Implementing Act, those that are written in black and white, that give our neighbors an opportunity to vote yes or no to what is good for us here at Pleasant Point, limits our relationship. We came forth to make direct changes to the Maine Implementing Act. This is not a political issue. This is an issue of a human right for the members of my tribe at Pleasant Point to have access to clean drinking water as any other Maine citizen in this state. This is an assertion of the tribe's inherent right to exercise self-determination. For these reasons, this is why this bill is before this committee. To make changes to a system that has greatly affected us and how we live here in Sabayak. I certainly will extend the grace to the passion expressed by the colleagues on this committee, my colleagues on this committee that oppose this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Newell. I wish to speak very briefly to the pending motion because I want to, Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's more procedural. I noticed today you didn't point out any of the chat in the chat function, and that in the past you had made several attempts to indicate that that was just for technical questions, not for substantive use. And I would just point that out, that that did not occur today. And there were numerous individuals that were allowed to use the chat function for other than what you've described it so far in this session. So I just want to make that point.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. And I would just respond that I think everybody who's been in this meeting today heard those indications in previous work sessions on this bill. And because they had heard them, my expectation was that they would understand that I was not giving any substantive weight to what was happening in the chat. I also thought that we were having a very important discussion, and I didn't want to interrupt the deliberation and hard work of the committee to be interjecting things that people had already heard and already knew. And so I chose not to do that. And I'm glad that you likewise remembered that they are not substantive contributions to the work session. Thank you for that reminder. I would just like to speak very briefly to descriptions of this legislation as taking land away from somebody. And just as a factual reminder that the two pieces of land that are the subject of this legislation are actually owned by the Passamaquoddy tribe under Maine law. The owner of fee land has the right to extract water underneath of that fee land. And there's also a statute in Maine law that provides a remedy to anybody impacted by a landowner's exercise of those rights. And so I just want people to be aware that there is that this land is owned by the Passamaquoddy tribe, and that there is an existing legal framework for addressing any consequences of their exercise of their rights to extract water. And Senator Keim, I know that you wish to speak again, but it really is time to move on to the vote. And so committee
Except that, Madam Chair, if when I make my statement, then two people follow up to tell me that I was incorrect, then I obviously should also have the chance to set my own statements straight as well at some point before.
Point of order.
Thank
Point
you.
of order. We need to move the question. Everyone had their say.
are you making a motion, Representative Evangelos?
I am. I'm making a motion that we move the question.
Okay, so a motion to move the question is non-debatable. Is there a second on that motion, seconded by Representative Moriarty? And let's take a vote on the motion to move the question. And let's try first doing this by hands, and we can certainly, if there's any, if it's not a unanimous vote, we will have Supi do the roll call. So on Representative Evangelos's motion to call the question, please raise your hand if you're a yes. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to ask you to take the roll call, please, Supi.
Happy to, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Sorry, I missed what I'm voting on.
Moving the question, sir.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Madam Chair, I have 12 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members voting in the negative, and 0 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And so the calling the question motion passes 12 in favor, 2 opposed. And we will now move on to the vote on the pending motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
No.
Senator Sanborn votes no. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 7 members voting in the affirmative, 7 members voting in the negative, 0 absent. That is the vote of the committee.
I was muted. Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And Senator Keim, can you please let us know the report for your caucus?
Ought not to pass.
Thank you very much. And Representative Moriarty, can you let us know your report?
My report is that sections 1, 2, and 3 should be voted ought to pass.
Thank you. And Senator Sanborn?
I would join with Representative Moriarty's report.
Janet?
I just want to clarify, I don't think you will disagree, either of you, that you'll also need Section 8, although it will become Section 4 of the bill, which is to allow the tribe to decide whether to agree to the amendment to the implementing act.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm clear, is the 2 members voting ought not to, ought to pass or ought to pass as amended?
As amended.
Thank you.
Yeah, would be Committee Amendment B.
Correct. Thank you.
Does anybody need any additional clarification? And Representative Moriarty, you had indicated that you wish to address the committee briefly.
Well, I'm
all set.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm puzzled right now whether the motion for option B that I had envisioned is appropriate now, or whether we do in fact have a full breakdown of where we stand.
I think if you fully described report B, then
Right.
I think that it will be recorded. The way the report will come out is there will be an ought to pass as amended A, ought to pass as amended B, and ought not to pass. And you and Senator Sanborn would be the ought to pass as amended by Amendment B, which is sections 1 through 3 and 8.
Okay, then there's no need for me to make another motion. I'll just say that I'm a pragmatist. I've heard from the Governor's Council this afternoon, who has clearly said that the entire bill will be vetoed if it passes in its entirety. Governor's Council also said that if sections 1, 2, and 3 are passed by the committee and passed in the legislature, the bill will be signed by the governor. I feel a profound responsibility to walk away from this proceeding, having accomplished something on behalf of the tribes. But pragmatically, I don't think we are able, well, it's quite clear that we cannot give them all that the amended bill asks for in the long run. So I voted no for the purpose of giving us the opportunity to walk away with having an option to actually deliver something.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Evangelos, did you wish to address the committee, or you have a motion to adjourn?
No, I'll do both for you, but you know, we're running pretty close to the line of separation of powers here. Legislative committees and House and Senate members have a right to bring legislation forward without this kind of pressure. Very rarely have I ever heard a process like this. Given I said that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Senator Keim, did you wish to second the motion to adjourn?
No, I wish to respond to the comments that of Representative Moriarty and yourself about my own statement so that I can correct what I said and make it clear.
Okay, go ahead.
So Representative Moriarty mentioned water districts being a creation of the legislature, which I totally understand and know because I have submitted
I
legislation.
think, Senator Keim,
In
if you can,
fact,
I feel like you're re-arguing the vote that we just took. If you could just
I'm
make those
not,
two factual
actually.
corrections.
Yeah, but
thank
in
you.
general, a water district is something that the towns and the water district bring to the legislature for them to change, not an outside entity. And then when I made the comment about the land being taken from them, I understand that the tribe does own the land, but it is being taken away from the municipality as far as being something that is theirs and a taxable income to them. Just wanted to clarify those 2 points. Thank you.
Committee members, Representative Evangelos made a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Seconded by just about everybody on the screen. Let's just quickly see if Peggy or Supi or Janet has anything they need from us. No,
I think I'm gonna hang out with Supi and cast my votes if that's all right.
that's fine. And Janet, did you have something you wanted to ask us?
I just don't know that you can adjourn before she does that.
Oh, okay. So I apologize to committee members for thinking that we were going to adjourn, but Representative Reckitt needs to cast some votes that she missed today due to another matter. And so if we could just let her do that. Thank you.
1310, Supi.
Supi, I think
Supi?
you're not, your audio is off. Thanks.
Sorry about that. Representative Galgay Reckitt, I have you missing on LD 1905. That's the one about the lands. Representative Collins' bill.
1907.
Yeah, you're right. I wasn't.
1907.
Yeah, you may have to send that one to me because I have no idea what the vote was about. So
For those members that were absent, why don't I do that? I'll send you a copy of the vote sheet. You'll see you're not on, and I'll also include a copy of the work session notice so you at least see who the sponsors are and the title of the bill, etc.
yeah, thank you.
And Janet and I can answer any questions if you have questions. Please reach out to us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And for everybody who might be worried about me, I'm okay. I got back from the doctor and I'm okay.
That's good news. All right, everybody. I think we stand adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
Night, everyone.
Night.
Thank you. Night.
Good night.